this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the This is the final
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Why is my video... Okay, my video seems to be working now. Welcome to the first full day of Socialism Live. Now, let's just get the important part out of the way. Does my mic sound any better than it did yesterday? And I need honest answers. I need honest answers in the chat. I know it's early. I know we're still having our coffee. I haven't even started having my coffee yet. But does my mic sound better than it did yesterday? Oh, my mic is good. Oh, thank God. I don't know what the fuck was going on yesterday. I didn't change anything. All I did was restart my browser. All right. So we have just accomplished the first major hurdle of Socialism Weekend, which is fixing my equipment. But folks, we've got a full weekend ahead of us. Congratulations to everyone who made it early. I'm so proud of us. We're awake. I have makeup on, and we are about to embark. We were about to embark on a rare occasion. We are about to embark on the Socialism Conference all weekend long. We are, of course, waiting for Haymarket Books to start their live stream. Haymarket Books is the organization that puts on the Socialism Conference, and they should be getting started in about 4 minutes. We have a full jam-packed schedule all day. If you want to see the schedule, I got to get up Socialism Bingo. Hang on. I almost forgot Socialism Bingo. Does everyone have their bingo card from yesterday? Shit, actually. I shouldn't have hit generate card. Hang on, we'll get to that in a sec. This is the lack of coffee in the morning. But we have a full day of socialism ahead of us, guys. We are going to be going all day long, literally until 9:30 tonight. This is the most epic episode of Socialism Saturday ever. Haymarket Books has just started their live stream. Oh, the venue actually looks really cool. They've updated it since last year. So we will be going through that shortly. Here is the schedule for streaming of today. We are going to be getting started very, very, very soon. Let me put that in the chat on Rumble. Let me put that in the chat over on Kick if people are watching over there. And let me get our Socialism Bingo card. Play Socialism Bingo. No, I haven't posted it yet, bot. Relax. Hang on. There's our Socialism Bingo link. If you want to play in the chat over on Kick, there's your Socialism Bingo link. If you want to play Socialism Bingo over on Rumble, there's your Socialism Bingo link. How this works is you generate a card. You get a free square in the corner, in the middle, then we do corners or we do lines. If you get a bingo, shout out bingo in the chat. You don't win anything, but we will give you a hearty congratulations. Now, without further ado, let us get set up, and I will be doing announcements throughout the stream. And guys, there will be plenty of breaks today. I'm going to be trying to watch some other Socialism Conference content during the breaks, but there will be breaks today. I don't want people to think that they are stuck here all day, but we are about to get started. They've really redone the inside of this. Let's just tune in and listen to them talk. Look at all those early birds. They're all wearing their masks. They're all wearing their masks like good little socialists. Do you guys notice the only color in the crowd is red? Pretty much, except you got this one guy wearing yellow over here. But do you notice like all their clothes are like drab colors or neutral colors or red?
No, it was kind of fucked. It wasn't her fault. It was just kind of like something.
Yeah.
People weren't listening.
They were gossiping. They're gossiping.
Totally. I think some of the former revolution people may come. I've met some in the elevator who are from Florida.
Some of the former revolution people, they're saying.
I was telling Natalia that they're like Maoist group, like a young Maoist group. They're here, but they're like 20, and they all are. They don't seem like mean or anything. Like, it's just.
Guys, remember, our goal for the weekend is to get 100 new supporters on my Substack. That is carlin.substack.com/subscribe. That will fund the coverage of the Socialism 2020 conference. Of course, people are also welcome to send in super chats since I will be streaming all day today. I did set a higher goal than I usually do. But my number one priority, if you can only do one, subscribe to the Substack, carlin.substack.com. $8 a month, $80 a year. That is what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get 100 new supporters this weekend to fund the coverage of the Socialism Conference. Looks like oh no, I was going to say they turned off the sound, but I turned off the sound accidentally.
So they, I think, have a different perspective than us.
So I know it's early for shilling, but, you know, some people are early birds. Early bird gets the worm, as it were.
How long they've been around, I get to talk to them. They were everywhere. In my talk, I was like calling on people on different sides of the room, and they were just like everywhere. Like I ended up calling on all of them.
If you do end up getting a new membership on the Substack, let me know. I can add you to the goal.
Hold on, let me get the actual name, because I'd never heard of them. But there were a ton of them. They were all in Phil's job.
Oh. We are going to be watching. This is about. This session is about. It's called "The Genocidal Returns of Lesser Evilism: U.S. Electoral Strategy." So pertinent to what we're doing.
So many of them.
Pertinent.
Are they in the room? No, tell me.
Good morning, Leonard. I see you. Welcome. Welcome to everyone watching over on Rumble. If you want to chat in over there, I can see your Rumble chats. Bot and Reagan have already formed a bingo team, I see. You know, I like the camaraderie. I appreciate. Oh, by the way, Bot and Reagan, if you want a project to work on during the stream, you could start just adding presenters from the Socialism Conference to the Unwoke Wiki. I'm just saying, you don't have to. I know it's early. I just had an idea last night that if you wanted something to do during the weekend as you're sitting here watching socialism, we can add all the presenters to the Unwoke Wiki. We can add the organizations sponsoring the conference to the Unwoke Wiki. Lots of ready-made entries. It's just I did it last year.
All right, folks, I'm going to give a couple minutes because I know it's early-ish, especially for folks coming from different coasts on a Saturday. But in the meantime, if folks could come closer to the front, if you're starting in the back,
their names are all on the
if someone
website,
comes
Bot.
In late, it's easier for them to come in
You can
without
just
being
find the
disruptive.
full speaker list on the
But
website.
yeah, I encourage folks to come up
But if you
closer
don't,
to the front.
it's
so
early,
if
so if you don't want to do it, don't
mic.
worry about it. It's just an idea to pass the time.
Thank you.
If you feel like it. If you don't feel like it, that's fine too. Yeah, the whole speaker list and all the sponsors are on the website, so it's like
Y'all are gonna kill us.
ready-made, basically.
Inshallah.
Yeah, just if you feel like it. If you don't, like, don't worry about it. It was just an idea that I was like, we're going to be sitting here all day anyway, so. It's hard for me to do it because streaming slows down my computer or something massively, but if you guys want to do it. Just to pass the time. Yeah, if the speakers are repeat, you can update their, just update their bio that's already on there. Yeah, it basically is, Leonard, but Bot and Reagan are the only ones who have access. I think Judy might have access too, but... Guys, if you're on Twitter, go ahead and retweet my post about the Socialism Conference. I would appreciate that. Get as many people in here suffering with us as possible. Oh God, it's so early. This is the earliest Socialism Saturday ever. Since last year when I was actually there in person. Yeah, we all fell down on the job, Judy. It's okay. It's all right. We all fell down. It happens. No pressure. Did I put one on Instagram? Not yet, Gloria. That's a good question. Let me work on that.
Yes.
Let me make an Instagram special design.
I've seen a lot of people. Okay, yeah.
Hey, thanks, Vince. Appreciate you.
Third row, blue hat. Do you want me to to tap him?
Yes, please. Sorry, he's not looking in this direction. Sorry, Anderson, I give you some work. Would you be able to help me time when we get to the discussion part? So I'll just like ask you to come up here and like I can still talk if that's easier. Like just let me know when folks are getting close to 3 minutes so I can tell them to wrap up. Yep. Oh, say it. No, this is the discussion. I'll ask you to come up when we're ready for that. Thank you so much. All right, I think. Fabulous.
Looks like they may be getting about ready. Hey, Human Centipede. Hey, Nick. Good morning, guys.
All right, comrades,
God.
let's settle down and get started.
Comrades.
Welcome to day 2 of Socialism 2024.
Yay!
All right, I hope folks are fired up and having a good time. One quick note before we get started. This session is going to be live streamed, including the discussion portion once we get to that. So that's just a heads up in case that's an issue for anyone or just in case, so people are aware.
Good sound.
My name is Haley Pessin. I am a member of the Tempest Collective. I use she, they pronouns.
She, they.
And Tempest is the sponsor of this session. We're a revolutionary socialist organizing project. The title of this session is The Genocidal Return of Lesser Evilism, the U.S. Elections and Left Strategy. So if you're joining us with the live stream, hi, thank you for joining. And for our in-person audience, I'll let folks know how the discussion works once we get to that. Before I introduce our speakers, I'm just going to do some really quick housekeeping. At the Socialism Conference, all participants play a role in keeping the conference safe and making sure that folks feel supported and comfortable over the weekend. Toward that end, I'm sharing a few important reminders. First, remember that conference attendees are required to wear N95 or KN95 masks while indoors in conference spaces. Speakers from the front of sessions may remove their masks in order to deliver their presentations, but only while actively speaking. And audience members are still required to wear masks even when asking questions or making comments. Second, please make sure to wear your conference badge throughout the weekend and respect the badge checkers at the door of meeting rooms. They're part of our community safety plans and they're here to support a safe conference. Third, please keep in mind that the Socialism Conference aims to be a space that encourages genuine learning, discussion, and debate among folks from across the left. We ask that all participants help us to foster a culture where folks feel comfortable expressing questions and sharing different points of view. All participants should also keep in mind that the conference is a relatively public space and take that into account when you decide what to share in your contributions during sessions. Okay, so without further ado, let me introduce our speakers who are going to speak for about
they didn't say
15
that last
minutes
year,
each, give or
just saying.
take,
They did
and then we'll
not
open the
say
floor
that
for
last
discussion.
year that it's a relatively public
So
space.
our first speaker is going to be Natalia in the center here. Natalia is Tylum is an activist based in New York City and is a founding member of the Tempest Collective. You can read her recent articles on socialist strategy in Tempest at our website and in New Politics. And Natalia's latest article, The Lesser Evil is Still Less Evil, is in this issue of New Politics.
Is that Kristen?
Next we have Kristen Godfrey. Kristen Godfrey is a revolutionary socialist, community organizer, and social worker living in Tucson on stolen Tejano, Odom, and Yom ancestral and traditional lands.
She has a land blessing
They are
in
a
her
member
bio.
of the Tempest Collective.
Kristen works at the University of Arizona. She runs their DEI office.
And finally, we have Brian Bean. Brian Bean is a socialist organizer and agitator based in Chicago, a member of the Tempest Collective, a part of the Rampant Magazine editorial collective, and an editor and contributor to the book Palestine, A Socialist Introduction from Haymarket Books.
I covered her last year. I recorded her last year at the Socialism Conference talking about
that right here is available in the Haymarket Books room.
Arizona.
And
it's on the
their
Substack.
next book, Their end is our beginning. Cops, Capitalism, and Abolition will be out next year from Haymarket Books. All right, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Natalia to kick us off.
All right, it's good to be here with everybody. There's nothing that could possibly concentrate the mind more than politically sanctioned mass murder. Both the Democrats and the Republicans are active, willing participants in genocide as we speak. And this is maybe the sharpest example that we've had to draw on about the consequences of lesser evilism in a generation. This is because there is no possible concession that can or will be made to either party's base support for US imperialism. It is essential and foundational to the ruling class strategy of maintaining US interests in the global world order. There's a generation now that is learning the lesson of what US imperialism is and what it's capable of. In the context of genocide, the two parties' commitment to imperialism makes the terms of the lesser evil debate clear. If we are serious about changing this choice and building a new option, one that can contribute to the liberation of Palestine instead of funding its destruction, we have to be clear that the electoral choice is between two evils. This requires us to clearly explain that only overcoming the rule of capital and the rule of imperialism will allow us to address the persistence of the unfathomable evil that morphs and spreads. This is first and foremost a question for us right now about how we build the left. When we talk about genocide and the terrifying rise of the authoritarian right, of course, moral and ethical outrage necessarily follows. But this on its own will not sustain our movements, and more importantly, will not on its own bring the change that we need. The Democrats have shown in no uncertain terms over the last 329 days, whatever tactical maneuvers to try to convince us otherwise, that they are completely immune to moral outrage. It's the strategic question, the question of how we move the needle on our demands and towards our goals as socialists that we're here to talk about today. I'm going to touch on the dynamics of the 2024 election and a strategy for socialists. Kristen's going to talk about the impact lesser evilism has on our social movements.
That interpreter
and Brian's
has a
going to talk about
socialist
political
haircut.
horizons and where we're going.
Look at the
And then we'll
mullet,
have
the
a
little
chance to all
bangs, the
participate in a
shaved sides
strategic
of the
discussion
heads.
together in
That's
the room.
the socialist haircut.
So when we talk about general elections in the United States, we need to see them and recognize them for what they are. The constitutional structure in the US was always set up to defend minority and capital rule. At the founding of the US, this of course meant the rule of slavery. Even after the
Whiteness
Civil
means
War,
capitalism.
despite monumental struggle that transformed aspects of the political order, central elements of the system remained in place. The core of the US constitutional system remains set up to defend minority and property interests, premised on a racial regime of capital in the United States. And this is still true today in ways that are not hard to identify and
That's
see.
why whiteness means capitalism.
This is a system that requires hundreds of millions of dollars just to participate in electoral politics. That is the cost of entry into the game. It's a system that is consciously set up to constrain and narrow the realm of the possible, as we saw so clearly on display at the Democratic National Convention last week. The celebrations of law and order, the celebrations of Zionism, the celebrations of US militarism, the celebrations of so-called border security, these are beyond questioning inside the political class of this country, and these norms are repeatedly shoved down our throats. Think about how limiting that is, and think about what that conditions us to think of as political participation. This structural limitation needs to be named and explained, and it needs to guide our strategy for how we overcome it. The audience for this strategy is not just a few thousand self-proclaimed socialists, though obviously we're a part of it, but it's also about tens of thousands of people who in the near and medium term can be open to the arguments about an alternative given how deep the social political crisis and the imperial catastrophe that we face is. This includes, very importantly, the next layer of people that we want to reach and integrate as the Palestine movement. Lesser evilism is a concession to a system that tells us over and over again that we are only allowed to choose the one of the two evils, and where sections of the left repeatedly co-sign that limited choice. On some level, this dynamic of the two evils has always been a feature of the political system in this country, but especially since the rise of US imperial hegemony after World War II.
Oh.
The argument is old, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing unique taking place. This election in 2024 isn't Clinton versus Bush Sr., it's not Gore versus W. Bush or Obama versus Dole, and for those who weren't politically active in those days, those were elections where really there was no daylight that could really be found between those two candidates. Kamala Harris has pulled together a rightward moving coalition. In 2020, following the unprecedented demonstrations after the murder of George Floyd, she couldn't speak to her self-proclaimed strength as a prosecutor and a centrist, law and order-focused candidate. But 2024 is her moment to shine, apparently, as she outdoes Trump in her excitement for the border wall and the military and confirms her unwavering commitment to Israel.
They hate Kamala.
The Democrats continue to creep right, but unlike in the early 2000s,
They continue to creep
the
right.
Republican Party, led by Trump, have morphed into something far more grotesque. Trump has built a coalition of the long-existing core of US racism, alongside a coalition that includes people from the working class and oppressed who face socio-political crises. From the left, the new socialist movement arguably reached its 21st century peak between 2012 and 2016, but has now been brought by its foremost leaders firmly and definitively back into unconditional support for the Democratic Party and the lesser evilism that comes.
Uh-oh. Is that on my end? No, it's on their end. No, come on! Don't break! This is so good! Don't break socialism! Come on! Come on, socialism. I believe in you. You can get your live stream act together. Don't do this. This speech was so good. Come on! Let me just refresh and see if it's on their end. I think it's on their end.
Socialist movement arguably
God.
reached its 21st century peak between
back.
2012 and
We're
2016, but has now been brought by its foremost leaders firmly and definitively back into unconditional support for the Democratic Party and the lesser evilism that comes.
Come on! No, this is on their end. It's on their end because I just reloaded it. It went back a couple seconds and now it's just spinning. It's on their end. It's not YouTube. It's on their end. I promise you, they've fucked something up on their end. Someone's tripped over a wire or something. Is the other one down? Let me see. Is it just this one or is it the other? Because I want to listen to this one. Is the other one down too? The other one is not down. It's just this one.
Socialist movement arguably reached its 21st century peak between 2012 and 2016,
Are we back?
but has now been brought by its foremost leaders firmly and definitively back into unconditional support for the Democratic Party and the lesser evilism that comes.
Yeah, it's just that session. Okay, so I guess while we're waiting for them to fix that, we will go over to the other one, and hopefully that session comes back. Well, yeah, I can pull up both sessions. That's not like that hard.
And how does it shape how you show up in the
So
work?
this is the enduring legacy of Black and Palestinian
We
solidarity.
can start with Clarissa.
But if the other one comes back, we're gonna go back to that one.
Yeah, I was
I
just
hope it
having
comes
like
back.
a visceral flashback. So in journalism, I actually wanted to be
That
a war
was the
reporter.
Democrat hate
and so I remember
session. That
specifically
was it.
watching
The
I think his name's
stream
Dan
that
Golden,
fucked up.
but he was doing reporting about Gaza, and I remember just following what was happening on the Gaza Strip, and it was also my first year of college, and understanding one, I definitely don't want to do war reporting. Also, just like the politics of being a war reporter and being a Black woman is complicated. So that wasn't reasonable for me, but it did give me the space to join movement and to learn more about like internationalism and solidarity. And so thankfully within that year, I was able to join an organization and was able to learn about Palestine and get more clarity on it, because I think for me, I didn't have that, and I was given a lot of space to learn and be wrong with my friends and my comrades. And from there, I was also given a lot of space to also just be in reading groups. I think that's something I miss as I get deeper in movement, is to just like read a text together with people, annotate, ask questions, just actually read Karl Marx and sit with people through that. So that was my first moment. And then I also, as I joined more like Black literary spaces, learned more about the importance of folks like June Jordan and her legacy of following Black and brown and Arab women who kind of got her on the right path to understanding what internationalism is.
Well, hopefully they're still recording that session, and they'll be putting up the full recording at some point.
Yeah, I'd say for me, it's definitely been a journey, just like everything that we do in this world, right? We're constantly growing and learning. So for
just
me, the
create
first
a new
times that I
one.
kind of
It's
started seeing these connections was when I moved
no,
to the
actually,
States,
yeah, that's right, Bob.
and
That's
I started
right.
seeing how Black people were treated.
But you should just
And
it should just
I
be an
couldn't help but see the
alphabetical.
similarities.
I don't remember how I set
and
it
I'm
up.
not gonna
Just
lie,
use your
growing
best
up,
judgment.
I had a lot of anti-Blackness. And that's the reality for a lot of us, right? We have a lot of bias, and it has been a struggle for me, and I can only have done it with my comrades, my Black comrades, my white comrades, my Latin comrades, every single one who has held me accountable. And through the years, like
They
I
did
continued
anti-racism
to
with the
see more and more, and then
Palestinians.
started making the connections into
No, it's not. If it's not on the streaming schedule, it's
the
not being
atrocities that were happening with Black people here, mimicking the atrocities that are happening with Palestine. But then I grew to learn more and more it's what it actually means to stand with a people, and that I don't necessarily need to see those connections to stand against oppression. The oppression that we see against Black people, yes, there's a lot of similarities, and there's also differences between what's happening with Palestinians, but it was the understanding, it wasn't until like I really understood capitalism and the atrocities of capitalism that it clicked in my head. what
Leonard,
it
you know
meant
the answer to
fight
that.
against
Come on.
the atrocities that capitalism inflicts, and how capitalism intentionally uses things like racism to
There it
divide
is.
and conquer. So for me, that's kind of been my journey in the solidarity
Capitalism
and understanding what it
intentionally
means to
uses
fight
racism.
for Black liberation, and how inextricable it is linked to the fight for Palestinian liberation, because we all deserve to
Okay.
be free of oppression. We all deserve to have socialism and be free of capitalism. So that's the thing that kind of like helped ground me in really understanding our shared struggle.
That's what Queers for Palestine means. We all deserve to have socialism and be free of capitalism. Right there. Linda!
I think for me, solidarity started at a much younger age, and maybe I just didn't have the words to describe what
Hey
it
guys, if I see too many stupid questions, I'm going to start banning people in the chat. I do not want fucking around in the chat today. This is stressful enough having to cover the whole conference. If you guys are fucking around and asking questions that I know you damn well know the answer to, I'm going to start to get pissed.
my dad at the store, so that would require that we all went to the store. And my dad had this little living room that he set up in the back, which was you go do your homework and then you go play outside. And outside was Crown Heights, and Crown Heights at the time in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s was a predominantly Black, Caribbean, Puerto Rican community. And so I was from Sunset Park. Sunset Park was predominantly Latino, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Asian. So that's the community that I grew up in, or where my house that I lived in was. And then after school, I had this other group of friends that were from Crown Heights. And so I grew up playing with Black children. I grew up with a father who ran a business for 40 years in a predominantly Black community. And then over time, also a very large Orthodox Jewish community that came into the neighborhood. I also went to John Jay High School. John Jay High School is in Park Slope, Brooklyn. It's changed over the years, but when I went there, they used to call it Jungle Jay because it was apparently, according to everybody else, it was a, quote, bad school. It wasn't a bad school. It was just a school with a lot of Black children in it that were basically brought in, bused from, other parts of New York City or mostly other parts of Brooklyn
It's not Islamic
And I had a
socialism. It's
wonderful
far
time in
left
high
radical
school,
revolutionary
because in my
socialism.
school, I was
Stop
the
being a
very
fucking
tiny little
retard in my
minority. There were
chat.
like 6 Palestinian kids in my 4,000 people
This
school.
is if you're here to just to
And so the
hate on the
Palestinian kids had to
Muslims,
decide
it's not going to
where
go
they
well
were
for
going to
you.
align. And the most natural place for us to align was with the black students in our school. So you would see
Islamic
all the
socialism.
black
Never heard
students,
something
then you
so
would see these
stupid
6
in my life.
Palestinians, and I was one of them. And so naturally for me, those times, and I watched, and I wrote about this in my book, I watched so much go on in my school. I watched policing and the arrest of children in schools before NYPD was a thing inside of public schools. My schools had bars on them. We had metal detectors before a lot of schools in New York City had metal detectors. So there was always something in me that was like, something's wrong here. Like, this is not okay. And then as time goes by, you grow up, you know, you go to university, you kind of go out into the community. And then I started organizing after the horrific attacks of 9/11, and just finding myself in just so many places of solidarity, and understanding the struggles of policing in the New York City from racial and religious profiling and how those things were interconnected, how we were criminalized just based on our identities. And I remember a sign that my daughter carried in a protest, and she was probably like, I don't know, maybe 8 years old at the time, and it said, praying while Muslim and walking while black, which of course you could do both of those things, just to be clear, but the sign said praying while Muslim and walking while black are not a crime. And that moments of seeing us build a police reform movement in New York City around the intersections of the targeting of Muslim American communities, who of course also include black people, and also the targeting of black youth in New York, was incredible. And the one first moment watching our community organize was around Floyd versus the city of New York, which was a lawsuit launched against the New York Police Department by young black and brown youth who sued the New York Police Department all over the stop and frisk unconstitutional practice. And they were these young people that went up against the biggest police force in the country. And in fact, the judge, as you all know,
we don't shitpost when we're
ruled
researching
in favor
stuff.
of
If
those
you
young
want to
people,
joke,
that the
that's fine,
NYPD
but
was
we
in
don't.
fact engaging in unconstitutional
shitpost here. It's
discriminatory
distracting.
practice. But one day, what we were doing in the movement is each day there was a community that was anchoring the court date, because the court was open to the public, so you could pack the courthouse, and it was a decently sized courtroom, maybe at the size of this. And this one beautiful day, it was our turn. It was my people's turn, and just watching a beautiful sea of young women and people from our community in hijabis, just a beautiful sea, to the point where the judge like kind of got caught off guard, like, whoa, I've never seen nothing like this before. And those were like the most beautiful moments on power. And when those young people were sitting in those courtroom, young black and brown men between ages maybe 18 to 24, and just being able to see every day a new group of people that was like, we are with you, we are with you, we are in this together. It was just the things that uplifted my spirit. But I will say, to Lemma's point, I don't want to be utopian here. You know, we come from communities where there is absolutely anti-blackness, as that is not exclusive to any community, particularly for immigrant communities who come from other parts of the world.
Don't be a retard.
We come to a country like the United States of America where race is a construct.
That's
and people learn
absolute,
very quickly
like, nonsense. Shut the fuck up and learn.
How a hierarchy is. And so
It's gonna be one of
immigrant
those days, I
communities,
can
as a
already
form
tell.
of protection, start trying to align with the lightest of the skin, right? With where they believe power is. And so that is not something that
Only
I'm all
conservatives
proud
are
of.
stupid
from
enough
the
to
communities
believe
I
that
come
all
from.
Palestinians
But as
are
Lemma said,
agents
it's a
of
lot of work
Hamas.
we have done over the years to deconstruct anti-blackness in our community, to figure out the origins of where it comes from, because it doesn't come from where our people are from. In Palestine, that's not a thing, but we learned that here coming to this country in the way that this country's set up. So just want you to know we're still on that journey, that we are not a perfect community, and it's something that we work through. And you know, we don't ask you for grace, but know that we are, and have incredible organizers across this country who continue to do that work so that we could be better, because we can all be better.
I'm so bummed about that other live stream going down. I really wanted to listen to that session.
That's a perfect segue, and I'll talk a little bit about how I got here, and then we're just going to dig into that more deeply. You know, the 2010s were a magical time on the internet. I don't know if y'all remember a little thing called Tumblr. I was in these Tumblr streets. I was a media studies major in college. I was a little bit
ever learned
disillusioned
from your
with
bullshit conservative
the
influencers
landscape,
and sit back and learn.
and had started organizing in earnest. But I was really fascinated with the Arab Spring. and how Twitter and Facebook and these social media platforms became a space of organizing towards a revolutionary action. And I know that there's a lot of commentary that has come out post, and I think there are some panels here about it. And so I want to encourage y'all to dig into that. But I was so fascinated by what was going on in the Arab Spring.
All right, you just got a timeout. You
that
continue
really
to
sort
do
of
that shit
shifted
in my
my
chat, you're gonna
politics
get
around
banned.
Palestine. In college,
I'm checking it constantly, human
the
centipede.
2008
Oh,
insurgent
it's back!
happened on the Gaza Strip.
Shit, it just came back up.
But
It
there were
literally
Palestinian-
just came back up. It literally just came back up. Hi, Kristen. They're talking about white dudes for Harris.
I have no money, y'all.
There we go.
Not
They're
only
talking
does
about
this
white dudes for
illustrate the
Harris.
failure of the left to have organizations ready to take on big questions of that strategy and landscape, but it also shows the expectations of the moment we are in. As Palestinians in Gaza have been fundraising to get out, and organizers have been fundraising to get our comrades out of jail, Harris, who signed up to be the literal face of racism and imperialism, got millions of dollars. This is exactly how elections suck energy out of our movements. Since Thursday, April 18th, starting at
Tempest
Columbia
Collective doesn't
University,
believe in
hundreds
using
of encampments
elections.
sprung up across the world to demand for their universities to divest from Israeli genocide. Colleges, so many colleges got their demands met. Over 2,500 people were arrested, and hundreds of thousands of students have been radicalized here in this room today. These encampments did more for the movement to end genocide than voting or campaigning will ever do. Yeah.
They don't believe in using elections to gain power, guys. They believe in doing
Together,
stuff
we
like
were
protests
able
and
to learn
institutional
lessons about keeping each other safe and imagining a new world. And as Iman Abdelhadi says, the existence of the encampment itself was a win and a practice run for a revolutionary future.
Oh!
These encampments taught us the lethal force Harris spoke to in her DNC speech is a value of the Democratic Party. We got to see progressive college presidents and Democratic mayors who are corporatizing their cities and universities give the approval to brutally attack protesters,
Corporatizing
arrest
the
us in thousands,
universities.
and use the surveillance state so big and strong that students, faculty, and staff are fearful of being able to graduate, keep our jobs, and even muster the word Zionism.
Thank
We
you,
got to
SS
see
Kennedy,
black
for the
and
Rumble
brown
rant.
leaders we were told to campaign for call in the cops to attack 18-year-olds and tenured faculty. And if that doesn't speak to the landscape we will face under Harris, I don't know what does. When we rely on identity politics and elections to dominate our understanding of the world without a radical foundation, the foundation begins to crack, allowing Democrats to convince us that organizing and campaigning for them is of the same fight as the encampments. The Black Lives Matter
The
movement gave
encampments
us
are
the
not the
foundation and
Democrats.
lens to better understand Israel's genocide of Palestinians in a different way. The movement shifted an ideological way of thinking about police, harm, and community, connecting our lessons from the international Black radical tradition to our experience in the streets of Sanford and Ferguson and Minneapolis. The BLM movement became to fade, one, because of its lack of infrastructures of dissent, a lack of spaces for people to debate and vote on what's next for the movement, but it also began to fade when Biden intervened and made commitments to us about defunding the police. Before his election, struggle was high. People were creative and imaginative. School boards voted to terminate contracts with police. The majority of Americans were down for that, for the police precinct to be burned down. People started to shift their opinions about abolition.
Yeah,
But since he
conservatives
was
are
elected,
wrong.
police budgets have increased, as we've witnessed since October 7th at the street protests and encampments we've gone to, and more Black people have been killed by police under Biden than the Trump presidency. The amount of Black and brown faces in high places making deadly decisions that affect us materially is appalling. But we need to do more than end our argument at having that assessment of the Black misleadership class. Most poor and working class Black people know the difference between us and them. Black Lives Matter and Movement for Black Liberation, Movement for Black Lives have yet to endorse Harris. We have lived through watching and protesting Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens and the Atlanta Foundation support building a cop city in a historically Black neighborhood on stolen Muskogee lands, when police and Israeli occupation forces will be trained on how to kill us with impunity here and abroad. We remember Obama's Morehouse speech when he demeaned Black men and told them to pull up their pants. We remember when Baltimore Mayor Marilyn Mosby was the one to make the call to put more cops on the corner where Freddie Gray was murdered weeks later. We remember Tyree Nichols, who was murdered by 5 black Memphis police officers who were in a unit called Scorpion, created by a black woman police chief, Sarah Lynn Davis. The black left and even the black working class know all too well not to trust politicians and cops. We know what to expect if Harris wins, because we clocked her in 2020 when she attempted to run for president. But in 2020, we had a whole abolitionist movement behind us calling her out for her cop behaviors. Now, with an unorganized left lacking a clear strategy, campaigning and raising money for her sounds like the only strategy. If we don't make the connection between Obama's and Harris's and Dickens and Adams' pro-Israel stance and their criminalization and demonization of the black working class, we will continue to fail. The state, no matter who runs it, will kill us and then say we killed each other. To quote Malcolm again, he explains, as long as we think that we should get Mississippi straightened out before we worry about the Congo, we'll never get Mississippi straightened out. To shift to the immigrants' rights movements and its lessons on electoralism, Harsha Walia argues that borders and immigration policies are generally only viewed as a migrant justice issue. Thank you. Distinct and separate from anti-imperialism, black liberation, and indigenous decolonization. However, the way working class people experience borders all over the world is tied to the theft of land and surplus value. Settler colonialism's life source is criminality and illegality, which is why we must remain rooted, developing a critical analysis of how imperialist tactics work to divide us. If we stay connected to internationalism, it teaches us that no nation state will prioritize us, and the state does not and will not ever transform itself. The far right, like Texas Governor Abbott and Trump, are using human beings as political pawns to force the Democrats to move right on immigration policy, making the border regime bipartisan. And because the Democrats have no values or backbone, moving right on racist policy is a norm for them, because they have no answers for us why housing and groceries are so high. The xenophobia and scapegoating of migrants is a tool to pit working class people against one another, and the immigrants' rights movement, whether we assess the undocumented and unafraid protests in the early 2000s, or the fight against SB 1070, an Arizona law that made it legal to racially profile brown people, teaches us so much about the border regime and the prison industrial complex, which is following a long tradition of upholding systems rooted in anti-black racism and anti-indigeneity, with a goal to kick out and immobilize the next group of people the global north villainizes. Knowing this history can help us create strategies of resistance that won't be sidelined by the kinds of divide and rule policies Harris is hoping we fall for. To conclude, it is easy for us to analyze how evil the Democrats are and how they contribute to fascism that's creeping on our doorstep.
Fascism!
But offering a convincing solution is a hard task for a left that is unorganized. Whether we are new to struggle or have been in struggle for 50 plus years, we often forget what it means and what our solution needs to be to stop a genocide, fight for land back to indigenous peoples, or bring down a border wall. We forget to have huge demands and not be won over when Democrats tell us our demands are too unrealistic. It takes struggle to stay curious, creative, and hopeful. But what is struggle? What are we asking of people who say they are unsure what to do in a moment of despair, besides voting for a black South Asian woman who gives us permission to cling a little bit to US exceptionalism, when the material reality for so many of us is so futile? It's struggle. It's bearing witness to a cop hitting your 18-year-old student with a rubber bullet in the head, and then brutally arresting your other student the same night at an encampment protest and allowing that anger to take over your body. It's being on the streets of Ferguson in 2014 when thousands of people learned how to handle the tear gas from Palestinians on Twitter who were facing Israel's bombardment on Gaza. It's finally joining your labor union that you've been putting off and voting to strike. It's developing the skills to facilitate a meeting so that everyone feels heard and can confidently vote. It's asking newly radicalized people to do stuff, like take notes at a meeting. It's asking people if they need rides before you head to your local protest. It's feeling a little bit more confident in your politics because you made the commitment to yourself and your community to read for 20 minutes before bed since October 7th. Struggle is necessary because it forces us to reckon with the lack of disorganization and fear of democracy in our communities. It's necessary because it shows us
Is
the
the
power
sound
in
just
us and our
completely
own
off?
self-activity. Changing yourself to better show up for your community.
Hang on. I need to reload this. Is the sound just completely off?
Cops, and then the cops back
Yeah, it is.
down,
Sound is
you
completely
demand
off.
more.
All right.
Struggle is the opposite of disillusionment and despair. It's committing your life to the revolution. It's being in a political organization with others
It's on
who
their
are
end, not
assessing
on
the
mine.
movement, building coalitions, and moving
We'll
together.
just have to listen for the sound.
And like Sameh Al-Qasim said in the poem that George Jackson was quoted for, I shall not compromise, and to the last pulse in my veins, I shall resist.
They might
Thanks, y'all.
actually take this stream down because of how bad it's going, which is why we need to watch it. I've got the other one pulled up for later. But we're just all going to have to suffer with the sound being unsynced because this is socialist technology. This is live. I can't do anything about it. I don't want to hear any complaints.
That was Kristen, and now we got Brian.
Comrades,
Comrade.
this whole topic should be a very simple one. The very notion that support for genocide is a lesser evil should render the entire equation as a patent absurdity, and that should be it.
Now I'm thinking about doing the
And
mystery
yet,
yarn along
at
Judy.
the
I'm looking
DNC
at the
convention,
kits.
we saw chants and signs ecstatically proclaiming, "We love Joe," literally being used to cover up a solitary banner unfurled by Democratic delegates with the simple request to stop providing bombs being used against schools and hospitals in Gaza. Now, most of these spineless supporters blocking the simple message would probably even admit what's happening in Gaza is bad. But they tell us, what about domestic issues? What about the Republicans being so much worse in reproductive rights, being trolls around gender and sexuality, and what about Harris being black? I think my co-presenters already spoke well to this, but I would just ask people to again pause and consider the ethical dimensions of a society that puts these up against each other, and ask people to ask which of these is more tolerable. Lesser evilism is a strategy that has lost. The notion of even posing these questions as which is more tolerable speaks to what I want to spend my time speaking on this panel about. I think one of the most damning consequences of the lesser evil strategy is that it smothers the political imagination of our movements. It lowers the political horizon of what is possible, and it methodically chastises any notion that we can actually fight for what we want. These messages, which are deployed every 4 years, over and over by political leaders, by union bureaucrats, and the mouthpieces of the nonprofit industrial complex, impact how people, working class people, the oppressed, young radicals, think about their role in trying to change the world and what impact it may have. And this is precisely the opposite of what the left should be doing. The left should be the ones who are continuously and consistently arguing with passion, verve, and zeal to not tolerate the insufferable intransigence of our political system, to raise the political horizon of what is possible and what is required, and to methodically chastise those who say you can't fight for what you want. And most importantly, to pair those words with the important deeds of organizing such a fight. My comrade Eamon McCann, who is a veteran Irish socialist who helped lead the civil rights struggle against British colonialism in the 1960s, who helped organize the insurrectionary free dairy movement and is still fighting today, once told me that he drew 2 lessons from his many, many decades of organizing. He said, 1, never let the ruling class off the hook, and 2, watch out for people who say, stop, this is the best we can do right now. The lesser evil strategy preaches the exact opposite of both of those lessons. This strategy argues that not only should you vote for what you don't want, but confusedly that you
We're
should
going to
want
watch
what
that
you
one
don't
later,
want.
Milo.
Because
So
that can
we're
make it
gonna watch
easier
it
for
when
what
we're
you
on a
do want.
break, if you want to wait.
Hypothetically,
and
and at some undetermined, never
watch
defined
a
point
different
in the
one live,
future,
though.
it continually, consistently pushes off the fight for down the road. We can't actually fight now. This is all we can do. It's a politics of hopelessness that I hear anytime when I'm talking to someone who sighs and says, well, someone has to be the president. And during this specific episode of this tired political drama, they're trying to paper over that hopelessness around Harris and Walz by mustering a sort of fabricated excitement to pursue a vibes-based spectacle on display here in Chicago at the DNC that's fueled with some kind of sigh of relief that at least she's not the walking corpse of Joe Biden. And I think that's exemplified
Why the
by the
Democrats like
show
Kamala.
of the rapper Lil Jon performing at the DNC, pumping up the crowd to turn out for what? And while this is happening, another Palestinian school is bombed, $20 billion in arms is sold to Israel from the US, and Israeli soldiers are raping Palestinian prisoners in full video, bragging about it on TV, and being defended on the Israeli Knesset. With that juxtaposition, I want to ask, turn out for what? Around the question of Palestine, we see this most profoundly. Despite Harris being explicitly clear, as she did in her statement on August 8th, that she is opposed to an arms embargo in Israel, despite the party platform approved at this past convention that not only says nothing about an embargo, but issues complete and unbending support for Israel in the fight against Hamas, that criticizes the United Nations' one-sided efforts to condemn Israel, despite Harris receiving an all-in endorsement from liberal Zionist J Street and the more hawkish Democratic Majority for Israel, who endorsed her because, they say, she is a proud, pro-Israel Democrat with a strong record of supporting the U.S.-Israel relationship. But despite all these things, we're told that somehow she's different. James Zogby, longtime Democratic Party advocate and president of the Arab American Institute, tells us that she's turning a corner. One Minnesotan uncommitted activist said on Democracy Now! That her selection of Tim Walz as a VP nominee is a gift to young people and Palestinians, quote, to feel more energized about Harris and a reminder that she is different. In order to corral or capture people who sympathize with the plight of Palestinians, in order to turn the page on the disgust with Biden and to quiet the vast majority of Americans of both parties who are for an immediate ceasefire, they have to say these things. They have to promise that she is movable, promote some myth based on smoke that are unspoken potential policies that may arise at some undefined mark in the future is somehow better than what she explicitly says right now. Ceasefire now, we chant in the streets. Not another bomb, the banners read. And to this, the heroes of lesser evilism say, not now, but maybe she can change, just give her your vote. And don't worry, AOC assured us at the DNC that she is working tirelessly for ceasefire, which is either a blatant lie at worst, or at best, she's pretty fucking bad at her job. Lesser evilism presents
AOC.
these baseless hopes, presented to turn out the
AOC
votes
is not
of
far
working
left
class
enough for these
all the
people.
while lowering
Not
expectations.
for real socialists.
Natalia spoke well about how we actually can't do both. Vote for lesser evil and organize a counterweight. There's another reason why that argument, that we can do both, fails, that speaks to the way in which lesser evilism dampens the imagination and political horizons. Natalia pointed out that it's just not one vote on one day. It's not what we're talking about. Elections are events that occur alongside of and sometimes overlapping with the organizing of concrete social movements and the coalescence of political ideas. So our question should be, does it help or hinder the development of social movements? Does it push forward or hold back the confidence of people who are thinking about fighting back? Does it illuminate or confuse the political lessons that we educate the people that we are so desperately trying to move into activity, to bring with us into the struggle? And in that context, you actually can't do both. You can't say, I support this party and you should too, and then criticize the undemocratic nature of a state devised to institute minority rule on behalf of the capitalist class. You can't say Harris and thus the US state is movable, open to convincing, and at the same time steel people to carry out the kind of antagonistic fight needed against the party of genocide, war, neoliberalism, militarized borders, mass incarceration, and trigger-happy racist cops. It shifts the path of struggle into backroom negotiations and minuscule policy shifts and claims that our enemies are our friends. So in addition to Palestine, I want to mention two other examples that show this clearly. The Green New Deal. Before the Biden presidency, there was a great deal of momentum around the plan to fully decarbonize the U.S. by 2030 with large public spending infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. Groups like the Sunrise Movement held...
No! No! They just ended their live stream. Fuck you.
Two other
Okay,
examples
we're back.
that show
We're
this
back.
clearly.
We're back. Wait,
The
no,
Green
we
New
aren't.
Deal.
We aren't. It's gonna end.
Before the Biden presidency,
It's
there was
gonna
a
end.
great
Watch.
deal of momentum around the plan to fully
Watch, it's gonna
decarbonize
end.
the U.S. by 2030 with large public spending infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. Groups like the Sunrise Movement held...
It just, they fucking ended it. Goddamn socialists. Goddamn socialists and their fuck-ups with technology.
We're in a good position to be able to critique.
That's not the socialism conference. God damn it. Well, I really hope they're recording that
Two other
session
examples.
because, like, that was actually a really great session, and I wanted to see what the Tempest Collective had to say. God damn it, socialism conference. We'll go back to the other one in just a second, guys. Well, bot, this is fucking live. They cannot restart the entire session. What do you want them to... Guys, this is a live feed. This is not pre-recorded. This is live. I just hope they're recording it on their end because, like, it was good, man. We already got some great clips from it. Be sure to like and subscribe. YouTube won't let me cuss. Hey, thanks, LK. I really do appreciate the super chat. Well, guys, we will go back over to the other session that's being streamed right now. I appreciate everyone joining me today. As always, we're going to have to deal with socialist issues surrounding technology, and that is just the way it goes. And the other feed, I think, is still working. And so we're having to be adaptive here. Hang on. Let's go back to the other one.
A little crack and stuck themselves right in there.
There's Linda.
I can tell you had a word on your heart. You have been thinking about that for a minute. And I don't want to lose track of this thread because I think we probably all have real reflections. I'm not gonna lie, I am definitely a person that's been, this is a psyop. I'm like these accounts came out of nowhere. These are not people that have been talking about Black and Palestinian solidarity or Palestine. And you know, I think that they are exacerbating real tensions. I think we do have you know, that adage of trust Black women. That comes into conflict with, yeah, but she's running to be the head of the snake, and I don't have to trust that. And we have, you know, ways in which we have stopped talking to each other or talking past each other. But it's the timing is what's so curious. The timing is what I struggle with. And I don't want us to lose this thread, but I want to make sure we have space to bring you all into the conversation. I just want to hear from Clarissa and Lima about what do you think keeps us united in this moment of maybe very real and human tension, but also very real and manufactured tension.
Yeah, I'll share really quick. Well, not committing to really quick. Yeah, so it's been interesting. It has led to a lot of interesting conversations, but what I want to say is those conversations need to be happening offline. Get off these phones, get off social media, go touch some grass, go to the streets. That's where we need to be having these conversations because, as we said, like, tensions have always existed. We all come from different places. We are not going to be the, like, epitome of an incredible organizer or activist or person or human being or whatever overnight. It takes struggle, and these conversations need to be happening in person. I know, especially, you know, with COVID and pandemic, and things have shifted, and we lost a little bit of that. But we have to find ways to still connect with each other because we do have a decades-long history of solidarity. We cannot forget that. We have, whether it was, you know, Malcolm X going to Gaza. So just like think of these moments historically. Whether we even have Yahya Sinwar, who was talking about, and I quote, "I want to take this opportunity to remember the racist murder of George Floyd. George Floyd was killed as a result of a racist ideology held by some people. The same type of racism that killed Floyd is being used by Israel against the Palestinians." We know
that means capitalism.
What the reality
Capitalism created
we
racism.
know
That's what that means.
this, and so this is something that we always have to come back to and center, and we cannot let people like the establishment using people like Kamala or like Obama as these Black people to distract us of what our true liberation is, because the reality is we have a shared enemy and we always have to come back to that. So whenever in doubt, take a step back.
We have a shared
Think to
enemy,
yourself.
capitalism.
Am I feeding into imperialism?
Imperialism
Am I feeding
means capitalism.
into capitalism? And then ask the other person.
Am I
that
feeding into
question,
capitalism? She just said
right?
it.
Don't go on the defensive. We need to be constantly building these relationships and having these hard conversations. and don't shy away from them. As challenging as they are, AJ mentioned earlier, we've had challenging conversations, and I will say for myself, I am a better person for it today. And I'm constantly being called in by the people that I love and I care about, and I am so grateful for that. So I think that's just something that's important. And then one thing that I do also want to highlight is like this idea of tarakum, which in Arabic means accumulation. This is like something that we constantly take into our resistance because it is a building, it's an accumulation of all the lessons that we have learned. So don't, like I say how important it is to not let things like this prevent us from being able to move forward, because this is not the first time. It's gonna happen again, but let's take on these lessons. Let's remember that before we react, because that's how they expect us. That's how they respond. They're very reactionary. We can't come from that same place. We have to come from a place of understanding and a place from realizing who the real enemy is.
Capitalism is the real enemy.
Oh, I'm so sorry. One more thing. Okay. How many people here on like multiple group chats? Yeah, I can't even count the number of group chats. That's also another place where organizing does not happen, right? So just like I said, get off social media, get in the streets, just in the group chat, find a time to meet. Okay, that's it. That's what the purpose is.
Don't have an argument in the signal.
That's what the purpose is. Go talk to people. Okay, that's all I had to add.
I actually wanted to maybe expand a little bit more on the whole like go touch grass thing. I feel like people say it a lot, but there's actually a lot of like writing and discourse about just how social media sites are set up to build conflict and to pull context out of conversation. Like folks aren't saying it to be like, you know, just get off your phone. It really is like Twitter, TikTok, the mechanisms of how you respond to people, quote tweeting, it's set up for you to see something out of context, argue with it, and build an idea about what somebody's saying, and build division. So it's not just like a phrase, it really is, these apps are set up to, build discourse. Like they make money off of building discourse. And that discourse, that ad revenue going to Elon, even that white man who owned it before, as much as we use it for our own organizing, it inherently is used to, stir tension. Like we've all been in that place where you're like, why is my heart rate up? Why is my shoulders up? Why am I pissed? And I've been on Twitter for 1 minute, right? Like it runs on our rage, it runs on our confusion and our upset. So it truly is not just a phrase, it really is like a mechanism for us to understand that we want to be in context with our people, we want to be having conversations where people can see us fully, and also understand that someone isn't seeing us fully, but you can't really see that through an exchange online. So personally, as you know, a hothead who used to be on Twitter cussing everybody out, and I really loved it. Like I really enjoyed. Like it really gave me like Like it really gave me a dopamine hit to cuss out politicians, to cuss out local people, especially in Atlanta. Like I was on Keisha Lane's bottom every week, but in person when I actually was organizing around policing, I was like, oh, this person, one, actually does not know what she's doing, and two, doesn't even understand the mechanism and the monster that she's inside of. And that made it much more easier to organize against her, and thankfully we were able to unseat her in Atlanta. But I wanted to add a little bit to this idea of unity. I think also, one, I'm personally not impressed by Black politicians ever, and I think the privilege of that is being in the South, having Black politicians who espouse these ideas
Can't
of
do anything about our mic, guys.
and uplift and social mobility, and I never see that happening in my community. My folks have been voting for Black politicians all their lives, and we're still living in the same neighborhoods. And so that is one. I also think inherently, like, I feel like looking back at history, Black folks have always been told we need to vote for our safety and for our survival, and we're still in the same conditions. And so I think for me personally, when I hear Black folks being like, you know, we can't focus on Palestine right now, I'm like, we've been told that since the war on drugs. We've been told that since Jim Crow, right? That we need to vote for our safety, that we just need to look at our stuff and focus on us. And it's still the same. So if in this moment, if there's a larger system that we're all tied and connected to, what if we actually work together to do that kind of work? And I think lastly, I wanted to mention, because I brought it up earlier, June Jordan has this essay that she wrote in Essence magazine in June 1983. It's called Black Folks in Foreign Policy. I think if you're a Black organizer, you should read it. It's really important. Also, Essence magazine is not radical in any way, so, right? Like her getting that there is a very big deal. And I think that is a good entry point to understand, one, imperialism, internationalism, because she literally runs through Palestine, Cuba, Nicaragua, like all of these times in history that Black folks have again been requested to vote for the Democratic ticket and be happy about it. And I think we have a really beautiful chance this time to say, no, I don't want to do that. Or no, I want to do something different. I know for myself, I know a lot of folks are like, I just care about down ballot. I want to talk about what's happening locally for me. What are my city council members doing? What are my school board members doing? And letting y'all have the rest. But yeah, that's how I'm pushing forward and really thinking about. Also, I think lastly, in Black communities, I'm not as impressed by anti-Blackness from non-Black people when I'm hearing anti-Blackness from Black people. Especially like, I'm
anti-Blackness means capitalism.
You know, when I saw those arguments online, I was kind of like, okay, I'm not surprised. If you're not Black, that makes sense that you would want to be in a system of power. But I struggle the most sitting with my own inherently taught anti-Blackness and sitting with other Black people about how we've been taught anti-Blackness and around class and around privilege and colorism. So yeah, for me, I was like, this is cute, but you know, I'm trying to focus on what me and my people need to do, you know, and how we need to be in solidarity with folks.
That's what it has to do with class.
Thank you for that. And yes. I think there are a couple of things that y'all said that just are sitting present on my mind. One, Kamala Harris and Barack Obama and sort of the anointed Black faces of imperial power are not ignorant. They're not oblivious.
The anointed Black faces
Edward
of imperial
Said
power.
was one of Barack Obama's teachers. Barack Obama knows what's happening in Palestine. Kamala Harris's father is one of the most renowned Jamaican communist scholars. And so it is not as if these people are unaware and need to be educated around what's happening. They have made a choice to represent empire. And we have to make sure that we don't fall into the feel-good politics of validating their choices by celebrating. Now, I do electoral organizing.
Even though
I think there are a lot of
Harris's
different,
father is a communist, that doesn't mean Kamala Harris is a communist. According to real communists.
And I see elections as a place in which we help define our political terrain and what is possible within a segment of time in the system that we are in as we are trying to build an alternative. And so I am not here to make a prescription on how you move in this moment. But I do think that what will support
chose
people in moving in this moment is being in a political organization,
the actual
being
communists.
in a political home that has concrete values through which you can hold yourself and your comrades accountable to. Otherwise, it's a lot of noise and people arguing about what they got on TikTok. And, you know, TikTok has definitely been a place of people's political awakening. I'm not villainizing it. Again, Tumblr was a site where I had a lot of exposure to discourse. Those things were important. But just having those messages didn't make me a revolutionary. Being in practice with comrades like Lima, being in practice with people struggling, going, struggling, failing, struggling, trying, experimenting, struggling. Those are the things that help me be a revolutionary and help me be accountable to the solidarity that has been built. And so I say it is so critical for us to find a home. And you can move houses. It'd be real. This is one of the few rent-free places that you can go, you can shop around, you can find a space that fits for you, but find a place that has a politic that you are willing to put into practice, that you are willing to struggle around, that you are willing to be wrong in the service of getting free, in the service of learning how to be right. There are so many right people in the world that still aren't free. There are so many people who think that they have the revolutionary solution, even though we have yet to have the revolution itself. And being an organization becomes a place where you can actually not just be right, but be in practice with your people around what you believe. And so that's just a thing that I think is really critical to say in terms of unity and in terms of accountability. But we have talked a lot. We've talked a lot, and I want y'all to talk a little bit. So you're gonna turn to your neighbor, You're gonna say, hey neighbor. Hey neighbor. What's on your heart right now? And spend a couple of minutes talking about what's coming up in this conversation, and think about what you might want to offer in the form of a question or a concise
Brooklyn,
comment.
no, they're not.
Concise comment.
That's conservative
because we want to spend
propaganda.
the rest
That
of this
is
in
not
dialogue with one
real.
another.
That is nothing more than conservative bullshit propaganda, according to the actual communists. And I've been telling you guys this. Listen, I understand, and they're just going into a discussion right now. We can't really hear anything. But I understand for people who are watching socialism for the first time, or for people who do not watch regularly with me, it might come as a surprise to you that Kamala Harris is not a communist. But I have been saying this literally since Kamala got in the race. Kamala Harris does not speak like a communist. Kamala Harris doesn't have the policies of a communist. Every once in a while, she slides in a line about equity. But that is not what makes a communist. Even Doug Emhoff got up at a campaign event just yesterday, and Doug Emhoff says Kamala Harris is pro-capitalism. There is not a socialist or communist in this universe, certainly not at the actual socialism conference, that would say they are pro-capitalism ever. It wouldn't happen. Anyone who is telling you that Kamala Harris is a socialist or a communist is spreading conservative propaganda that is not hinged into reality. And no, it's not the boiling frog method. No, she is not an ally. Brooklyn, you are literally listening to a session where they are telling you she is not our ally. We do not like her. We do not agree with her. We just came from a different session at the same conference where they are saying Kamala Harris is not an ally. She is a lesser of the two evils, and that still makes her evil, and fuck her. We don't want to vote for her. The actual socialists, the actual communists are telling you. They're very clear. They were protesting her all week at the DNC. I don't know what you guys need more of. I really don't get it, Brooklyn. Because you're smart and you do listen, but you get sucked into conservative propaganda. And then you get confused. And then you go off in a different direction. And it's just like, the real socialists, the real communists will tell you what they think. They'll tell you who is an ally and who is not an ally. And they do not consider Kamala Harris to be an ally. They do not consider Kamala Harris to be the slippery slope. They consider Kamala Harris to be the enemy. It doesn't fucking matter what she considers herself to be. It doesn't matter. This is conservative propaganda. And I love you, Brooklyn. I really, really do. I'm not going to have this shit in my chat. If you insist on coming in here and shilling conservative propaganda in my chat, I need to correct it in the most stern terms. No, you're not. You are not agreeing with me. This is what I'm trying to get you to see. Everything that you put in my chat this morning about Kamala Harris is wrong. It's just wrong. It's wrong based on what we're watching. No, okay. Brooklyn. Press 1 in the chat if you think that Brooklyn is agreeing with me. Press 2 in the chat if you think that Brooklyn is giving us conservative propaganda. I know we all like Brooklyn. But 1 in the chat if you think that Brooklyn is actually agreeing with me. 2 in the chat if you think that Brooklyn is shilling conservative propaganda.
Y'all so much. I can tell y'all are in spirited conversation. And if you identify as a BIPOC individual, a black and
1 in the chat if you no. No one's listening. No one is listening. We're gonna do this again. 1 in the chat if you believe that Brooklyn agrees with me that Kamala Harris is not a socialist and not... Stop putting numbers... Okay, we aren't listening this morning. Let's try this again. Everyone stop putting fucking numbers in the chat. We're doing this again. Press 1 in the chat if you believe that Brooklyn is saying that Kamala Harris is not a socialist and not a communist and not an ally in any way, which is what agreeing with me means. Kamala Harris is not a socialist. Kamala Harris is not a communist. Kamala Harris is not an ally. These people hate Kamala Harris. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is Kamala Harris is a socialist and a communist ally and a slippery slope towards communism. That's what conservative propaganda means. So 1 in the chat if you think that Brooklyn is agreeing with me that Kamala Harris is not a communist, is not a socialist, is not an ally. Okay, we're still not listening and we're not reading. Okay. All right. All right. Guys. How on earth can you guys interpret someone coming into my chat saying, Kamala Harris is an ally of the communists, Kamala Harris is an ally of the communists, Kamala Harris is an ally of the communists, and then I say, do you think that she's saying that Kamala Harris is not an ally of the communists? Can we wake up? I know it's early for me too. Can we fucking wake up here? Please do not descend into the land of retardia this early. I swear to God. I swear to God.
Posted a photo of her having to cut her hair due to the water shortage that is inflicted on Gaza. And it made me started thinking about the symbolism that comes with being a Black woman and cutting our hair. And something I've been in struggle with trying to talk to fellow Black people is, of course we are an oppressed group, but by having a little blue passport, we have a lot of privilege. And trying to talk to Black people in this moment of a Kamala Harris and saying, hey, life sucks right now for us, but also we are American citizens, and that comes with a lot of blood on our hands as well. And so thinking about someone like Bisan who had to cut her hair.
Kamala Harris is just an opportunist. That's all.
Not by choice, but then I think about Black women and symbolism of liberation for us to cut our hair. I just think about like that back and forth right now. So I'd love to know any thoughts or language you all have on acknowledging the privilege Black Americans have by being American, to be in solidarity with Palestinians who are victimized by an imperialist system.
Thank you, thank you. We're gonna take one more and then we'll take some responses.
Thank y'all. I heard you say several things that spoke to me. I'm from Charlotte as well, and when you said you're not impressed by Black politicians, I took that personally. As a Black politician, I'm not impressed.
Brooklyn. See, this is the basis of the argument right here. This is the basis of the argument. This is the basis of the argument. She does not pander to them, Brooklyn. You are literally watching a session at the Socialism Conference where they are telling you she is not pandering to them. That is not what Brooklyn, she told them off at one of her campaign events. She literally told them to shut the fuck up at one of her campaign events. I don't understand this. She literally told them to shut the fuck up at her campaign event on camera. Can you please stop this?
Wearing Palestinian flags in the Capitol, so that's kind of
it is too early for this shit.
That I'm asking for some therapy and some help on is, I have not done a good job of knowing how to respond when Palestinians are asking different things of me.
I need more coffee. I'll be right back.
To speak up or not, to take the ceasefire statement a certain way or not. And so while no group is monolithic or homogenous, and of course different strategies are at play, it's been the first time that I've had to be asked to be less radical in a space. And when Palestinians, for example, last week the DNC, right? My colleagues are there from Colorado. We didn't have a present vote. Everybody from Colorado voted for Kamala Harris. And so when a Palestinian legislator is asking me to not say more, I just would love any help about, and this is community, it's a parallel to community as well, how to weigh who I'm being guided by, because I feel like I don't have a vote in the intercommunity discussion, but how do I prioritize knowing which way to be of use? I hope that makes some sense. Thank you for helping me get this job, and of course, those of us who stood up for Palestine will all lose it, so thank you. Woo!
All right, so we have a comment and a curiosity around the attention economy and how that is impacting this moment. Some of the dichotomy of liberatory and oppressive sort of symbolism, the cutting of hair and how that has been, for a lot of Black folks, hair is a site of struggle. It's a site of revolutionary action. It's in some of the small ways that we have our biggest revolutionary kind of experiences, and then sort of the forced, oppressive state of having to cut your hair because the conditions are so unlivable and unmanageable. And then the tension of like intra-community politics. Like, if a Palestinian says something, do I have to do it? If a Black person says something, do I have to do it? How do I move in my principles, moving in a practice of solidarity and struggle? And so I'm going to open up those for any responses on your heart. Quickly, though. Yeah. Quick.
I'll do the attention economy one, because I think it's like kind of more like a comms question, which is more so like what kind of impact do you want? Specifically like thinking about Me Too, like yes, those are hashtags, but they're also like fully developed movements and they have a legacy of organizers behind them. And so I think if you want to play like the short game of like, hey, it's a hashtag and you could get the virality, the
This
short
is a
impact of
live
that
stream.
can get you like short-term visibility for the work you're doing. But I think, and I, am lucky to be friends with Fresco Steez, who like, y'all have seen the InfoBL defund the police mask. Like for me, I'm thinking about how do you create cultural work that lives past the moment. And so for me, virality is not that interesting. It also just runs on an algorithm. It really just runs on a computer machine that says what consumers are clicking this and how can we connect some sort of consumer product to it. It really isn't that impressive to me. And a lot of those things, a lot of those moments, even like Me Too, were around white supremacist response to Me Too. It wasn't necessarily that the movement itself was growing, it was that white women got onto it. And that isn't the kind of impact that I want for our work. I want it to live past the moment and for it to also get to the people it needs to get to. Like, I feel like I've seen a few InfoBL masks in here. Like, that's the kind of thing where I'm like, having work that lives past that and is not dependent on apps and systems that we don't have control over isn't how I measure that. So, yeah, but the attention economy is a huge market and it does make a lot of money. So I get why organizing centers it, and also we're not going to have it forever. So we got to have something else.
So I want to touch a little bit on the last question of like, how do you respond? Because I feel like I see this a lot. It's important to center Palestinians, but one of the most important things right now is to center Palestinians on the ground in Palestine, right? That's where we want to take lead from. As a Palestinian in the diaspora, that's where I learn from. I still struggle with things. There's things that like, because I because I've lived here for so long, I'm like impacted by the way that this society has like shifted things for me, and especially like when it comes to identity politics. So just because, this is not to say don't listen to Palestinians and just discard them, or don't listen to Black voices and discard them, but question again, like what is their role in advancing like a capitalist agenda? For Palestinians, we center ourselves on el thawabit. We have these principles. And so this is an opportunity to kind of like check in with those Palestinians on like, hey, how do you feel like this is reflective of the thawabit? Not to say that you need to go into like a whole conversation with them, but like, how does this help in our right to return? How does this help us move forward in our
The right to return would be
principle
inherently
on Jerusalem
anti-capitalist.
being the capital of Palestine, from the river to the sea. We
They're
believe that Israel
reclaiming their
cannot
land.
exist and it will not
That's
exist
anti-capitalist,
within our
colonizing
lifetime.
their land.
And how does that move in self-determination? So I think that's a way to kind of like have those conversations when you feel like it like challenges some of the things that you know from a like principled perspective and like a socialist framework and understanding of just, you know, checking in around like how does this align with the Thawabit and the future of Palestinians, and to tell people we are worthy of these things. We are not asking for a lot. We should not have to say, hey, please give us a ceasefire. No, we demand the end of the occupation. We demand the end of our oppression. So let's not, you know, skirt around that for these, what we might consider small wins, because in the end, they are more detrimental to us moving forward and to getting our true liberation.
True liberation means liberation from capitalism.
All right, y'all. We're at the sticky time. Time is a construct that capitalism really drives, but we are on a schedule.
Time is a
Little
construct
tension
that
point there.
capitalism drives.
And so I'm going to ask
Anyone
something
know why
that's gonna
that
be a
is?
little weird, but I'm going to ask that you go with it. I want folks who have thoughts to actually present them into the space and for them to be questions that we're all left with, and that we find time to meet somebody in this room and maybe have a conversation about it. Again, BIPOC Social Tomorrow is an excellent opportunity, if you are a BIPOC person, to come and engage in the questions that are still ruminating. I am asking, if you go on a 2-minute thing, we don't have 2 minutes to give you. I'm so sorry. So just into the final thoughts, and so please just, we're going to go through that line. The line is closed. Do not
It's
come
not
into
time
it.
is money. That's not
Make
specific
the
enough.
offering.
Don't just give me a dot.
And
don't
then
just give me a
let's
fucking
find space to really be in community
buzzwords.
and be
What
in
does that
struggle
mean?
with each other over the next couple of days.
What does it mean that time
Going
is money?
ahead, Miles, in the Nipsey Hustle shirt. You got that life. We know it. The marathon continues.
I just wanted to say, ask, how can we crystallize Black and Palestinian solidarity to people? Like, why, if you were in the streets for George Floyd, you have to be in the streets for Palestine and vice versa? And kind of how everyone was on Biden's neck when this genocide started, rightfully so, but now it feels
We
like
are
a lot
all
of people
oppressed, that's why.
aren't
All
on
oppressed by
Kamala's neck.
capitalism.
And after she picked Tim Walz to be the VP instead of open Zionist, people, obviously that is a win, but it's we still need to be on her neck because she's still committing this genocide and sending arms to Israel. So how can we crystallize that for people? Because so many people have kind of decentered Palestine now because they feel like we're fine, we have Kamala, and that she's going to make our conditions better somehow.
Hello, my name's Samantha. I'm from Canada. I don't know anyone here, so please be my friend. My question for the group is, I am trying to figure out how to create invitations for non-Black and non-Indigenous people to give a shit about solidarity efforts, because we all pretend we're white, but we're not. Speaking as a person who used to pretend she was white. So I'm just trying to figure out how to do that, and maybe it's at the BIPOC social, and maybe it's in other places, but I would just love to talk to people. Okay, thanks, bye.
Good morning. My name's Ernest. Black biracial chemist from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Came here because my Lyft driver has suggested Socialism 2024. I was like, it must be. And I said, let me go ahead and come down here, and I'm not disappointed. I used to coach high school debate and speech for 22 years in my alma mater, local public school.
Look at Douglas.
We will talk. That's what I ended with my career with that. But it used to be policy and public forum and student congress. My question is, I used to be able to teach, emotional intellect and regulating feelings and critical thinking, to my students. But how do you, because we're here because we're open-minded, we want to learn. I think that, that is the biggest issue or, roadblock to progress and to getting people to understand. So my question for everybody is, how do you encourage in your circle, in your community, critical thinking, open-mindedness, and emotional intellect? I'm struggling with that amongst adults. Thank you.
Q&A is always the best part.
How y'all doing? My name is Dag Maui. I'm from Philly. So any East Coasters around, holla at me. You know what I mean?
Keep it a bean.
Yeah, for real. Nah, for real. My question for real is just, so I'm in my 4th year at in university. I'm graduating December, inshallah. And I'm a first-generation college student. I'm a first-generation American. I'm black. And while college has given me a lot of tools and resources to education that I feel indebted to and grateful for, I see that still as like the privilege that it is. And one thing I've seen like in organizing spaces is historically and even like in contemporary work, like how much these movements are centered around academia, the intelligentsia, all that other stuff. And like my interpretation of like Marxist-Leninist rhetoric is like, I keep thinking about when the revolution comes, who's gonna like aid in that? You look at Lenin, you look at Marx, they talk about, it's gonna be the intellectuals, but that's not who drives movements. You know what I mean? Like, it's the people, it's the rural folks, it's the people who don't get access to education, it's the working class that do that. So like, the question I really just wanna provide to y'all is just like, how do we, moving forward in movements, uncenter the intelligentsia and like, while still being able to utilize the privilege that they have, the things that they've been able to learn along the way, and like, what can we do to put the spotlight back on where it deserves, which is these grassroots working class, organizers who have been and are doing the work. So.
How do I follow that? That was great. Hi, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Tasneem. I am from Canada also. Hi. Hi, friend. I'm also part of the Palestinian Youth Movement. Alhamdulillah. Everything that has been shared, even to the line of questions and comments, has really resonated. So I just want to say thank you. It's amazing to be in this space with everyone. I've tried to make my question very succinct, and it might be a little bit of a redundant one, but it's something that in this point of the movement, a lot of us are thinking about. So being here in the belly of the beast in the West, in the Americas, we've had to come and are still trying to overcome a lot of defanging and disunity that's been present, and that was kind of the latter part of this panel discussion. But I'm really, really trying to think, and it might not be a succinct answer, but how do we come to a greater point of unity, and not just unity for the sake of unity, but for the protracted struggle it will take to reach a principled, higher unity against the forces of empire, imperialism, Zionism, and fascism. Thank you so much.
Just a light question.
Hi, I'm Justin. Excuse me, I'm Justin. I'm from Houston. Today's the last day of Black August, pretty sure. And so I'm reading Blood in My Eye by George Jackson. And one of the things he talks about is, he says, total repression and genocide are not possible, if we organize ourselves for survival first. So, I'm sure everybody knows, in the 60s and 70s, the Black Panther Party was doing, the breakfast program. Everybody knows about that. So I feel like that would look a little bit different in 2024. I thought, I was going to get some feedback from you guys, but I guess it's something for everybody to think about. What are some things that we need in 2024? What would that look like in modern times, organizing for survival for the R word, revolution?
The R word, revolution. Surviving for revolution.
Hi,
the counterattack on world supremacy is the shirt.
I'm really happy to be here.
Hey, thanks, Murphy's Pool. I appreciate you.
I feel like, in order to engage with the movement for Palestine, we have to be steadfast in our fight against imperialism, racial capitalism, and colonialism. And so my question is, like, how do we strengthen solidarity as Black people and like mitigate tension with Palestinian folks who think that folks care more about Black issues than Palestinian issues, when the reality is that a lot of the principles of Black liberation movements have been hijacked and whitewashed in the dominant culture. So white people are more comfortable participating, although like their visible participation doesn't amount to any changes in our material conditions either.
When I tell you all of these questions are so rich, this could be the conference. We could just sit here and talk about this the rest of the time, and I really hope and encourage that you all do find that space. I wish we could continue on into this conversation, but please, please, look somebody in the eye. Go on ahead, turn to somebody, make eye contact with the person that you plan on finding between now and the end of your time here, to maybe dig into one of those. As we close out, I want to again remind people, when is that BIPOC Social? Tomorrow, 1 o'clock. If you are not a BIPOC individual, don't worry. That is not the only time that you can continue to commune with the Dream Defenders. We will actually be having a plenary tomorrow night. We're doing a little program called Sunday School and mashing it up with our Dear Gaza program. And so come through. It will be a beautiful experience, which we really explore just what is the spirit that takes us to get to revolution? What is the mystica that makes revolution possible? And so very excited to be in that space with you all tomorrow. But as we close, I just want to ask, one day Palestine is going to be free. And one day Black folks here on this continent, throughout the diaspora, on the motherland, and all those struggling through the legacy of colonialism and imperialism will also be free. That is a fact that we will make possible. And so what do you hope for the day after our liberation is won?
AG put me in a weird situation because I was going to say some other things, but I'm going to answer that question, but say this really quick because I'm an organizer and I want you to organize. So this is what I'm going to tell you right now. Joe Biden is still the president of the United States of America. And I know you're all trying to go, it's all Kamala, everybody's consumed by this election, but there's still a man in the White House who's the president of the United States of America, and he's there all the way till January something. So don't stop organizing and making sure that this president of this United States, that this administration is hearing you, because he is the man with the power that can pick up the phone and say, stop the genocide. So don't let this election distract you from the work that needs to happen. And I will say this, in this movement, unity is not uniformity in terms of tactics and strategies.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And in every movement, historically, there were the Malcolms and the Dr. Martin Luther Kings. What we need to be able to do is believe in the best intentions of our comrades. That we are all trying to get to the same place, and we're all going to engage in different tactics and strategies. It doesn't mean that yours is right and mine's is wrong. It could be that I'm wrong and you're right, and sometimes you're wrong and I'm right. The idea here is that we are trying to get to the same place. So let us engage in that type of grace and giving each other benefit of the doubt. And when we do not agree with comrades, call the comrades in and say, this is what I'm experiencing, this is what I'm feeling, this is what I'm seeing, and I'm not feeling it. But maybe I just don't understand what you all are doing, and having those deep conversations. Dr. Martin Luther King said this, attack the forces of evil and not the people doing evil. Okay, because we often get distracted by individuals and forget that we are here because of racism, imperialism, colonialism, and all the forces of evil that continue to oppress our people. So don't tell me Kamala Harris, don't tell me Donald Trump, don't tell me Joe Biden and every other individual that people want to raise as the quote, and they are not our enemy. Our enemy is the forces of evil that we have been fighting hundreds and hundreds of years in this world. Okay, so keep the focus on the forces of evil and not the people doing evil, because you will get lost in the fray. Because after Kamala is going to be somebody else, after Joe Biden it's somebody else, the corporations it's going to be somebody else. Remember what you are fighting against. And the last thing that I'll say also is the question about what are we doing right now? What is the similarities between what the Black Panther Party was doing? You already are doing it. Folks, the pandemic mutual aid is a form of building community solidarity and saying we are all we got and taking care of one another. Mutual aid is a radical form of resistance when you are willing to say, I'm willing to help my neighbor. I am willing to stand in for my neighbor. I am willing to collect abundance from my neighbors to share with those that don't have. That, my friends, is revolutionary, and one of the most revolutionary things I've seen during the pandemic, where we were seeing so much loss and grief, but so much power in solidarity and community. All we got to do is develop more and add more to the mutual aid efforts that continue to happen all across this country. That, my friends, is the kind of work that I want to build. That's what my revolution looks like. One where we are interdependent on each other and not dependent on those who are perpetuating the forces of evil. And lastly, I'll say, AG, I already said this yesterday. The day after liberation, I'm going to be on the beaches of Gaza. That's where I'm going to be. And I just want to stand there and I want to close my eyes. I don't even want to see. I just want to hear the water on the shores of Gaza and hear the beautiful joy and laughter of the children of Gaza. You hear sometimes their laughter even amidst the bombs and the horror. You see their videos, the way they play with one. Just imagine the type of joy that we are going to hear from the children of Gaza the day after their full liberation. And that is the vision that I hold. That is what keeps me going. That's what makes me get up in the morning, because I want to reach that beach. And I want to reach those children. And I want to hold those children, because those children
Sandy, I'm going to answer your question in a second. Hey, SS Kennedy already made bingo over on Rumble. Congratulations. Hey!
Yeah, I will say that that's
Thank
something that
you.
we have to constantly make sure is at the forefront. Hope.
Appreciate you, Dragon
Because
Balls.
despair
As always.
is treason.
Thank you,
They
thank you.
want us to be despaired. So when we think of the future, we can't only think of the atrocities that are happening today. We have to imagine liberation. And for me, it is return. I am going back to Palestine. I will be sitting on the beaches of Gaza, listening to oud playing in the background and eating some jibna nablsiyeh with a little bit of watermelon, makes a delicious sandwich. I will be walking the streets of Ramallah and having some ice cream. I will be sitting at cafes and drinking tea and struggling with people and knowing that there's still work that will need to be done, because the society is never perfect and we will continue. But with the peace that we have already defeated the biggest monster.
The biggest monster is capitalism.
Ooh, such a great question. I think the day after liberation, I'm probably taking my butt back to North Carolina. But more specifically, I think those points about interdependence feel really important. And more specifically, I'll say as a Black queer person, a survivor, I can't imagine liberation that doesn't have a survivor ethic, that doesn't liberate Black trans folks, that doesn't liberate Black queer people, and that doesn't return the land to our people as well. So that's what I'm thinking of. And also just the importance of collective works. I'm like, the liberation I want is really just to like be in my community and doing shit together, and not having the weight of all the isms and stuff like impacting our ability to survive and to relate and to connect with each other. But yeah, I don't want to leave any parts of myself behind on the day of our
Only
liberation.
low
So
IQ
that includes
retards look at it
queer
like
folks,
this,
trans
Paul. Sit
folks,
around and listen, please.
survivors. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm going to live off of the land. And if y'all knew me, that's actually wild to say, but I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Somebody got to filter this water. I want to thank you all so much for being a part of this conversation. I want to thank each and every part of this panel. Linda, Lemma, Clarissa, thank you all for offering your insights. Okay. Yes.
Birthday at the Socialism Conference.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. All right, we'll work on that. Some of y'all, why don't you just Stevie when it happens. Thank y'all so much. And give yourselves a round of applause as we leave. I can't wait to continue to be in space with y'all. I hope you have a fantastic lunch. Feel free to find us. We'll be tabling throughout the weekend outside of the bookstore. And there are some beautiful Dream Defenders in the space. Go on ahead and say a squad. Who will be happy to talk to you about how you get more involved in the work that we are doing across the country. Thank you all so much. Black love.
All right, guys. Well, that live stream is winding down. I want to bring everyone through a quick run of how this live stream is going to work and how this day is going to work. Because here's the thing. The conference is now breaking for lunch. We were able to watch some of this presentation. So what we were attempting to do with the first stream of the day, because we started almost 2 hours ago, what we wanted to do is, what's going on is the Socialism Conference has 2 live streams running simultaneously, okay? And so earlier today, we were trying to watch the genocidal returns of lesser evilism. That stream kept having a problem, so we kept popping over to this moving towards home, the enduring legacy of Black and Palestinians, whatever. And so, hang on. Apologies, I had to sneeze. So, stop. I'm going to ban this account if you don't cut the shit. Guys. And I know who this is, and you really know better, and this is really starting to piss me off. All right. I am running a lot of things on my end right now, and I need everyone's help and cooperation to actually make this work. Because if I have to continue yelling at people in my chat over doing stupid things that are distracting, that's not going to work for me. All right? So, back to what I was saying. Sandy, I will answer your... Actually, let me just do Sandy's question now. Sandy, it seems like you're on the left, okay? But I do want to answer this question. For people who are joining that might be new to me, I'm sure you've noticed that I have a tone. We're going to talk about the tone in a second. But I'm also not a socialist. I'm not a communist. My community is not socialist. My community are not communists. We are watching the Socialism 2024 conference because this is what we do to learn about what the far left does. I am the only anti-communist on the internet that is continually covering the on-the-ground training and the events and all these things that radical revolutionary socialists in the United States are doing, because I have this crazy idea that if you don't understand the enemy, you cannot defeat them. And I do consider socialists and communists to be the enemy. I'm sorry if there are socialists and communists watching, but I do consider you guys to be the enemy. We are not friends. We are not on the same team. We're going to get a lot of conservatives that are going to come into this chat over the next couple of days. They're going to be very confused because they're going to think we're communists. We're going to insult them too, because they're fucking retards. Anyway, I preface this because Sandy is asking a question that kind of makes it seem like Sandy's from the left, but I do actually want to address it. Sandy asks, while we support the Palestinian people and oppose Zionism, the political leadership in Gaza is totally antithetical to our socialist beliefs. LGBTQ+ and women have no rights there. So Sandy, you seem to fashion yourself as a socialist. And listen, socialists are welcome to watch, just like conservatives are welcome to watch. I think both those groups are retarded. I hate them both equally, but, you know, everyone's welcome to be here. What I will tell you, Sandy, is this. This is the actual Socialism Conference. The socialists at this conference do not care that LGBTQ+ and women don't have rights in Palestine. Because what socialists want is to overthrow capitalism. Capitalism means private property ownership. When you see things like Queers for Palestine, that might seem contradictory. How can queers be in favor of Palestine? Because the central struggle, and you saw them say this in that presentation we just watched, and I think we might watch a little bit of it again. You saw them just say this. The central struggle that they are worried about is the overthrow of capitalism. The reason that the far left in the United States supports Palestine is because Israel are the settler colonists who have stolen the indigenous Palestinian land and privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. That's what colonization means. That's what colonialism means. And then you have imperialism. They might use that word too. Imperialism is the highest form of capitalism, is what Lenin said. Anytime you hear these words, imperialism, colonialization, colonization, that is code for capitalism, because it means the evil capitalists, the oppressors, the bourgeois, the private property owners have come in and taken indigenous land away from the indigenous people and privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. What the far left believes the Palestinians are doing is called decolonization. Anytime you hear the term decolonization, that means removing the oppressive force of capitalism. In the case of Israel and Palestine, that is specific to decolonizing the land, returning the land, removing the settler colonists from the land. This is why you heard them talk about the right of return. This is why you, at the very end of that presentation, you heard them talking about how we're going to go back and we're going to do all these things because we're going to get our land back. That's what they believe the Palestinians are doing. That's the decolonizing struggle, to remove capitalism from the land. Now, the term decolonization can apply to other things too. For example, when they talk about education, they talk about decolonizing the curriculum. That means removing capitalism from the curriculum, teaching a far-left political ideology. But in the case of Israel and Palestine, it is specific to the land. So when you hear things like Queers for Palestine, what that means is they are in the same struggle to overthrow capitalism. Queer is antithetical to capitalism. Queer is a far-left political ideology that is designed to annihilate capitalism. That's according to the Mary Nardini gang, who's a queer anarcho-communist group that has writings about this. They say queer liberation means the annihilation of capitalism. So they are in the same central struggle against what they believe is the most oppressive force in the world. That's why we saw just last night, in the opening keynote was talking about how all far leftists in America have an obligation to support Palestinians regardless of the tactics. That's because the central struggle is to overthrow capitalism. That's what they care about. They don't really care about the rights of people. They only care about the rights of people who want to overthrow capitalism. So welcome, Sandy. I do hope you learned something here. If people have questions in the chat, please feel free to ask them. Listen, so I want to just go through a little bit of a run order. We do have a little bit of a break, but I'm going to be using this as kind of a working break. The next live session is going to begin at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. So we have about an hour and 15 minutes until the next live session. You'll see there are 2 sessions that are running simultaneously. Is this going now? Wait, are they running it now? Shit. Are they doing this again? Oh no, this is just the room. Did they... Hang on. Is this...
I'm in Firebrand.
Oh, it looks like part 2.
Organized and tried
Oh
absolutely
shit!
everything
We're gonna tune into this. We're gonna tune into this in a minute. This is the presentation we tried to watch, and it looks like they're trying to do something like rerunning it now. We're gonna tune into this in just a minute, and we'll go back to the beginning and start again, because it seems like we've got a little bit more. I'm just pulling that link up so I can have it on my screen. Okay, so how this is working is that they are running 2 different sessions simultaneously. What I want to try to do during our breaks, because there are breaks throughout the weekend, is I want to try to go back and watch the other session that we didn't watch live. So what that means... Yeah, they turned it off and turned it back on again. What that means is, next up, starting at 2 p.m., we're going to be watching this session called Dismantling Imperial Feminism. That is from a reproductive justice group out of New York City, so that's going to be about abortion. But at the same time, they're going to be running this 10 Myths of Zionism session. What I want to do is I want to watch the feminism one live, the reproductive justice one live, and then I want to go back and I want to, on breaks, go through the sessions that we missed. So we should be doing a pretty steady stream of socialism the entire weekend. I want to be going back. I want to be listening again. And I know this is a lot for people to take in, but that's just how I'm going to be running this. So if you want to go to a different session, of course, you're always welcome to go over to Haymarket Books live feed and watch it live if you want. But just know we are going to be coming back and watching some of the ones that we missed. So you are going to have the opportunity to do that here in the chat. So if that's what you're looking for, that is what you're going to get. Other reminders. Let me see. Other reminders. Of course, guys, please make sure you are subscribed to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. I've already started making clips for the Substack of what's going on at the conference this weekend. I put one up last night. I've also been putting clips up on my YouTube channel. I've been putting them up on my Twitter account. But of course, my Substack is the primary place that I do post the very best clips that I have. Last night, we had a discussion about why socialists are still wearing masks. They do still have a mask mandate at the Socialism Conference. So you can go back and find that clip there. Also, this weekend, I am asking, because I am streaming this all weekend long, I am asking for your guys' support in helping to fund this little endeavor, because obviously I only get paid if you guys like the work I'm doing. I know I yell and stuff, but I also hope I teach you some stuff in the meantime. I know I only get paid if you guys like the work I'm doing. And I am the only person, as Dragon Ball said earlier, I'm literally the only person on the internet that is streaming this conference from an anti-communist perspective. So, I am not pro-socialism. I'm not pro-communism. I am the only person on the internet that is streaming this conference from start to finish from an anti-communist perspective, where our job, our only mission here is to learn about what the real far left thinks so that we know how to beat them. The Daily Wire is not doing this. The Blaze is not doing this. Steven Crowder is not doing this. There is no other media outlet that is covering this conference the way I am covering it. I am an independent journalist and investigator. I went undercover at this conference last year. So what I'm asking people for is, if you appreciate what I'm doing in terms of streaming this conference, breaking down the ideas, letting you know what you need to know about the far left, teaching you the language of the far left, providing a community that we can all be a part of to kind of make this experience a little bit nicer, I'm asking for you guys to fund the work I'm doing by going to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, link in the description below, or you can find it in the chat, and sign up as a supporter on my Substack for $8 a month or $80 a year. And you can find in this article that I have on the homepage right now, you can find links to support my work. If you are already a paid supporter, hey, I really, really appreciate you guys for being a paid supporter already. Please consider giving a gift membership. Hang on, let me make this a little bit bigger. There we go. Please consider giving a gift subscription, or you can donate subscriptions. One of the things I do want to do is I want to make my work freely available to everyone, whether they can afford it or they can't afford it. I know times are tight for a lot of people. If you can financially support my work, you help me to keep my work free for everyone. I didn't used to make my work free for everyone. I used to have a lot of stuff behind a paywall because that's what you need to do in order to actually get people to pay money for stuff. But I'm asking for everyone to do the right thing, man. Listen, I think that my mission is to teach people about what the far left is doing, to break down the ideas, to give you resources so that you can understand it and go out and teach other people. If you can financially support what I'm doing, please consider doing so, either with a membership, $8 a month, $80 a year, with a gift subscription, donate subscriptions. You can send in super chats if you want to. All of that helps fund the work I'm doing, and I really, really, really appreciate it. And as a thank you, when we get done streaming the Socialism Conference, we are going to be gathering in my supporter Discord at 8 p.m. tomorrow night, Eastern Time, and we're going to have some decompression time. You can only get into my supporter Discord if you're a paying supporter for monthly or annual in Locals or Substack. So tomorrow night in the supporter Discord, I will be sending out links for people to join. We will be watching A Clockwork Orange at 8 p.m. A nice little decompression movie, one of my favorite movies, just because we will have suffered through a weekend of socialism together. So if you'll become a new supporter today, you are going to be able to get access to my supporter Discord. We do movie night every Sunday at 8 p.m. just to like hang out as a community. We do trivia, we do music, we do stuff like that. And so Come watch Clockwork Orange with us at 8 p.m. tomorrow. I am trying to get 100 new members this weekend as of my last count, and this is not a live update, so people may have joined and I just haven't seen it. We so far have had 13 new people join this weekend. I really do appreciate it, guys. I'd love to pump those numbers up, though. I would really love to get to 100. I'm doing this all weekend long. So that's what we're doing. It's an IQ test to see how smart you are. It's an IQ test. That's what that is. As a reminder, guys, you do need to be rather smart to follow this type of content. I do require at least a 100 IQ in order to follow my content. So if you look and you see a hammer and sickle, and you look and see that it's called Socialism Weekend, and you go, oh my God, she's wearing red and she has stupid glasses and stupid hair, she must be a socialist, you might not be smart enough to be here. Luckily, you checked in. Most people don't check in. So you might be smart enough to be here. We'll cross our fingers. But you do need to be 100 level IQ or more in order to follow my content. Hey, Jane, I really do appreciate the super chat. All super chats matter. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Let me add that to our tally there. Another way you can support the work I'm doing is by heading over to the Unwoke Art Store. Now, I do have a couple socialist specials this weekend. So the Unwoke Art Store is just my merch store where I put all sorts of uppity merch. And you can see this weekend we have 4 designs that are on special. Let me just pull these up so you guys can see them a little bit bigger. Now, I have a metric ton of designs in my store, but I picked 4 that are my favorite ones just to celebrate Socialism Weekend. The first design is Real Marxism. This is Marx on a Sea of Skulls. The t-shirt comes in black or red. You can get that for 25% off this weekend. You can also get the classic, the iconic Socialists Are Gay design, which is meant to be subversive and meant to be a little confusing. That comes in a variety of colors, including light colors, dark colors, whatever colors you want. That is on sale this weekend. Then we have the classic, iconic, the original Socialists Always Lie design, including on white, which actually looks pretty badass, if I'm honest about it. That's available this weekend. And then we have the new updated Socialists Always Lie with a little bit more of like a dystopian, kind of like Banksy feel to it is what I was going for. That is available this weekend. All of those items are available in the Unwoke Art Store for 25% off this weekend only. You can get it in t-shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, mugs. You can get some on bags. You can get some on Tumblr. All the discounts are taken at checkout, and the merch purchases do go to support the work I'm doing, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Moxie, for the super chat. I appreciate the support. All right, let's see. What else do I have to tell you? We do have Socialism Bingo that's going on. You should be able to find the links to the top of the chat. And Trendlin, I really need a penguin shirt, please. Ugh, Trendlin, I'll see what I can do about a penguin shirt. I should do an unboxing of the giant box of stuff that Trendlin bought me on this stream. I might do that. The box is sitting right over there. Trendlin sent me a giant box of stuff, and maybe I'll do an unboxing in a second. So I guess, guys, one thing I do want to do before we go back to our coverage is I do want to remind people that there are rules to my chat. There is a purpose here. Let me just put these up on the screen. So for those of you who might be new to me, this is a class. I know that it seems like it's a live stream, but it's not. We are a class and we are a research group. We all take this very, very seriously. I do not allow shit posting in my chat. If you come in here and you start shilling conservative propaganda talking points, I'm going to correct you. And then if you continue, I'm going to start to get angry, because we really do take this seriously, guys. A lot of us spend a lot of time watching the radical revolutionary far left. We do this because we want to listen to them. We want to learn from them. We want to learn what we need to do to defeat them. We want to learn how they're organizing so we can defeat them. So we do take this seriously. When you come to these streams, I am the teacher in the class. You are in my house. I am not in your house, okay? So you don't have to like me. You don't have to like my tone, but there is a method to my madness, and you will learn more about what the far left is doing here than anywhere else on the internet. Well, Sandy, if you make assumptions, that is a reflection of your IQ. If you can't look at a basic... Sandy, let me lay this out for you. You have access to my entire archive of videos on my YouTube channel. You have access in the description and in the links to my Substack where I write about anti-communist stuff. You can go to my Twitter account and you can see that I literally call myself a fascist. I am a fascist when it comes to defeating fucking socialism. So if you can't use your IQ to figure out that I don't support communism when I've been covering this stuff for 3 fucking years, that is a you problem. That is not a me problem, okay? This is an IQ test. Number 2 rule in my chat, don't be a dick. Now, I'm allowed to do whatever I want, as you can just see. This is my house. I can do whatever the fuck I want in my house. But you will not insult me, and you will not insult other people in the chat. If I ask you to stop doing something, I need you to just stop doing it, okay? Again, I don't allow shitposting here. Number 3, no whining. No complaining. I don't have kids for a reason. I don't want to hear it. I will not coddle your feelings. I do not care about your feelings. I care about understanding and defeating the radical revolutionary far left. So if you come and you start whining and crying and complaining about my tone and acting like a fool, then you're going to get banned, and I'm not going to feel sorry about it because I told you no whining. Number 4, please listen. This is particularly true if you are a conservative and you typically listen to conservative media, because the fact is that there are an awful lot of really uninformed people, not because it's your fault necessarily, but because conservative media and conservative influencers have lied to you. Conservative media and conservative influencers have shilled bullshit propaganda about who the far left is and what they care about and what they're doing in the world. And I promise you, the reality is so much worse than what the conservatives are telling you. So if you're coming here and you're new and you feel maybe a little overwhelmed, or you feel like I'm too mean, or you feel like any sort of thing about this, what I need you to do is sit back and listen. I will show you what real far leftists say in their private trainings, in their private spaces. You will learn more about the far left from me than from anyone else on the internet. But I need you to listen, and I need you to follow instruction. And if you don't want to do that, then go somewhere else. Because number 5, if you break my rules, you will be banned. I do not tolerate bullshit. I have a very low tolerance policy. I have people causing problems in my chat all the time. So I don't want you to be one of those people. I want you to be here, and I want you to learn, and I want you to listen. But if you break my rules, then I'm going to remove you. I hope those rules are clear for everyone. Please let me know if they are unclear. And I will let you know. What do you think? This is my first time on this channel. Why would I think she's MAGA? Why the fuck would you think I'm MAGA? Sandy. See, we've got a little break here, guys. So we're gonna have some fun with our new socialist friend, Sandy. Why would you think I'm MAGA, Sandy? Why would you think I'm MAGA? Sandy, the reality is this: Trump is not far right enough for me. Not by a fucking long shot. I fucking wish that Donald Trump was a fascist. I wish that Donald Trump was the dictator that people like you say he is. The fact of the matter is, though, Donald Trump is not. Donald Trump is, on a good day, a moderate fucking Democrat. I left the Democratic Party 4.5 years ago, after I realized how much I had been lied to by the left. I am in no way, shape, or form going to vote for another Democrat now. Oh, so you found a 4-year-old video and you thought that... Sandy, are you capable of reading dates, Sandy? Are you capable of reading dates? Because I have actually repeatedly said, who am I voting for? Fucking no one. Fucking no one. I'm not voting for Trump this year. Why am I not voting for Trump? Because Trump is not enough of a fascist for me. I want Trump to... Oh, Sandy's whining. Sandy, are you capable of reading dates, Sandy? Are you capable of reading dates? When was that video published, Sandy? When was that video published? 4 years ago? 4 years ago. Sandy, let me clue you into something, girl. I left the Democratic Party 4.5 years ago. I voted for Donald Trump in 2020, and then I got so far right because of your bullshit, because of the bullshit of people like you, then now I really think that a fascist dictatorship is the only answer. So Trump is not a fascist. Trump is not a dictator. I fucking wish. I am not voting for Donald Trump this year. And you can cry and whine about it all you want, Sandy, but all this stuff is publicly available on the internet, girl. Do a better job of fact checking. See, guys, you do need to have at least a 100 level IQ in order to be here. And if I want to bully people in my chat, just because we're on a break, I damn well will. All right. I hope my position is clear. I want someone in power that is going to crush the left. Crush the fucking left. I want someone in power who's going to crush the Democratic Party. I want someone in power who is going to ban every fucking queer book, not just in schools. I want them all banned. I want someone in power that is going to have bonfires where they burn all the queer books. All of them. I want someone in power who is going to jail anyone who writes queer anything from now on. I want someone in power that is going to jail every single teacher that is teaching queer bullshit in schools. Donald Trump's not going to do that. So why would I vote for him? Why would I vote for him? Anyway, let's go back, shall we? Let's go back. Hang on. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Let's go back and see that other session. Is it still up? Hang on. Oh, they set it to private. Damn it. Damn it. They set it to private. Oh no, I pulled it up to have the link up, but they set it to private already. Shit. We missed our chance. Well, hopefully the Socialism Conference will put that link back up tomorrow. They seem to say they were going to. They seem to say they were. Okay, so what I want to do... Are you a retard? Is this what this weekend's going to be like? Is my chat just going to be filled with retards all weekend? How many times do you guys think I'll say the word retard this weekend? Bro, what about I am not a socialist, do you not understand? We've descended into the land of retardia. I swear to God. I swear to God. All right, well, let's do this then. Well, because I thought we were going to be able to go back and watch that session. Let's look at some of the other sessions that are at the Socialism Conference this weekend. Now, they're not streaming all of them, but they are recording all of them. So we should have access to the presentations that they're not streaming at some point. Yeah, I'm probably going to say retard at least 200 times this weekend. I'm probably going to say retard at least 200 times this weekend. All right. Let's I want to go and show you guys what other sessions are at the Socialism Conference. Hang on. Nope. Let's make this bigger. Hang on. Bing. There we go. If you are asking me if I support universal health care, you are indeed a retard. Let me just confirm that for you. If you believe that I support universal health care, you are indeed a retard. Whoever gave you a doctorate... Okay, Sandy, you just broke a rule in my chat, Sandy. I clearly explained that you're not allowed to be a dick. So I'm very sorry, Sandy. You're now banned. Go away. Goodbye. We don't want you here. Jesus. See, that's what always happens. Anyway. Yeah, make bullying great again. That's how I feel about it. That is how I feel about it. All right, let's see what other other sessions they're having this weekend. This is just to give you guys a flavor for what type of stuff is being talked about. Let's see what else they're doing today. Challenging police surveillance technologies. How will we remember this? Storytelling. Cooperative socialized power and the reproduction of economic alternatives. I actually would have liked to see that one. We will discuss the radical potential and challenges of cooperatives to transform conditions. Okay, so it's like about co-ops. You know, I feel like I'm very patient. I feel like I'm very patient, and I'm kind, and I'm fair, and I'm empathetic, and I treat everyone well. I'm Tolkien fan. I'm basically the epitome of virtue on the internet. I have a very measured patience. Bro, shut the fuck up. We don't care what you have to say. Like, come on. Treatment, not trauma, organizing for public care in late capitalism. That's going to be about universal health care. Oh, they're talking about doing universal health care in Chicago. General strike for May 1st, 2028. I've heard other people talking about this. Key leaders in various unions are attempting to line contracts for May 1st, 2028 to win bigger collective demands for the working class than would be possible separately. Again, guys, remember, all unions are socialist. All unions are socialist. Not everyone in a union is socialist, but all unions are socialist because all unions are they socialists basically use the unions to organize. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about using the unions to organize to make sure that to try to get universal health care nationally. That's what that's about. So you might be in a union, you might say like, I'm in a union, I'm not a socialist. Okay, fine. But that doesn't mean the core underlying principle of the unions is not socialist. They are, and they're all run by socialists. They're run by socialists, the combination of socialists and the mob. This is the one we just watched. We're going to maybe tune into this one a little bit again. Now you know it's genocide, putting knowledge to action for Palestinian liberation against apartheid. This is the one we tried to watch that hopefully we're going to be able to watch tomorrow. Up at 2 p.m. Central Time, Dismantling Carceral Debt, an Abolitionist Manifesto. As a reminder, socialists want to abolish all the police. They want to abolish all prisons. Anytime you hear the term abolition, that is typically what that is in reference to, is abolishing the police, abolishing prisons. World Building Workshop, Abolition, Solidarity, and Decolonization. The world's looming nuclear threats. Socialists do not like nuclear at all. Log off and meet up, building third spaces to change the world. I don't know what that's about. Oh, it's about building community organizing spaces. Making the revolution irresistible. Street theater practices. And so they're basically teaching people how to use like theater and street performance in order to recruit more people to socialism. Abolish rent. How tenants can end the housing crisis. As a reminder, socialists hate all landlords. Socialists do not believe that landlords should exist. That's why they have a session called Abolishing Rent. Dismantling Imperial Feminism. This is the one we're going to be listening to live at 2 p.m., guys. Less than 25 years after the United States invaded Afghanistan, vowing to liberate women from the Taliban, warmongers to the imperial core are cynically invoking women's rights to Oh, this is actually about Palestine. That's weird because these are abortion activists. I know their names. These are abortion activists. Okay, well, we're still watching it. In this discussion, we will unpack the concept of Israeli sexual exceptionalism and how feminism continues to be marshaled in the service of empire. All right. Puerto Rico's struggle against colonialization and capitalism. That's about Puerto Rican statehood. Confronting the peaceful Indian and other tropes necessary to building solidarity. I think that's probably just about amplifying indigenous culture. They're having a film screening. 10 Myths About Zionism. We will be watching this one on replay at some point. Isolating Israel, organizing for the academic and cultural boycott. You guys might be noticing that the bulk of the sessions at the Socialism Conference this year are in regards to Israel and Palestine. That is just their core issue now. It wasn't like this last year. Again, for people who don't know, I went undercover at this conference last year. There were like no sessions on Israel and Palestine last year. But October 7th changed everything. And now Israel is their number one issue by far. Hey, SS Kennedy over on Rumble with the $20 Rumble rant. That rant deserves another contribution. Hey, thank you, SS Kennedy, for that. Let me add that to our tally. We're already halfway through our super chat goal for this weekend, for today anyway. Appreciate all the support, guys. Thanks so much. Let's see what else they've got. Insurgency and diaspora organizing in South Africa. Socialists at work. Okay, so here is how you know that all unions are socialist, okay? Socialists at work. How to successfully talk to coworkers about forming a union. Why would socialists want to form unions in workplaces? Because unions are what socialists use to recruit in workplaces. That's why they have sessions like this. Building anti-imperialism struggles for the 21st century feminism, eco-socialism. That's going to be about environmental justice and feminism. Coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we're going to be watching, this is the one we're actually going to be watching, Capitalism and Abolition. Well, yeah, you should know better. You've been to enough streams now that you should be starting to learn. So if you don't like that I'm telling you that you should know better, then maybe what you need to do is to listen more closely every time I answer the same questions from you, because Green-Eyed Lady, my job is to teach you. I will give people enough time to be able to come up to speed on things, but you keep asking the same questions over and over and over and over and over again. You keep getting the same things wrong over and over and over and over and over again. What that leads me to believe is that you are not listening when I am answering the questions. So if you want me to stop telling you that you should know better, first of all, possibly spelling my name correctly could be a good first step. But secondly, you need to listen when the information is presented in the first place. No, we cannot watch the Union one. The Union one's not being streamed. Not all of these are being streamed. No, socialists watch me all the time to learn about socialism, because I know more about socialism than most people who consider themselves to be socialists. So, anyway, we're going to be watching this one at 4 p.m. In this session, authors Ruth Wilson Gilmore and Lydia will draw on their work on California, Louisiana, and beyond to tease out the interrelationship of racial capitalist crisis and the expansion of carceral geographies, as well as how historical materialist approaches to abolition can fortify and advance our struggle. Environmental justice, sports and the fight for free Palestine, more sports stuff, killer debt. The global south is what they call the third world. What must be done defeating I wish they were streaming this. I wish they were fucking streaming this. This is a DSA presentation. What must be done defeating Project 2025 and the neo-fascist right? I wish the right was fascist. Amid many intensifying contradictions, the white Christian nationalist right is organizing for and winning power. Today's neo-fascist MAGA movement is not the same old right wing of capitalist consensus. Well, yes, they actually are. That's actually untrue. The right is exactly the same old right wing of capitalist consensus. That's the problem. That is why I will not be voting for Trump. That is the problem. Trump should be supporting Project 2025 and he's not. Anyway, refusing genocide from Palestine to pandemic. That's another Palestine one. They always make Trump sound better than he is. That's true. Theory of water, indigenous stuff. This is more Venezuela. They've got a presentation supporting Venezuela. More union organizing. Jewish-Muslim solidarity, building decolonial alternative to Zionist hegemony. More about Palestine. I actually kind of wish they were streaming this. I would actually kind of like to learn about that. Arab Spring. Everything's about the Middle East. Storytelling for social justice. So what socialists actually do is they train people to be storytellers. So like At the Socialist Reproductive Justice Conference that I went undercover at, they trained people to be abortion storytellers. They actually get people in a room if you've had an abortion, and they train you to tell other people about how great your abortion was and how to tell that story effectively so that it's emotional and it hooks people in and that sort of thing. This is another way that socialists used to recruit people, is they will train you. I needed an abortion because I didn't have any money, and my parents kicked me out, and the only option I had when I got pregnant by the black boyfriend that I had that refused to wear a condom is that I had to have an abortion because I had no other money and I had no other place to live, and so abortion was my only option. And Trump didn't want me to have an abortion. It was very sad. And the Republicans didn't want me to have an abortion. And the Supreme Court didn't want me to have an abortion. It was very sad. But I did it anyway. And I got the at-home bathroom abortion pill. And it changed my life. And it was good. Okay, they teach people to be better storytellers than that. But they literally do trainings on this. The right doesn't do trainings on this. They do trainings on this. This event is sponsored by dozens of socialist organizations. It's all on their website. We can maybe look at them at some point. And you can see, guys, all of these sessions, this is just today. There is a metric ton of content at this conference. Marxism, Domination, and Freedom. Aging as Socialists. They're making sure people can be activists when they're older. At 7 p.m., Rabble Rousers Get Down, Social with Incarcerated Abolitionists. They're doing socialist improv comedy. They have all these meetups. DNC protest debrief. And then tonight, this is going to be at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. How to Abolish Prisons, Lesson from the Movement Against Imprisonment. Again, they want to defund the police, abolish all prisons. Mastering the Universe, the Ruling Class, and How Do We Take Their Money? Fascism and Authoritarian Disposition of Capitalist Rule. A Short History of Transmisogyny. I wish they were streaming this. This is Jules Gill Peterson. I wish they were streaming this so bad. Settler Colonism in the U.S. and Israel. Sex Work. It's Just a Job, a documentary screening. The Potent Christian Left and the Fight for Free Palestine. This is the one we're going to be watching tonight. Palestine and the Limits of International Law. This is with that same professor from last night that we really liked, so that should be good, actually. They're also streaming this one, Survival as a Promise, The Eternal Life of Audre Lorde. That's an activist that a lot of them quote. And then they've got something else going on. So that's all tonight. They've got all sorts of other stuff going on tomorrow. We will talk about that tomorrow. But we are basically about 40 minutes out from being able to start the next live stream, guys. So if you're new, welcome. What I'd like to do, I think, is I want to go back and watch a little bit of that presentation that we didn't get to watch earlier. So listen, the presentation that we wanted to watch earlier had technical difficulties, so we kind of started watching a little bit of this Eyes on Palestine one. No, not that one, sorry. Moving Towards Home. We watched a bunch of this Moving Towards Home one because of the technical difficulties on the other presentation, but I want to go back and just watch the beginning of it and maybe see some of the stuff that we missed as we were going back and forth and working our way through the technical difficulties. So, this is from earlier today. We are basically killing time until 2 p.m. when we will be continuing on to our next live session. So if you just woke up, welcome. Grab some coffee. Let me, bing. There we go. Let's go back and watch some of this session from earlier. Because this actually did have some good quotes in it. Let's just get a fast forward a little bit. The mic wasn't working yet.
About the topic community in.
Oh, come on. No, I want to fast forward. I don't want to.
Figure out how to sign into my Spotify on someone else's computer. And so we went to the YouTube, and they clearly do not have ad blocker. But I'm going to invite you all to go on ahead and get settled in.
There's the
We
microphone.
are going to get started. Let me make sure. Oh, it got real quiet. I want y'all to know this is a family affair. My name is AG, and I'm a part of a beautiful organization called Dream Defenders. And in all spaces, we try and bring our community in. We try and bring food, dancing, conversation. And so today, we're going to be in that spirit. We can't have the food. The conference is very strict about that. But we can have the music, we can have the dancing, and most importantly, we can have the conversation. And so there will be a little bit of panel-y kind of stuff, but there's really going to be a lot of open space for us to talk to each other. The folks who are here in this space today care deeply about the topic of Black and Palestinian solidarity. It has certainly defined my organizing and truly been a place of some of my greatest political awakenings. And we know in all things there's struggle. When we talk about solidarity so much, we talk about kind of the woo-woo. Oh, you know, we came, we hugged each other. But in my experience, and I got a comrade on the stage, comrades with everybody, but like, Lemon and I be arguing. Arguing down, just like, this don't make sense to me, help me understand. So we're gonna get into some of that, but I wanna start in the words of the late great Sister June Jordan, who gives this panel its title, Moving Towards Home by June Jordan. I do not wish to speak about the bulldozer and the red dirt, not quite covering all of the arms and legs. Nor do I wish to speak about the night-long screams that reached the observation post where soldiers lounged about. Nor do I wish to speak about the woman who shoved her baby into the stranger's hands before she was led away. Nor do I wish to speak about the father whose sons were shot through the head while they slit his own throat before the eyes of his wife. Nor do I wish to speak about the army that lit
Did someone ban Fluffy Cow Respecter from the YouTube chat? Because if someone did, I'm going to be really pissed off. I absolutely did not ban Fluffy Cow Respecter from the YouTube chat.
continuous flares into the darkness so that the others could see the backs of their victims lined against the wall. Nor do I wish to speak about the piled up bodies and the stench that will not float. Nor do I wish to speak about the nurse again and again raped before they murdered her on the hospital floor. Nor do I wish to speak about the rattling bullets that did not halt on the keening trajectory. Nor do I wish to speak about the pounding
Fluffy
on the
Cow
doors
Respecter, I'm gonna try to fix
and the
that.
breaking of the windows and the hauling of families into the world of the dead. I do not wish to speak about the bulldozer in the red dirt, not quite covering all the arms and legs, because I do not wish to speak about unspeakable events that must follow from those who dare to purify a people, those who dare to exterminate a people, those who dare to describe human beings as beasts with two legs, those who dare to mop up, to tighten the noose, to step up the military pressure, to ring around civilians in the streets with tanks, those who dare to close the universities, to abolish the press, to kill the elected representatives of the people who refuse to be purified. Those are the ones from whom we must redeem the words of our beginning. Because I need to speak about home. I need to speak about a living room where the land is not bullied and beaten to a tombstone. I need to speak about the living room where the talk will take place in my language. I need to speak about the living room where my children will grow without horror. I need to speak about the living room where the men of my family between the ages and 65 are not marched into a roundup that leads to the grave. I need to talk about the living room where I can sit without grief, without wailing aloud for my loved ones, where I must not ask where Abu Fadi is,
because he will be there beside me. I need to talk about the living room because I need to talk about home. I was born a Black woman, and now I become a Palestinian. Against the relentless laughter of evil, there's less and less living room, and where are my loved ones? It is time to make our way home. I believe that poem was written by June Jordan in 1982. And there is nothing about the conditions of that poem that has changed in 2024. Those same words can be said today. We can replace a few, the flares with phosphorus, the bulldozers with bombs, even though we know that all are on the table. How many of you are familiar with June Jordan? We open with this as a testament to Black and Palestinian solidarity, but I want to be clear here.
Okay. I just did something that might be ill-considered. I just unbanned everyone who has ever been banned on this channel. Because it's near fucking impossible to go through an entire list of people and find one person when you've banned. I've banned thousands of people on this channel. So I just opened up the chat massively. I am hoping that we won't have any problems. But if people come into the chat and give me problems, so Fluffy Cow Respecter, you should be able to come back now. It was honestly just going to be easier than going through and trying to find one person. So Fluffy Cow Respecter should be able to come back. But if anyone gives me any problems, the ban hammer is coming down, and I'm not undoing it this time.
That there is a complicated history and a current present in which we see unfolding in our eyes that we are struggling through and moving towards home.
That's thousands of people I just let back
As was
in,
said
so we'll
at
see how this
the
goes.
plenary last night, there used to be a lot of Black Zionists. And Zionism itself was influenced by the Pan-Africanist movement. Zionists tried to make connections to Marcus Garvey, and Marcus Garvey rejected them. And the Zionist movement decided then that it would be anti-Black and make inroads in more liberal circles. There are people whose politics have changed over time, like Dr. King, who was once very affirmative of the Zionist project, but saw the relentless warfare and began to
I'm gonna go get something to eat. Let me know if I miss anything good, okay? I'll be right back.
change over his lifetime. And then there are fearless leaders on both sides, from Arafat to Malcolm X, who work diligently to make connections, not just with Black people on this continent, but with Black people on the continent of Africa, making connections with the South African community. We see living, breathing embodiments of that legacy today on this stage. And we're gonna get into how we got into this moment, what has helped, in my opinion, define this moment. But before we do that, I wanna actually have our esteemed panel introduce themselves. So we're gonna go down, starting with Clarissa Brooks. Just tell a little bit about themselves before we get into the conversation. Thank you so much.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Clarissa Brooks. I'm a journalist and, in the Tony Kate Bombara sense, a cultural worker. I'm based in Philly, but I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, and feel very lucky to, have been building spaces with Black and Palestinian folks, doing solidarity work for a bit of time, and most recently helping Dream Defenders, along with my friends, to do Dear Gaza, which is an event we'll be having on Sunday. So hopefully we'll see y'all there.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lema. I use she, her pronouns. I'm Palestinian. I was born and raised in Saudi Arabia. I have unfortunately never been to Palestine. My parents had to seek refuge and became Jordanian citizens. But I know that one day I will be going back home to a free Palestine. I currently am based out of St. Petersburg on Tocobaga land and am part of the Tampa Bay area Dream Defenders over there and have been organizing with them for a few years and have been really loving the building that we've been doing as building Black and Palestinian power.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Sarsour. I am a Palestinian American organizer and activist born and raised in New York City. Many of you actually know me from my work mostly on Black liberation. I'm actually one of the Palestinians that Palestine was never my number one issue, and I had this firm belief that Black liberation led to the liberation of all people, including Palestinians. And one of my most memorable experiences of my organizing career was sleeping at the state capitol in Tallahassee with the young Dream Defenders, the new Dream Defenders at the time. And I was one of those, at that time I was still relatively young, but I was still older, much older than many of the Dream Defenders at that time. And just watching that beautiful solidarity, that consistency, that moral high ground, and even at that time in 2013, the walking into the Capitol building and getting locked in because if you left you couldn't come back, and just watching young people wearing keffiyehs, and there was a sense of Palestine, and for the first time in a long time in the movement, I felt so seen. And I was seen not by some academic intellectuals, by young Black people who were fighting for the right to live and the right to dignity and sanctity of life after the horrific murder of Trayvon Martin. So thank you to the Dream Defenders for giving me one of the most beautiful moments of my organizing career.
Hi, everybody. My name is AG. For those who will probably call me AJ at some point, my name is Ashley Green, but there's a Twilight actress that has that name, so I go by AG. And I am a Dream Defender. I'm actually been a Dream Defender member since 2014, but am currently serving in the organization as the Training and Membership Development Director. And I really appreciate you starting off by talking about the Capitol. Dream Defenders was formed out of a moment of grief and anger following the murder of Trayvon Martin. And a group of students marched from Daytona Beach to Sanford, Florida, demanding the arrest of George Zimmerman. And on that march from Daytona to Sanford, there was one flag that was present, and that was the Palestinian flag. And so from the very inception of the organization, we've been having conversations around Palestine, and our view of internationalism has broadened so much. We actually got to socialism through a delegation with the MST in Brazil, and being able to see Black and brown socialists working towards taking over and cultivating the land. But I think we've gotten our definition of solidarity from our relationship to Palestinians. And definitely what has been formative to me is the experience of being in Palestine. I'm very grateful that I was able to be a part of it, and witnessing how they weren't single issue about anything. I remember meeting with LGBT civil society organization who was like, yeah, we trying to make the society more open for us. But we need to be free in order to do that. And so we're socialists, and we are working towards a future that we can see ourselves within. But in order to get there, we first must be liberated. And so I can share a lot of different anecdotes around that, but I want to start there. Black and Palestinian solidarity has a rich history, from delegations and exchanges going from the U.S. to Palestine and vice versa. And it's also been central, I think, to this generation's movement building. So much of what has sprung up began in 2012, began in 2013, but really came to life in 2014 when we saw the violence and ethnic cleansing happening in Gaza and the uprising happening in Ferguson, and the very real connection that was made in that moment. And so I want to talk to you about what was your foundational moment of solidarity,
All right, I'm back.
and how does it shape how you show
Did I
up
miss
in the
anything?
work? we can start with Clarissa.
Hang on. I'm going through the chat just to see. Do y'all think the 60s social movements, this is not LARPing? First of all, this is not LARPing. These people are 100% serious. And these people have been radicalized by the most far-left people that you can imagine. You probably have never been exposed to these people if you think this is LARPing. Let me see. Yeah, he's new. He's new. And yeah, bro, they are kicking your ass. They're kicking your ass very badly.
Yeah, I was just having like a visceral flashback. So in journalism, I actually wanted to be a war reporter. And so I remember specifically watching, I think his name's Dan Golden, but he was doing reporting about Gaza. And I remember just following what was happening on the Gaza Strip. And it was also my first year of college. And understanding, one, I definitely don't want to do war reporting. Also, just like the politics of being a war reporter and being a Black woman is complicated. So that wasn't reasonable for me, but it did give me the space to join movement and to learn more about like internationalism and solidarity. And so thankfully within that year, I was able to join an organization and was able to learn about Palestine and get more clarity on it. Because I think for me, I didn't have that, and I was given a lot of space to learn and be wrong with my friends and my comrades. And from there, I was also given a lot of space to also just be in reading groups. I think that's something I miss as I get deeper in movement, is to just like read a text together with people, annotate, ask questions, just actually read Karl Marx and sit with people through that.
I was muted. Sorry. I was reaming you out while muted. Reaming you out while muted. But well, what I was saying is, we take this seriously. If you come in here and you're like, they're just all LARPing, we're gonna go, bro, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you are getting your ass kicked, and what you think you do, your screen name is Catholic Southerner, and you think you don't have a dog in this fight? These people are kicking your ass. They are kicking your ass 19 ways from Sunday. If you're going to be here, you're going to be here to learn. You're not going to be here to shitpost in my chat.
So that was my first moment. And then I also, as I joined more like Black literary spaces, learned more about the importance of folks like June Jordan and her legacy of following Black and brown and Arab women who kind of got her on the right path to understanding what internationalism is.
Yeah, I'd say for me, it's
I promise you, if you're going to come in here and argue with me and argue with us, then this is not going to go well for you. The goal of this stream is to listen and to learn. If you're not here to learn, then get the fuck out.
It's definitely been a journey, just like everything that we do in this world, right? We're constantly growing and
It's
learning.
It's going to be all day of this, by the way. All day
So
of
for
this
me,
with
the
retards
first
coming
times
into
that
my
I
chat.
kind of started seeing these connections was when I moved to the States, and I started seeing how Black people were treated. And I couldn't help but see the similarities. And I'm not going to lie, growing up, I had a lot of anti-Blackness. And that's the reality for a lot of us, right? We have a lot of bias, and it has been a struggle for me, and I can only have done it with my comrades, my Black comrades, my white comrades, my Latin comrades, every single one who has held me accountable. And through the years, like I continued to see more and more, and then started making the connections into, the atrocities that were happening with Black people here, mimicking the atrocities that are happening with Palestine. But then I grew to learn more and more it's what it actually means to stand with a people, and that I don't necessarily need to see those connections to stand against oppression. The oppression that we see against Black people, yes, there's a lot of similarities, and there's also differences between what's happening with Palestinians, but it was the understanding, it wasn't until like I really understood capitalism and the atrocities of capitalism that it clicked in my head what it meant to fight against the atrocities that capitalism inflicts, and how capitalism intentionally uses things like racism to divide and conquer. So for me, that's kind of been my journey in the solidarity and understanding what it means to fight for Black liberation, and how inextricable it is linked to the fight for Palestinian liberation, because we all deserve to be free of oppression. We all deserve to have socialism and be free of capitalism. So that's the thing that kind of like helped ground me in really understanding our shared struggle.
We all deserve to have socialism and be free of capitalism. She just related that back to white supremacy and racism in the United States. She related that to Palestine and the struggle against Israel. Because when they say we're not free until everyone is free, what they mean is we all deserve socialism and we deserve to be free of capitalism. That's why Queers for Palestine is a thing. Queer is a far-left political ideology that seeks the annihilation of capitalism. That's according to the Mary Narney Gang, which is a queer anarchist collective that started writing about this in the 90s. The goal of queer is the annihilation of capitalism. Queer liberation necessitates the annihilation of capitalism. Queers for Palestine means we all deserve socialism, we all deserve to be free of capitalism. She also just related it to racism, white supremacy in the United States, and her need to overcome her anti-Blackness. That's because the left believes that capitalism, which is specifically defined as private property ownership, created racism in the United States. When you hear the terms systemic racism or institutional racism, they're not talking about skin color. They're talking about the system that upholds capitalism, the institution that upholds capitalism, that system, that they're talking about strike that. They're talking about the system that upholds racism. They're talking about the system that upholds, they're not talking about skin. They're talking about the institution that upholds racism. The system that upholds racism, the institution that upholds racism, that's capitalism. She just said it very clearly. Let's just rewind and listen to that again. That's honestly one of the best articulations of this I've ever heard. And remember, she's a Palestinian. She's talking about from the Palestinian perspective of someone that moved to America and is now engaged in the struggle with the left against what Israel is doing in Palestine, which they consider Israel to be the capitalist. They consider Israel to be the settler colonists, colonization, colonialism, imperialism, those are all code words for capitalism. They consider the Palestinians to be in a glorious uprising against their capitalist oppressors, the people that came in and took their land and privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. That's what she's talking about here.
In the solidarity and understanding what it means to fight for Black liberation, and how inextricable it is linked to the fight for Palestinian liberation, because we all deserve to be free of oppression. We all deserve to have socialism and be free of capitalism. So that's the thing that kind of like helped ground me in really understanding our shared struggle.
There it is. Shared struggle against capitalism.
I think for me, solidarity started at a much younger age, and maybe I just didn't have the words to describe what it was. My father is a very stereotypical Palestinian guy who owned a bodega in Crown Heights, Brooklyn.
I love that.
Right on the corner of Troy and Montgomery. And I remember after school, my mom would sometimes need to go help my dad at the store, so that would require that we all went to the store. And my dad had this little living room that he set up in the back, which was you go do your homework and then you go play outside. And outside was Crown Heights, and Crown Heights at the time in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, was a predominantly Black Caribbean Puerto Rican community. And so I was from Sunset Park. Sunset Park was predominantly Latino, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Asian. So that's the community that I grew up in, or where my house that I lived in was. And then after school, I had this other group of friends that were from Crown Heights. And so I grew up playing with black children. I grew up with a father who ran a business for 40 years in a predominantly black community. And then over time, also a very large Orthodox Jewish community that came into the neighborhood. I also went to John Jay High School. John Jay High School is in Park Slope, Brooklyn. It's changed over the years, but when I went there, they used to call it Jungle J because it was apparently, according to everybody else, it was a, quote, bad school. It wasn't a bad school. It was just a school with a lot of black children in it that were basically brought in, bused from, you know, other parts of New York City or mostly other parts of Brooklyn. And I had a wonderful time in high school because in my school, I was the very tiny little minority. There were like 6 Palestinian kids in my 4,000 people school. And so the Palestinian kids had to decide where they were going to align. And the most natural place for us to align was with the black students in our school. So you would see all the black students, then you would see the 6 Palestinians, and I was one of them. And so naturally for me, those times, and I watched, and I wrote about this in my book, I watched so much go on in my school. I watched policing and the arrest of children in schools before NYPD was a thing inside of public schools. My schools had bars on them. We had metal detectors before a lot of schools in New York City had metal detectors. So there was always something in me that was like, something's wrong here. Like, this is not okay. And then as time goes by, you grow up, you know, you go to university, you kind of go out into the community. And then I started organizing after the horrific attacks of 9/11, and just finding myself in just so many places of solidarity and understanding the struggles of policing in the New York City from racial and religious profiling and how those things were interconnected, how we were criminalized just based on our identities. And I remember a sign that my daughter carried in a protest. And she was probably like, I don't know, maybe 8 years old at the time. And it said, praying while Muslim and walking while black, which of course you could do both of those things just to be clear. But the sign said, praying while Muslim and walking while black are not a crime. And that moments of seeing us build a police reform movement in New York City around the intersections of the targeting of Muslim American communities, who of course also include black people, and also the targeting of black youth in New York was incredible. And the one first moment watching our community organize was around Floyd versus the city of New York, which was a lawsuit launched against the New York Police Department by young black and brown youth who sued the New York Police Department all over the stop and frisk unconstitutional practice. And they were these young people that went up against the biggest police force in the country. And in fact, the judge, as you all know, ruled in favor of those young people, that the NYPD was in fact engaging in unconstitutional discriminatory practice. But one day, what we were doing in the movement is each day there was a community that was anchoring the court date because the court was open to the public. So you could pack the courthouse, and it was a decently sized courtroom, maybe at the size of this. And this one beautiful day, it was our turn, it was my people's turn. And just watching a beautiful sea of young women and people from our community in hijabis, just a beautiful sea, to the point where the judge like kind of got caught off guard, like, whoa, I never seen nothing like this before. And those were like the most beautiful moments on power. And when those young people were sitting in those courtroom, young black and brown men between ages maybe 18 to 24, and just being able to see every day a new group of people that was like, we are with you, we are with you, we are in this together. It was just the things that uplifted my spirit. But I will say, to Lema's point, I don't want to be utopian here. You know, we come from communities where there is absolutely anti-blackness, as that is not exclusive to any community, particularly for immigrant communities who come from other parts of the world. You come to a country like the United States of America where race is a construct, and people learn very quickly how the hierarchy is. And so immigrant communities, as a form of protection, start trying to align with the lightest of the skin, right, with where they believe power is. And so that is not something that I'm all proud of.
Check this out. Check this out. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, computer. Seriously? Seriously. Check this out. Mitchell got a tank top. Look how handsome Mitchell looks in his Socialists Always Lie tank top. You can get that in the Unwoke art store if you want to. That looks great, Mitchell. Thank you for posting it. I appreciate it. All right, guys, we got about 8 more minutes before the next session should be starting up, so we're going to be listening to a little bit more of this.
I'm from the communities I come from. But as Lemma said, it's a lot of work we have done over the years to deconstruct anti-Blackness in our community, to figure out the origins of where it comes from, because it doesn't come from where our people are from. In Palestine, that's not a thing. But we learned that here coming to this country in the way that this country's set up. So just want you to know we're still on that journey, that we are not a perfect community. And it's something that we work through. And, you know, we don't ask you for grace, but know that we are and have incredible organizers across this country who continue to do that work so that we could be better, because we can all be better.
Yes, actually, that's actually a great question.
That's
That's a great question. SS Kennedy over on Rumble. And we've got a great Rumble chat going on today, guys. Thank you for everyone watching on Rumble. Please make sure you're following me on there if you're not already. SS Kennedy asks, is Linda demonstrating to us socialist storytelling? Yeah. Yeah, this is something conservatives suck at. Socialists draw people into their movement by telling personal stories, by utilizing emotions. The right likes to think, oh, we don't make decisions emotionally, we make them rationally. No one makes decisions completely rationally. That's just not the way the brain is work. I got a PhD in psychology just to make sure. And so the use of storytelling, saying, here is my story, and here's all the things I've been through, and here's all the ways that they're harmed. I don't really care what you have to say about it, bro. You want to keep complaining? You're a socialist on fucking Twitter. I'll just go ban you so you can't chat anymore. Jesus Christ. Socialists utilize storytelling because it plays on emotions and it draws people in a different way. So what you just saw Linda do is probably a story she's told 1,000,000 times. These things are never just off the cuff. Linda has scripted that. Linda has rehearsed that. Linda has told that story 1,000,000 times. She does it with the same emotion every single time. When you watch Socialists, when you watch go watch Kamala Harris do a stump speech. Kamala Harris gets up there, and I'm not saying Kamala Harris is a socialist. I'm just using this as an example. Kamala Harris is absolutely not a socialist, but she does the same thing. Oh yeah? Oh, I'm too aggressive? Oh, honey. Now I'm going to make a special priority to go and ban you, so I never have to hear from you again. Oh my God, you're so mean. You're so mean. Oh my God, I can't believe you're so mean. Why are you so mean? Oh my God. Oh my God. So you're going to get banned. You can cry all the tears you want about it. I don't really care. It just takes a minute to load on Twitter. Anyway, when you hear politicians do this, and by the way, it's not just left-leaning politicians who do this, there's right-leaning ones as well. They do stump speeches where they go and they tell the same story over and over and over and over and over again. The reason politicians do that is because it's fucking effective. Now, right-leaning politicians are willing to do stump speeches, but are conservatives willing to go out and tell stories and utilize stories when they're not running for office for something? No, they don't do it. The left deliberately trains people to do this. Do you guys see the difference? The left deliberately trains people to do this. Our friend over on Twitter just got himself banned. Goodbye. Goodbye, asshole on Twitter. We don't care about you anymore. And now we won't see you anymore, and you can whine into the ether. Carlin, you're so mean for putting up with socialism to attempt to teach us. Yeah, I know. I'm a raging bitch, I'll tell you what. Anyway, we can come back to this later. Let's head over to see if the other sessions are live yet, because we're about 4 minutes out of the next session from Haymarket Books. Guys, welcome if you just joined for the all-day socialism stream. This is the True Socialism Saturday. We're going to be streaming socialism all day today. We're going to be streaming socialism all day tomorrow. Coming up at the 2 p.m. hour. Well, actually, you know what? Let me do a vote on this. There are 2 presentations that we can watch. We can watch The 10 Myths of Zionism, or we can watch Dismantling Imperial Feminism. I had originally planned to watch Dismantling Imperial Feminism because I knew the abortion rights activists that were involved, but it seems to be more about using women like how Israel is using women to advance their war of aggression over the Palestinians. So here's what we're going to do. Put 1 in the chat if you want to watch Dismantling Imperial Feminism. Put 2 in the chat if you want to watch the 10 Myths About Zionism. And I'm looking at the chat on YouTube. I'm looking at the chat on Rumble. I'm looking at the chat on Kick. Put 1 in the chat if you want to watch Dismantling Imperial Feminism. Put 2 in the chat if you want to watch the 10 Myths of Zionism. And by the way, guys, we'll go back and watch the other one. So it's not like you're going to miss it. This is just the one where we're going to watch live, okay? One in the chat if you want to watch Dismantling Imperial Feminism. 2 in the chat if you want to watch the 10 Myths of Zionism. Oh, fuck, you guys are going to make me count. Shit. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, looks like the ones have it. The ones have it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to be watching Dismantling Imperial Feminism, but we will go back and watch 10 Myths of Zionism. So you guys aren't going to miss anything. We will go back and watch it later. We're just not going to watch it live right now. And both of them are going to be about Palestine and Israel, and so I think it'll be okay. Let's see if they're up and running yet. They're waiting for the other one's up and running. I'm just gonna get this one up. We'll get the 10 Myths of Zionism up just in case. Just in case. I'll just turn the sound down on that one. We are waiting for Haymarket Books to start the other one. Well, everyone's going to win eventually. We can't watch more than one at the same time. So everyone will win eventually. We're going to watch both of them. If this one doesn't start, then we might even just watch the other one. Because it's hit the 2 o'clock hour, so we should be moving on pretty soon here. The other one's already live. Guys, please make sure you have mounted the like button if you have not mounted the like button already on YouTube. I would appreciate that. You can mount it in other places too. You can mount it on Rumble as well if you want to. I have just as many people on Rumble watching me right now as I do on YouTube, which is actually kind of great. Wish there was more people watching on YouTube, but that's the way it goes. We are waiting for the session to start. The other one is already getting started. Where is the live stream, Haymarket Books? As a reminder, guys, this is live, so I can't troubleshoot for them. If there's sound issues, if there's technical difficulties, it ain't my fault. I'm not there. We're just waiting for this one to get started. We're going to end up going over to the other one if they don't start soon. In fact, why don't we just go over to the other one? They're already talking, so. We will rejoin the other one as soon as it starts.
N95 or KN95 masks while indoors at conference spaces.
It's going to start
Speakers
now.
from the front
Watch.
of sessions may remove their masks in order to deliver their presentations, but only while actively speaking, and audience
No,
members
hasn't
are
started
still
yet.
required to wear masks even when asking questions or making comments. Second, please make sure to wear your conference badge throughout the weekend and respect the badge checkers at the door of the meeting rooms. They're part of our community safety plan and here to support a safe conference. Also, please keep in mind that the Socialism Conference aims to be a space that encourages genuine learning, discussion, and debate among
As
folks
is
from
this
across
stream.
the left. We ask that all participants help us foster a culture where folks feel comfortable expressing questions and sharing different points of view. All participants should also keep in mind that the
other one
conference is
started.
a relatively public space.
The other one just started. So we're going over to the other one. Sorry if people were getting excited about 10 Myths of Zionism, but we're going over here to dismantling imperial. This woman, I saw her presentation live last year. She's an abortion. She's like a shout your abortion person. Yep, they were doing badge checks last year too. True. So no one in their room. How sad. Light audience. Come on, get your session. They might be waiting for someone. Why is there no one in their session? I wonder what attendance is like this year. We're just going to give it a few more minutes for more people to trickle in. Oh no. I don't know if their sound is on. I can barely hear them.
Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Regardless of whether or not they have an audience for this, it's kind of like, it's still important that we watch it and we learn the information, because this isn't the only place they're presenting this. This is their perspective. This is what they're going out and teaching in the world. So it's like, whether or not this particular presentation has a giant audience is kind of not even the point. Like, they're streaming it on the internet, so people are going to watch it. You went to Burning Man? I'm jealous. I'm unironically jealous. But socialists do, Gayla. Socialists do. We're still just waiting for them to get started, guys. They're running a little bit late. Welcome if you just joined. Trump just came out in favor of legalizing weed? That's hilarious. The right is going to love this. Trump is now in favor of abortion. Trump is in favor of unlimited green cards for immigrants. Trump is in favor of legalizing weed. I mean, that's not till I'm probably not going, if I'm going to be very blunt about it, but I have no idea how many people are attending. Absolutely none. Well, the conference requires them, and we've already discussed that. And no, actually, a lot of them are probably not baxed. So we don't shitpost here. We don't do this stupid dunking on the lib stuff. This is a smart people stream. This is not a dumb people stream. You might be looking for the Daily Wire or Steven Crowder. Did you take a wrong turn? We don't do this shit here. We've already discussed the mask wearing. The conference literally requires it. And we've discussed why. See, this is what happens when I unblock people in my chat. Oh, look at that lady. That's an old hippie socialist right there, I promise you. She's an old hippie socialist.
Hi, everybody. We're going to get started. Thanks so much for being here today. This is a panel on feminism and imperialism from NYC for Abortion Rights. I am going to introduce our two speakers, and we're going to hear from them, and then we'll have lots of time to take questions from the audience.
Just got very loud.
Emily Janikiram and Megan Lessard are activists with NYC for Abortion Rights and incredible thinkers and feminist scholars.
This is
so we're very
literally
lucky to hear from them
live right
today.
now.
And we're going to
This
start
is
with
live
Emily.
right now.
Thanks,
currently.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here. Yeah, just a quick note that I do talk about sexual assault in
Trigger
my
warning.
section, so just putting that content warning out there. Okay. The feminist movement is at a crossroads. Successive waves of insurrection, from the Black Lives Matter protests of 2020 to the mass protest movement for Palestine over the past year, have sharpened and heightened contradictions within the Western feminist movement. First, around the role of policing in prisons in protecting women, and second, in the role of imperialism and settler colonialism in liberating them.
That means capitalism.
2 years after the disastrous Dobbs ruling ending federal protections for abortion in the U.S., we are yet again being asked to make a Faustian bargain with the imperialist ruling class in order to be given our rights, rights which were always ours in the first place and never belonged to anyone else. The ghoulish DEI-filtered girl bossery of Kamala Harris's Democratic Party was fully on display at the recent DNC right here in Chicago,
She hates
where
Kamala.
the CPD carried out brutal arrests and beatings of protesters, where attendees clapped their hands over their ears rather than hear the names of murdered Palestinians, where cheering crowds chanted, USA, 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 in a jingoist spectacle normally associated with gun-toting MAGA racists. At the same time, the post-liberal dissident right, exemplified by anti-immigrant, anti-feminist, and anti-LGBTQ populism, has coalesced around the nomination of vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance, positioning the left as overtaken by individualism, or casting the left as overtaken by individualism and a failure to defend women, a characterization laden with racism and transphobia. The right fetishizes the post-war Fordist economy, which itself is a settler colonial fantasy. Meanwhile, violence against women, in particular impoverished women, women of color, transgender women, and women in the global South, is on the rise. This past August, Crystal Kaiser, a young black woman in Kenosha, Wisconsin, was sentenced to 11 years imprisonment and 5 years of supervised release after killing Randy Volar III, a white man who sexually assaulted and trafficked her when she was a teenager. Kaiser was 17 at the time of the shooting. Volar had abused and trafficked several underage black girls. 12 days before he was shot, Volar had been arrested for sexual assault of a child, and Kenosha police released him the very same day.
I just made you a moderator
This
to
is the
make
same
up for it. You
Kenosha
have a
police
wrench
that
now.
allowed the murderer Kyle Rittenhouse to go free to pursue a life of right-wing posting on the internet. A judge has just ruled that Breonna Taylor's murder was the fault of her boyfriend for trying to protect her, not the fault of the Lowville cops who falsified a warrant, broke into her home, and fatally shot her in 2020. This comes only 2 months after the murder of Sonia Massey by the Sangamon County Police here in Illinois. This past November, a 26-year-old black woman named Lauren Smith was charged under South Carolina's fetal endangerment laws for smoking a joint while she was pregnant. Smith was working as a waitress during her pregnancy. She was unable to manage stress and eat enough and after experiencing an incident of domestic violence at the hands of her partner, which left her hospitalized with a dislocated shoulder. Her newborn child was seized by the state the day after Lauren gave birth. Her other child was placed in foster care, and she faces 10 years in prison. And yet money continues to be pumped into police departments nationwide in the name of safety and security, as we are being stripped of our rights and our vital resources. Billions of dollars are being poured into a nationwide Cop City project, which will train cops in effectively suppressing uprisings and mass actions. Women continue to be the fastest growing section of the prison population, and the prison industrial complex continues to be a source of profit as well as a means of managing precarity. As more and more women and girls are criminalized for their pregnancies and forced to give birth in desperate circumstances, this precarious underclass will continue to grow, boosting the profits of CoreCivic and its likes. And as Commander-in-Chief of the American military, Kamala Harris, or any Madam President, will oversee a primary driver of violence against women around the world, the U.S. military. RIMPAC, or Rim of the Pacific exercise, is a maritime warfare pageant held in Honolulu, Hawaii, celebrating the imperialist war machine. It's held every other year, and it was held this past summer, 2024. Hawaii has been subjected to brutal conquest and occupation by the United States, resulting in devastation and poverty for its indigenous population, as Americans flocked to the island for tourism as well as for land. One protester at this year's RIMPAC, Heliani Sonoda Pale, said, "Military presence and occupation is a threat to our ability to sustain life here in Hawaii and Oceania. Global warming, rising seas, and disappearing islands are being fueled by the U.S. military, the largest producer of greenhouse gases in the world. This extends to the sex tourism and sex trafficking of Native Hawaiian women for the benefit of the U.S. and other imperialist powers, which itself is a promised feature of RIMPAC." One Cancel RIMPAC poster reads, "Save our waters, save our daughters." Where the U.S. military goes, sexual violence follows. A U.S. soldier was also recently charged in Okinawa this past June for the kidnapping and rape of a teenage girl. Indeed, the Pacific Islands have long organized against the presence of the U.S. military, pointing out the rates of sexual violence carried out by its members against Native women. To trust in the institutions of the U.S. government to end or abolish the sexual violence that the U.S. itself perpetuates in its quest for global domination is a fool's errand, a farce. The United States insists that it can police red light districts in order to stamp out the violence carried out by their own. In fact, demilitarization and destruction of the U.S. war machine is the only solution. In India, mass protests against the recent brutal gang rape and murder of a trainee doctor at RG Kar Medical College in Kolkata, West Bengal, are being met with brutal state repression, police cover-ups, and violence from gang members who are likely connected to the perpetrators of the crime. Meanwhile, the far-right BJP, Bharatiya Janata Party, the ruling party, is weaponizing this case in order to seize power in West Bengal, claiming that they stand for the safety and protection of women. But the BJP continues to stand behind rapists, especially the rapists of Muslim, Dalit, and indigenous women, often praising rapists as good Brahmins and honoring them when they are released from prison. Protesters who are fed up with endemic sexual violence in India want the mandatory death penalty for rape, and for rape cases to be fast-tracked through the courts. This is understandable. The rate and ferocity of violence against women and girls in India is staggering, and when reported, they are met with victim blaming and retributive violence. But India already has the death penalty for certain rape cases, for instance, rape of a child under the age of 12, gang rape of a child under the age of 18, and rape and injury which results in death or in a persistent vegetative state. And these laws have done absolutely nothing to curb the rate of violence against women and girls in India. All of these things continue to happen constantly, and these laws did not prevent the sexual assault and murder of the trainee doctor at RG Kar Medical College. In fact, the police state is generally weaponized to foment sex panics against minorities or to criminalize intercaste or interreligious relationships. For instance,
as a reminder to the people complaining over on Rumble, I cannot change the sound, and so complaining about it does no good.
Tactic of seducing Hindu girls and having them convert to Islam. Several Dalit women and girls have been gang raped in India since the trainee doctor's assault was reported, without any resulting mass protests. Meanwhile, across the border in Bangladesh, the mass uprising against the dictator Sheikh Hasina has resulted in the appointment of a liberalized interim government headed by Mohammed Yunus, the Nobel Prize-winning founder of Grameen Bank, a microfinance lending institution. Grameen Bank, as well as the microfinance industry as a whole, is hailed as empowering women by enabling them to start their own small businesses and earn income. Microfinance has been promoted by the World Bank, the IMF, the Clintons, and a web of NGOs and Western financial institutions. In reality, microfinance is nothing more than a sort of large-scale gig economy of national debt, which harms the very women it claims to help. Women are pressured to take out loans for their families, which the families are unable to pay back, leaving the woman holding the debt, subjecting her to violence and abuse, usually by the debt collectors. Microfinance lending is also used to perpetuate the dowry system, which is a leading cause of violence against women in South Asia. It is also used to perpetuate polygamy, incentivizing men to take multiple wives. And as in the case of Grameen Phone, when women do successfully operate a micro business, they're usually forced out of the market by a conglomerate and left unable to pay back their debt. So a bunch of women took out these micro loans from Grameen Bank, started selling like phones and phone cards in this sort of very informal way. Then Grameen Phone came in and took over that section of the market and forced these women out. And then these women had no means of paying back this debt. The United States government has long been agitating for Yunus and Grameen Bank to operate unhindered, denouncing Sheikh Hasina's own initiatives to limit and regulate it. There were documents that came out in 2011 and 2013 where a variety of U.S. elected officials were saying, like, end Sheikh Hasina's, persecution of Mohammed Yunus and Grameen Bank, and now Mohammed Yunus and Grameen Bank are basically running the country. Palestinian men and women living under Israeli occupation have been routinely subjected to sexual violence by the IOF, sexual violence that goes unpunished. And yet all it took was completely unsubstantiated and lurid claims of mass rape on October 7th to manufacture consent for a US-funded genocide in which Palestinian men and women are subjected to reproductive violence and sexual violence. Currently, an IOF soldier who has credibly been accused, caught on video, raping Palestinian detainees is being paraded around Israeli media as a hero.
Hey, true.
Right-wing Israelis are openly proclaiming their support for
just
sexual
true.
violence against Palestinians.
True.
Haaretz recently published a report documenting the widespread sexual assault and harassment of Palestinian women at checkpoints, something that the Palestinian resistance has been talking about for decades. And of course, Israeli arms and surveillance technology is exported all around the world, particularly in Kashmir, but also here to the US. The Georgia-Israeli Law Enforcement Exchange Program, or GILE, is a primary driver of the Cop City project around the US and in Atlanta, and US police departments train extensively with the IOF. To further illustrate how Palestine lies at the center of these contradictions, I'm going to turn to the discourse around second-wave feminism that has emerged in recent years, particularly in the post-Me Too discourse surrounding sex positivity, consent, sex work, and controversial second-wave figure Andrea Dworkin. The so-called second-wave movement, we must remember, was formed partially in response to the misogyny and chauvinism endemic to the Western anti-war and left-wing movements of the 1960s and 1970s. Dworkin herself was repeatedly raped and assaulted by her anarchist husband, Ivan, whom she met in the collective Provo in the Netherlands. The second-wave feminists were correct to theorize around the systemic and political nature of sexual violence. They were correct to insist that we critique the bases of sexual desire and the political nature of sex itself. And yet, because it was their insistence that the sex difference is the primary contradiction in our society, that it held primacy over class, race, and nationality, that the second-wave feminist movement came to endorse imperialism, capitalism, racism, and transphobia, and in turn alienated many Black, brown, and transgender women. We see the descendants of this ideology in femo-nationalist movements. For instance, Zionist feminism, carceral feminism, liberal feminism, Savarna feminism, and trans-exclusionary radical feminism. On the flip side, many leftists and feminists have inadequately theorized these failures of second-wave feminism. Recent criticism of Andrea Dworkin foregrounds her sex negativity and her misandry rather than her Zionism, her imperialism, and her racist denigration of female freedom fighters as being brainwashed and self-hating. In her essay, The Women's Suicide Bombers, Dworkin arrogantly sidesteps every single reason a Palestinian woman might take up arms or become a suicide bomber against the state of Israel, insisting that she must instead just be traumatized by misogynistic Arab society and desperate for affirmation from her family, ignoring the oppression she faces from the colonist state. Critiques abound of Dworkin's books, Woman Hating, Intercourse, and Pornography. Many critiques have come out of these 3 books over the past 6, 7 to 8 years. But Scapegoat, Dworkin's appallingly racist text, which theorizes the Zionist project as analogous to a feminist separatist project, a place where we can be safe, has for the most part escaped this scrutiny. Critics mistakenly attribute her white feminism to her sex negativity, not to her faulty understanding of the material bases of women's oppression. In this, not only do they downplay femicide and violence against women around the world, but they ironically replicate the same fatal flaws of the second waivers. And I'm quoting here. When Western feminists, for instance, address gender and nationalism in relation to Palestinian women, they privilege sexual politics to the exclusion of all else, such as history, class, war, occupation, writes Amira Saleh in her essay, The Palestinian Woman's Disappearing Act.
Can't put
The result is
women's rights over
privatization of the
abolishing
political
capitalism.
instead of a politicization of the private. One important consequence of this privatization is the disappearance of women as national agents. Some critiques have centered on the pursuit of sexual pleasure in and of itself as a viable and revolutionary strategy. But what revolutionary potential could this possibly have? Many Israelis, for instance, partake in sex tourism in Dubai, Morocco, Thailand, and India after they complete their mandatory service in the IOF. And apparently, like, a few articles have come out about how Israelis are thinking about, like, oh, we should all flock to Thailand and establish little settlements in Thailand because we can be safe there. The imperialist project of dispossession, development, and displacement is inherently bound of the right of Westerners for pleasure seeking, including of sexual pleasure, presenting the lands and the women of the global South as commodities available to the imperial core. Indeed, the Hindu right fantasizes about the sexual availability of Kashmiri women and girls thanks to the revocation of Kashmir's autonomous status and the resulting occupation by Indian forces. When the Italian fascists invaded Ethiopia, they sang Facita Nera, a triumphant paean about the prospect of sexually conquering Ethiopian women. Buying sex from women in occupied countries is considered a rite of passage for the American military. And when marginalized women take action against rapists, abusers, traffickers, they are victimized by the very same carceral mechanisms of the capitalist war machine, branded as prostitutes, vigilantes, terrorists, or criminals, like in the case of Eileen Warnos, Crystal Kaiser, Narmada Akka, Hulan Devi, Asata Shakur, and Leila
Eileen
Khalid.
Warnos?
For years, we've been told that we must vote blue for the sake of women's rights, as our rights have been increasingly whittled away. Democrats and their associated web of nonprofits and NGOs position themselves as the vanguard of our struggle, casting grassroots organizers as interlopers after draining them of free labor, casting militants as crazies and terrorists after handing them over to the state. Recently, Planned Parenthood CEO Alexis McGill Johnson defended the famously anti-abortion Joe Biden, and she stated that abortion on demand is a right-wing talking point, smugly erasing decades of militant feminist struggle which rallied around the very slogan, free abortion on demand. The feminist movement will have to split into 2 camps. One, which maintains allegiance to the American settler colonial project, which is itself a patriarchal project, and one that is directly imposed to that project and the empire. One that maintains women's liberation can be won in Congress, and one that believes it has to be fought for through mass organizing and direct action.
They don't think they're going to win through politics.
It's not enough to pay lip service to colonized women in the form of land acknowledgments while continuing to treat their struggles as ancillary to the ultimate goal of pursuing liberation and pleasure for women in the first world. And it is certainly not our aim or desirable to infantilize these women in order to manufacture consent for imperialist conquest, which in and of itself is the driver of sexual violence. So what role should feminists in the West play? Instead of considering ourselves as the protagonist of feminist struggle and importing our ideologies to the global South in the form of NGOs and other neoliberal initiatives, we ought to position the working and indigenous women of the global South, as well as nationally oppressed women in the imperial core, who have been and who currently are on the front lines of the fight against imperialist and misogynistic violence, as our vanguard. These include the Naxalites in India, Gabriela and Makibaka in the Philippines, the PFLP in Palestine, the All-African Women's Revolutionary Union, the Mexican anarcha-feminists who stormed the presidential palace when abortion was recriminalized in Mexico, the women who are currently on the front lines of the Stop Cop City movement in Atlanta, And of course, right here today, there's an amazing documentary being screened about the women of Wounded Knee and the women who played an integral role in the AIM, American Indian Movement. Of course, we may not necessarily support the political tendencies of each and every one of these groups. We may not be in agreement with anarchism, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. We don't have to unequivocally say that this group or this group is our struggle, but we do have to, in formulating our own approach to feminism and the liberation of women, center their struggles and learn from their tactics. This is the only way that we can build a militant feminist movement that fights for women from below and that resists co-optation, liberalism, opportunism, misogyny, carcerality, and individualism. Okay, thank you.
That was it resists individualism, it resists liberalism. That's the feminist movement they want. That means capitalism, by the way. It resists individualism.
Thanks,
Holy
Emily.
shit.
Okay. So I want to start by sharing an anecdote that to me exposes the fundamental tensions within the US-based feminist movement that have only become more palpable since October of last year. So it was August of 2018, and my organization, New York City for Abortion Rights, had sent a contingent to a rally in downtown Manhattan organized by NARAL, Pro-Choice America, as part of a national day of action to oppose Brett Kavanaugh's recent nomination to the Supreme Court. And we've had a lot of debates within NYC-FAR about the merits of participating in permanent events sponsored by big-name nonprofits. But we felt compelled to attend that particular rally. The moment really seemed urgent enough for a type of popular front coalition. But publicity for the New York event had been oddly spotty. We hadn't been able to find an official announcement on social media, only blurbs on third-party platforms like Move On, where nobody seemed to know whether the title for the event was Stand for Justice or Unite for Justice. I'm not sure how much uniting happened that day, but we certainly did a lot of standing. I remember squinting hard against a very bright sun, standing on my tiptoes to see the stage through the field of bodies in front of us. When we arrived, it seemed like some kind of interpretive dance was happening up on stage, but nobody was really sure, scratching our heads, looking around at each other. And then just as the innovation was really settling in, then came the eulogy for John McCain. A representative from one of the major reproductive rights organizations took the mic and gave a tribute to the late senator who passed away just a few days earlier. We were appalled. John McCain, who'd helped confirm Roberts and Alito to the Supreme Court, who flirted with overturning Roe. McCain, the inveterate war hawk, champion of muscular American interventionism, who, still bullish on the Iraq War after 4 years, in 2007 pushed the Bush administration to deploy an additional 20,000 combat troops in Iraq, and that same year sang "Bomb, bomb, 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 Iran" on the presidential campaign trail. I can really only speculate about the motivations of the eulogizer. Maybe they were truly invested in the fiction of McCain as a maverick, perhaps even grateful that at the 11th hour he'd broken ranks with the Republican Party to save Obamacare, even though he'd opposed it the first time around. But even in the centrist imagination, McCain's role as a steward of the U.S. war machine should have voided whatever occasional displays of bipartisanship or begrudging concessions on domestic policy he'd made over the years. So, it probably would have been too much to expect NARAL and Planned Parenthood to wish the late senator a hearty rest in piss, but how about just saying nothing? Sometimes that works. But as it happened, we were conscripted into the pardoning of an unreconstructed imperialist, of tacitly accepting the begrudging mea culpas buried somewhere in McCain's ghost-written memoir. Of course, none of this should have been surprising. This high-minded, nonpartisan magnanimity, the self-conscious performance of putting aside our differences to pay respect, is a prerogative of the ruling class. At the end of the day, they'll all end up shaking hands as they step off the court, Ruth Bader Ginsburg complimenting Antonin Scalia on his ground stroke. And it certainly was in keeping with the long history of Western
They don't
women's
like
groups
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
nakedly aligning themselves with imperial power, a history rife with the deployment of women's liberation as a pretext for colonial intervention, from Christian civilizing missions led by middle-class women from Victorian England to the War on Terror. After the U.S. invaded Afghanistan, First Lady Laura Bush gave a now famous radio address in which she declared that the fight against terrorism is also a fight for the rights and dignity of women. Writing about Bush's speech and about the broader history of imperialist feminism in a 2002 essay, anthropologist Leila Abu-Lughod cautions, "We need to be wary when Lord Cromer in British-ruled Egypt, French ladies in Algeria, and Laura Bush, all with military troops behind them, claim to be saving or liberating Muslim women." Liberation by Western military intervention entails thousands of women and girls being trafficked into a sex trade that exploded following the U.S. invasion of Iraq. It looks like bands of Marines gunning down entire families, of guards at Abu Ghraib inflicting sexual brutality on detainees, both male and female. The imperialist propaganda machine exists to rationalize the atrocities committed by an occupying power or enabled by the destabilization wrought by invasion and occupation and domination. It is designed to make us look with grim realpolitik at the proliferation of sex trafficking and prostitution in the wake of U.S. military intervention. Such things happen during war, we might say with a considered gravitas. But a curious paradox is always at work here. At the same time that death and suffering are tragic but unavoidable features of armed conflict, they are also exceptional. The IDF touting itself as the most moral army in the world while massacring children, for instance, or the architects of the War on Terror reacting with outrage to the leaked images of Private First Class Lindy England posing for the camera at Abu Ghraib with a prisoner on a leash. The global circulation of the photographs of England and fellow soldiers subjecting detainees to sexual torture and degradation functioned in a perverse way to launder the conflict, to, in the words of Jasbir Puar, enable the Bush administration to forge a crucial distinction between the supposed depravity of Abu Ghraib and the freedom being built in Iraq. The images were so shocking that they could be nothing other than an aberration of U.S. military conduct, rather than revealing, again, in the words of Puar, the sexual that is part and parcel of the histories of colonial domination and empire building. I'd also argue that the sheer abject horror of the photographs coming out of Abu Ghraib and other images of distant suffering, to borrow from sociologist Luke Boltanski, also has a paralyzing effect on viewers. Any concrete political solution rendered impotent in the face of such evil, and an evil that is nevertheless isolated to a few bad actors, rather than woven into the very fabric of U.S. militarism. And in the way that representations of spectacular violence perform a kind of discursive disappearing act, making invisible the everyday violence of imperialist war and occupation, the primacy of sex difference within the dominant theory of women's oppression espoused by Western feminists, as my co-speaker Emily has argued, this erases the violence inflicted on women by racial capitalism. According to this particular logic, Lindy England was a victim forced to participate in torture by a violent partner with a more senior rank, rather than the more complex reality of an impressionable young woman trying to get by in an institution steeped in misogyny who was also a violent agent of American empire.
That's what
As
being
my
in the
co-speaker
military is,
Emily
a
has
violent
written,
agent of
reproductive
empire.
justice is not compatible with imperialism, militarism, and colonialism. But as with many contradictions, the tension between fundamentally irreconcilable tendencies within a movement can enter periods of dormancy. The Bush years eventually ended, with Obama hailed as a messiah coming to bring salvific hope and change, though asymmetric warfare only accelerated under his administration. But at the time, we were ready to forget. The mainstream feminist movement in the US never did have a reckoning after the Bush years, specifically its role in helping to manufacture consent for war in the Middle East, or in the case of establishment liberals like Hillary Clinton and Dianne Feinstein actively voting for it. The contradiction was there all along, and this became very clear at that rally in 2018, with the memorialization of an anti-abortion warmonger at a rally for abortion rights. And here we are today, rehashing the Bush years with the specter of gender-based violence serving as a casus belli for Israel's brutal assault on Gaza. The Islamic Republic of Iran intends to deny women freedoms in a city near you under a global caliphate should their war on Western democracies continue to gather pace, wrote journalist and avowed Zionist feminist Eve Barlow in an April 18th Substack post. The supposed irredeemable patriarchy and violence of Arab men was such a strong a priori that in the absence of evidence, Planned Parenthood issued a statement in December of last year that accused Hamas of sexually assaulting women and girls and condemning rape as an act of war in any conflict. It also should be noted that per a 2019 tax return, Planned Parenthood Federation of America paid more than $3 million to Raytheon for cybersecurity services. So now after charting this very bleak terrain, here comes the point in the talk where I'm supposed to offer recommendations for next steps, and I'm not equipped to do this. I have been, and I plan to take my cue from women on the front lines of these struggles against complex systems of domination and oppression.
That means
But I will say that I think the tides are turning, and this resurrection of the war on terror is really coming at a time when the legitimacy of the Zionist political project and Western imperialism writ large is in crisis. And we can do a lot of work by accelerating contradictions and refusing to compromise and let the movement be co-opted by the counter-revolutionary forces of big nonprofits. So.
Wow, thank you both. Great, so we have time for questions and comments from the audience. We could take one or two questions at a time. Feel free to come up to the mic if you have a question. You have about 2 minutes to ask your question or give your comment, and then we can hear from the panelists in response.
Hopefully they have questions. I thought the talks were good. I mean, the talks, they said a lot of the quiet part out loud. They basically said that second wave feminism was complicit in capitalism.
Well,
That's
I'll
why
start.
they oppose it.
I would love to talk more about this moment of resurrecting the war on terror and how it is both has a lot of similarities to
I'm gonna go get
the
some more
war
coffee.
on
Be right
terror,
back.
kind of in the Iraq War period and today. When we're sending billions of dollars in weapons to aid Israel's genocide of Palestinians. I would love to maybe talk a bit about some of the similarities between these two moments and some of the differences. I feel like there are quite a few similarities in terms of the rhetoric that we're hearing from mainstream Democrats and mainstream I guess maybe some feminist outlets, kind of marshaling support and consent for, an ongoing genocide. But I also see a lot more resistance to that rhetoric now than there was, and maybe I'm, just living in the moment. So I'd love to be reminded of some of that rhetoric that was going on, during the Iraq War. But I hear a lot of, kind of theoretical arguments made now that I didn't hear then, especially by groups like the Palestinian Feminist Collective, which has done incredible work kind of theorizing the idea of reproductive genocide and kind of expanding the framework of reproductive justice to, really include, ideas of living under threat of death every moment. You're obviously not able to have any reproductive choice. So kind of this concept of reproductive genocide was, I think, a really welcome like theoretical contribution to like the feminist anti-imperialist moment that I don't remember seeing like in the early 2000s. And I guess I'm just curious your thoughts on like how the kind of like left-wing anti-imperialist feminist wing has like how far have we come? Like how significant is that?
And if anybody like has responses to that too, like please feel free to approach. Yeah, I think like something that so before October 7th happened, I was like talking to a friend and I said, we are in this weird moment where after Roe was overturned and there's this sort of like reappearance of like Y2K in the zeitgeist. This is getting a little cultural criticism-y. But I felt like that right now we're like the moment is set for some kind of like first as tragedy, then as farce. I mean, not really, it's a tragedy both times. Like reappearance of Bush era imperialism, right? And then it happened. I think that like during the Bush years, there was like this certain very determined like machismo. There was this ideology of, America has gotten weak and feminized. The ladies have been running the show for too long. And we need strong masculine Christian American men to take over. And there was a lot more, mongering about birth control and abortion as well. So I think that a big difference we're seeing then and now, and this could be also the difference in like the political parties or what have you, is that I think there is more of an emphasis in this case on pink washing and rainbow washing. Specifically rainbow washing as well. A lot of discussion about like liberating the queer and gay people of Gaza, for instance. One talking point that we hear a lot is like, you can't get an abortion in Palestine, as though like Palestinian women are better off if we bomb their villages. I think that like a big difference that's caused like a lot of, it's just like how effectively the Palestinian resistance has been able to organize. The sort of like, we actually have like a whole media apparatus that exists distinctly of the mainstream media. Like people do not actually have to get all of their images from CNN now. And the Palestinian movement has just been much more effective in organizing and propagandizing about what the reality is for them there. The national Palestinian movements across the U.S. have also gotten stronger. SJP has like kind of gone from being like a very fringe organization to being a very like well-organized organization. Within Our Lifetime is also like one example of this that has like sort of set itself apart from like more liberal politics of like the BDS National Committee. I also think that at the same time, the feminist movement in the U.S., like, and I get very doomery about it sometimes, but it is absolutely true that there has been a break from traditional mainstream liberal feminist politics. Now, it does increasingly face the risk of co-optation, but I think the real consideration of like intersectionality and reproductive justice has done a lot to force feminists in the U.S. to reconsider their allegiance to imperialist power and to the might of the United States. I don't think it's enough. We're seeing like a real effort to co-opt anything and everything into support for United States military. I'm seeing this like wave of, I think this must be astroturf. This can't be real, but there's like this real wave of like a lot of like Black women influencers who are saying that, it's like racist to expect Black people to support Palestinians instead of Kamala Harris. And these videos and talking points have only like started popping up out of nowhere in the past 2 weeks.
Really?
I think that
That's funny.
reorganization of the political parties, where like the Republicans have moved farther right and the Democrats are now become the pro-war party. I mean, they always were, but even during the Bush years, they were like at least nominally an anti-war party. Yeah, these are some of the differences and similarities I think that I'm seeing.
Yeah, and I think we had an interesting conversation at the Summit for Reproductive Justice yesterday, in sort of comparing the reproductive justice movement and the movement for Palestinian liberation in the U.S. And I think, like Emily made a very good point, in that there really is no sort of like intermediary between organizers and state power in the Palestinian liberation movement. I mean, it is a direct counterweight to state power and hegemony, whereas in the repro justice movement, we have all of these major or professionalized organizations, sort of serving as, I don't know, like a pressure valve for, perhaps more revolutionary tendencies. So yeah, I think that is a key difference, because I'm just seeing what people are doing, and it's we took over how many bridges, every bridge and tunnel in New York and Manhattan back in January.
Socialists
and
want to abolish all gender,
all
so
pulled
probably
together
not.
within 2 days. I mean, that was
Socialists don't want men
it's something
to
that we
exist or
could
women
have
to
only
exist.
dreamed of doing when Roe fell, and it was something we should have done when Roe fell. I mean, that the level of dedication, organization, and discipline was, it was actually, it made me, I've been, pretty, I don't know, disillusioned with a lot of things, and even with organizing in the last couple of years since, the fall of Roe, and, just that, being able to take our cue from other groups who are really out there, doing actually revolutionary actions, I think it's giving me hope. That was a little bit garbled, I'm sorry, but I am hopeful now for the first time in a while, because after Dobbs, it was really, it really was demoralizing. I mean, ultimately, that losing Roe didn't mean much to the people who had barely had any access to abortion in the first place, right? But at least symbolically, it dealt a blow, I think. So that's where we are now. I will say that, it's interesting to sort of see sort of some of the different rhetoric and sort of like discursive constructions of femininity and masculinity between the Bush years and now. I think that Israel is relying really heavily on this kind of like girl bossification of the IDF. Lots of girl-coded language, right, that is totally devoid of any individual agency, which is sort of a way to, shirk blame for violence, right? Like, oh, we can't be culpable for genocide, we're just girls. So that's, we're sort of seeing that this kind of, this bizarre sort of infantilization of agents of genocide. And I think, people, like, we were saying, you guys are saying, like, are on the left are hip to this, right? And, they're astute consumers of media, and people are able to deconstruct this kind of propaganda. But it is present, and it's just sort of interesting seeing this kind of weaponization of girl bossified girlhood. Especially since, I think the Zionist project has been so heavily steeped in kind of a masculinist chauvinism, right? I read Amos Oz's, the late Israeli author's memoir, Time of Love and Darkness, earlier this year, and just a lot of, in the Zionist imaginary at the time, in the 40s and the 50s, just this idea of Israel presenting an opportunity to sort of cleanse the diasporic Jewish femininity from the new Hebrew man. I wrote down this quote from the memoir. And Oz had been born into a literary family. His father was a scholar, a teacher, his mother too, and he left everything, changed his name, and joined a kibbutz after his mother died. And he writes, I always arose healthy and sound from my temporary death, soaked in self-admiration, appointed myself commander-in-chief of Israel's armed forces, and let my legions to liberate in blood and fire everything that the effeminate, diaspora-bred worm of Jacob had not dared to wrest from the hand of the foe. And the event he's describing is himself as like a 6-year-old kid, playing war at home. So, yeah, just very much a political project sort of steeped in masculinist violence. And now, yay, women get to commit that violence too. So that's, I think, yeah, just some of sort of the interesting comparisons. I'm trying to think of, what else here.
Wait, can I say something?
Yeah.
Something something that Megan and I have worked and written a lot about is the trad wife movement, right? And so-called reactionary feminism. And something that, these women also conceive, right, of an irreconcilable sex difference between men and women. And this is why I mentioned TERFs, trans exclusionary radical feminists, and how easily they become bedfellows with this particular kind of reactionary feminist. In fact, they're more or less the same thing. Louise Perry and Mary Harrington are favorites among this strain of feminists. So it's ironic because both of these feminists succumb to a kind of nihilism where they say well, the only thing, we can't build political power for women because irreconcilable sex difference. So the only thing we can do is capitulate to patriarchal power. And this is how you get this nonsensical framing of, oh, we just need to ask our husbands to patrol bathrooms to make sure transgender girls aren't going in there. And you see this on display in many other kinds of feminism that are dedicated to preserving the settler colonial project, right? To me, it's crazy that the CEO of Planned Parenthood, in order to show up support for Joe Biden, who is a anti-abortion patriarch, throws the whole radical side of the abortion rights movement and its history under the bus. If you lurk on some of the reactionary feminist blogs or the TERF blogs or the stuff they say, they spend this much time talking about abortion. They spend this much time talking about transgender women and transgender people, and they unilaterally support U.S. military intervention. They unilaterally support Israel. They wholeheartely fall into the beliefs that there was the sexual violence on October 7th justified the military response. And these women are descended from the same women that supported the colonist projects in the 18th and 19th centuries. They were the same women that spearheaded the reformist movements in America. The first women's prison in America was created by two white women, these Quakers, and it was formed in Indiana, and it was created to keep women safe from men. But what this prison actually did was, force women into these Magdalene laundry conditions of servitude, systematically sexually abuse them and physically abuse them, and do all kinds of crazy things, spy on them to see if they were masturbating and stuff like that. So it is this particular strain of feminism that, ironically, that positions women and men as irreconcilably different, and that they are in conflict that dominates every single other conflict and every single other form of oppression that could exist, that ironically always just eventually sucks up to patriarchal power. Because if you say there are no other fights to be fought. There's no other way for women to build power for themselves. And the only solution is, well, I can, I should just get married and get my husband to protect me. I should just elect a president and have the U.S. military protect me.
LGBT people.
The liberal feminists might not think that that's what they're doing, but that in fact is what they are doing. And we saw this with, I'm sure you all were aware of the furor about Imani Khalif in the Olympics, and the way that she was castigated, derided by the entire world. Specific, and this was like a particular confluence of transphobic and racist violence, right? Because her opponent was an Italian. Italy is like currently racked by far-right agitation against immigrants and against migrants. It's also racked by this this sort of femo-nationalist, protecting women, defending women's spaces, transphobic stuff, spearheaded by figures like Giorgia Meloni. And at the same time, like against this backdrop, there's these huge race riots in the UK. The specter of like, a gender ambiguous or a sex ambiguous, i.e. just like a woman that doesn't look like Barbie, like defeating an Italian woman was like too much for them. Their brains could not handle it. But the funny thing to me about this is that like right afterwards, the Hungarian opponent facing Khalif, like posted this picture of like this like tiny little waif-like figure in boxing gloves, going up against this like huge hulking like beast figure, right, representing how she views herself against Khalif, which is ridiculous. Both of these women are the same size and weight. They have to be in order to compete. But on top of that, right, you think about how many times must these women, these female athletes, have been called men, you know what I mean, or lesbians, or told that they have to stay away from women or they'll corrupt them. These women, in order to solidify their racial position and their class position, find it much easier to throw another woman under a bus than to claim solidarity with her. If there were, and this was like, ultimately part and parcel of the project, like, Megan has a lot of opinions about this, but the Save Women's Sports people are essentially on a mission to remove women from the public sphere altogether, right? It is actually about the erasure of women's sports. It's a racist project as well, because it involves like enforcing these sort of castes of women, women who fit a model of what the nation will look like, and women who don't fit that model. Sorry if that was a bit of a tangent, but I think it illustrates a lot of what we're talking about.
And I think also the promise, right, of sort of like a women's Lebensraum, right, where we're going to invade and occupy, and now suddenly you will have a role in public life, right? Like that still looms very, very, very large, I think, in the settler colonial imaginary, right? Like, okay, now in our current condition, we are subjugated and second-class citizens.
If you include
vis-a-vis,
everyone in the category
our,
of women, you do
our
erase the
patriarchal overlords. But once we
we've already addressed this. The entire mask is required.
once we're
the
abroad,
conference is required to
and
mask.
we're on this
Go to my
civilizing
Substack
mission,
if you want to know why.
we can do what we want. The rules are going to change. They're going to be relaxed. And suddenly now we have a role to play, whether that be converting the natives or spreading democracy, or I think
unlimited
just
inclusion
having
in a category
really great
category
time,
means
in sort of the I'd say like the mindless sort of like sex positivity of that is sort of inherent, I think, in Western feminism right now. But so yeah, it's that sort of the promise of the self-actualization, right, is very much embedded within the settler colonial logic, and this is, I think, what keeps many women complicit in these patriarchal racist projects of empire building. And sports, yeah. I don't know. I think maybe we should just take questions from the audience before. I have a lot to say about sports.
Please come up to the mic if you've got a question. So let's start. We have a comrade up here in the front in the multicolored shirt. Why don't you go up first? The comrade in the back in the blue shirt. And then did you have a question? Okay, great. So we've got 3 questions. Thank you.
So it wasn't so much of a question as it was like I want to add on a bit. Like I thought what you said about like Imane Khalif and like sort of like quote unquote feminist believing that there are irreconcilable sex differences between men and women, like
No,
capitulating to
colonization
like
means imposing capitalism.
patriarchy and imperialism. And I feel like it demonstrates it with the situation of Imane Khalif more than ever, because to them, anyone that doesn't conform to their Eurocentric standard of like, you know, like a small, frail woman or something like that, then you're not a woman. Like that, and it's just like, well, there we have something that's not only patriarchal, but also imperialistic and like racist and so on. And it's like,
It's all grounded in
I just find it
capitalism,
really
that's why.
ironic. It's like, I don't even really know if I like the term TERFs that much, because it presumes that they're feminists, which, well, clearly I'm not even sure what they are, to be honest, by this point. I feel like they're just kind of like a reactionary movement. So yeah, that's just what I wanted to add on. Like,
TERFs are a reactionary movement that aren't real feminists. Because they support
Hi,
capitalism,
thanks for
that's why.
hosting this panel, guys. I was wondering if you could maybe talk a little bit about like any thoughts, maybe recommendations, anything like in terms of like, for those of us maybe involved in organizing around Palestine, there's obviously been a lot of drama about, you know, or a lot of talk about elements of the Palestinian resistance, the axis of resistance, just across the region. There's all this, you know, Hamas, they're this, you know, extremist, blah, 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 blah. And like, you know, Iran obviously has played a big role in supporting the Palestinian resistance. And there's sort of this ongoing kind of question of how can like Americans be involved in like regime change or whatever that may be. So I was just wondering if you guys had any thoughts about how to like, you know, their resistance is increasingly playing a bigger role in this whole situation, which is great in many ways because that means that the resistance is actually able to sort of have an impact on the situation. But, you know, particularly when thinking about maybe talking to other folks on the left who may have sort of hangups about the situation, like what are ways that we can kind of communicate about that make sure that we center sort of American imperialism and obviously the Israeli occupation, while still being clear like on our principles and everything like that.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much. We'll take one more question and then we'll hear from the panelists and then take another 3 questions.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. I was curious, you'd mentioned that there hasn't been a reckoning within the feminist movement, and assuming like mainstream feminist movement, since George Bush and the War on Terror. And I guess I was curious in your guys' work, especially in your collaborations with WAL, with like PYM, PFC, whatever, like where you think that, like where in your guys' experience and your organizing locally you've seen places where a reckoning can happen, I guess, or in what ways a reckoning can happen. And then I guess also if you guys have thoughts on the national landscape too, because I think this is a conversation that's been coming up a lot in like critical organizing spaces is, you know, like the Women's March, I think, was the last like major public moment that there was a rift between like anti-Zionist feminist organizers and Zionist feminists. And, you know, there's been a lot of organizing to try to speak to that moment, respond to it. And I think in this moment, there's been a lot more sudden shifts to anti-Zionism from like more liberal feminists. And maybe that's more nominal, but anyway, yeah, I guess I was just curious about like what that type of a reckoning could look like, what you've seen locally, where you've seen those kinds of shifts, and if you have thoughts on the national level too.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Okay, thanks so much for those questions. And thank you to that comrade for talking about Imane Khalif. That's really important. I wanted to say one quick thing, just adding on to that too. This is why we see a lot of, I'm not opposed to calling TERFs, because I do think that, I don't think we can avoid the reactionary tendencies that have been part of the feminist movement from the beginning. And I don't think it does us a service to do that. But something else I also want to point out is that a lot of reactionary feminists and TERFs even have now started opposing hormonal birth control and abortion on the very basis that it makes women like men, for instance, or it enables male violence to continue, or that it flattens the sex difference and masculinizes women, which is like very, very ironic because for Western feminists, the fight for birth control and abortion has like been so central, right? So anyway, that's an interesting contradiction there. To that comrade talking about organizing for Palestine, yeah, I don't think it's healthy or necessary. Like a lot of people will say, like, support the resistance uncritically, right? I think that that is an important response to a kind of like liberalism, which, you know, does this, oh, I don't support Hamas, but I support the Palestinians, which is kind of like a faulty way of putting it, right? And kind of implicitly then trusts it, like gives credence to the empire. I think though the best way for us to approach it is, first of all, be like very familiar and like read constantly about, you know, what the PFLP is doing, what Hamas is doing, what PIJ is doing, what Hezbollah is doing. If you follow Resistance News Network on Telegram, they're a very good source of information about that, and we should always be looking at that and critically. But I think the important thing for us to be doing is seeing like the Palestine as like a vanguard, and us like opening another front of the struggle that they are waging. So the issue is not what do we go over to Palestine to do, the issue is what we do here to support them, right? And we're seeing it happen. Like, it's not just waves and waves of marching in the streets, and then it's, you know, it becomes nonviolent direct action. And then it's not just nonviolent direct action, but it's like, you know, damaging the offices of Citibank or Elbit Systems through tertiary targeting, people leading direct actions against AXA, for instance, which is the insurance company that funds the Stop Cop City project. It's the people that are in Atlanta right now fighting against the development of Cop City, which is like integral to the Israeli project. If you can't like be part of direct action, right, there's other ways to open up those fronts, whether it's through political education, mass organizing, and talking to the people around you, and otherwise creating like the conditions for struggle here in the U.S. I think the issue of like which side of the Palestinian resistance we support will always be a thorny one that we can't always claim to know the answers to, but we should like look at how, like, what opening a new front in the U.S. would look like. I mean, you know, it's not true to say that there's been no kind of struggle in the U.S. besides marching. We have, like, you know, the panel right here on like Wounded Knee, for instance. And I'm not saying we should all just like pick up guns or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is we have to realize that struggle is possible in the U.S. and realize that struggle. Okay, reckoning in the feminist movement since Bush. When can I? Okay. So something that I've seen locally and that's been very frustrating is, you know, we've been doing the clinic defense for several years now, and Planned Parenthood has always been on the side of working with the cops. NYC for Abortion Rights never called the police or supported calling the police, but I will say that like after 2020. There was like kind of like a rearrangement of membership, and like people had a more distinct, you know, police abolitionist, repro justice, like people had a more distinct wedding of those two concepts together and understanding the relationship between carcerality and reproductive coercion. And then we're also seeing that like what has happened now is that the NYPD has put up these barricades all along the route that the church takes to march to the, okay, so a little bit of background. St. Pat's Church in Lower Manhattan mobilizes a contingent of people to march to Planned Parenthood and harass people that are getting abortions there. So we would do a blockade of these people, and it would always get very wild. The cops would always arrest us and beat us up and stuff like that. And they would let the pro-lifers do whatever they wanted. Now what the cops have done is, like, you know, put up these barricades, like obstructing patient access, but also preventing us from getting in there. And now, you know, there have been times when I thought about, like, okay, we've seen tactics that the Palestinian Solidarity Movement is doing right now. How do we jump these barricades? Like, do we hard block to the barricades? Do we?
We are here to learn and to research.
Cement?
We are
like,
not
we
here
just,
to shitpost. Stop
just
shitposting.
Get there before the cops get there.
This is your
it doesn't
last
seem
warning.
like it's going to work for a variety of reasons. But to me, this is illustrative of, like, you know, the cops are not doing this without some amount of assent from Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood has spent a lot of time raising donations and funneling money to the Democratic Party, and they will go online and throw us under the bus and say that we're politicizing the medical issue and saying that we're bad or whatever. And they've said like absolutely, basically nothing about Witness for Life. They haven't, like, they've put more effort into demonizing us than demonizing Witness for Life and the police. And to me, this all comes back full circle because now in New York, Planned Parenthood is at that location. They are not offering deep sedation anymore for patients. They are cutting services after 20 weeks. They are closing 2 clinics in upstate New York, and the burden of all of this, because it's not financially feasible for them anymore. But it's like their CEO makes like an insane amount of money. Of course they have the money, but they spend more money on admin and messaging and marketing and communication than they do actually on providing care. And the burden of this is all falling on independent clinics. So what would like a global movement, something that I have a fantasy about is like if, say we travel to, this is something I would love to make happen. A group of us are in a state with restrictions, a group of us in the state with minimal restrictions travels to a state with abortion bans and holds a teach-in in a public place, right? We do teach-ins in New York City a lot, but it doesn't really challenge state authority here. It does in a state with bans, and it's an important form of civil disobedience that could easily, I think, be scaled up to a national campaign against the Dobbs decision. This also follows the model that we saw in Argentina and in Mexico when they criminalized abortion. And like Megan pointed out, after Dobbs we had 1 or 2 big marches, but we didn't really have sustained campaigns against abortion bans. Like, what if people across the United States rose up against Dobbs the way they are rising up against Palestine right now? Like, what could be possible? Like, not just restore Roe. Could we guarantee free abortion on demand if we did that? And I think that there's no way for us to do that while like separating us from the Palestinian struggle, right? There's no way for us to the reason the feminist movement has not been able to do that is because it has been so co-opted and professionalized and basically made like itself like an arm of the Democratic Party. It hasn't existed in the same opposition to state power in the way that the Palestinian movement has. So like in order for us to do that, we would have to be in solidarity with that movement and understand that we have similar enemies, I hope that answered what you were getting at.
Planned Parenthood is not far left enough for them.
It's to your question, comrade. It's sort of interesting in this late internet era. I just don't think the internet's going to exist in 10 years. It'll be some different thing that's equally as horrible. We're seeing sort of the proliferation of this particular speech act, the need to condemn and to make a statement and to take a stand, and a lot of it is it's empty posturing, but it also serves to sort of inscribe the speaker at the center of action. And when, right now we're not, it's okay. Like, we're not responsible for resolving all of the contradictions and tensions within, a particular, movement and whatnot. So I think it's okay to sort of let the tension just lie, and like focus on, movement building here. It's just refusing maybe to engage on that kind of level possibly is a way out. Let's see. I think that I don't know if I have anything else to say. Maybe we can take more questions.
All right, we've got 3 more questions. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jasmine. I'm a Guyanese fashion designer from Queens. So we talked about the trad wife movement and reactionary feminism. And I think a lot of us, or my first thought is to associate that movement with like young feminists on TikTok running their mouths. But I have a secondary thought, and those ideas remind me of the older generation, the generation before, I guess, Gen Z. I'm thinking a lot of like immigrant women who subscribe to homophobia, transphobia, and the patriarchy and being held by men to save us. And I'm wondering from the panel and from the audience, how do you tackle speaking to those older generations of immigrant women who also expect someone like me, their daughters, to subscribe to the same ideas? Because I think it's kind of disheartening to be someone who wants to fight for the liberation of like all women, including queer women and trans women, but have their mothers and their aunts disagree with them.
Gonna bet
and that's also
not.
someone I'd want to
bet
fight
she
for.
doesn't.
So, yeah.
Hi, I'm Saya. I'm actually from Texas.
Trans person.
There is a lot of, how do I say, people are dispirited in Texas around women's rights and abortion very specifically. And I just wanted to make a comment specifically about the thing we're hearing people talk about right now, which is like this crunchy to conservative pipeline of like women who are doing this whole thing of like reject modernity, embrace tradition, and with it comes along all of these like reactionary viewpoints like anti-LGBTQ and people basically because they see the project of liberal feminism, imperial feminism as being a failure, they lack like a class understanding, a class analysis of the real problem, you know, with the economic system. People are seeing like the Hillary Clinton, we tried that kind of feminism and it failed, and so now people are even like people that I grew up around and family members and friends that I've known for a really long time are kind of like creeping back into that kind of state of mind of like we should go back to tradition, you know. And I just wanted to know if y'all could comment on this kind of like crunchy to conservative pipeline that is popping up.
Yeah. Crunchy to conservative.
Hi, I'm from Vancouver, BC, and what I want to talk about, this is just about direct action and where some of the feminists are involved in Canada. And what we've got is a lot of oil and gas in Alberta, and they're moving pipelines to the United States, which is the largest purchaser of Canadian oil and gas, which of course funds your war machine. And so the women in Canada, at least some of us oldies, have been very involved in trying to stop pipelines, because what that also does is it stops trafficking of women, because it's not only in the bases, it's also these work camps. And it's trafficking of Indigenous women, and the pipelines are going through Indigenous lands. And in BC, those are unceded. So we've got a chance to act directly against a tripartite group who want to maintain imperialism, war, and of course patriarchy. So that's, and you can look it up on the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC. It's just in today's news. And that, of course, is legit. So you don't have to worry about it being spun, just so that you've got some hope about direct action and what we're accomplishing.
Is there a name of the organization that you're with? Great.
Straight interest.
Thanks so much, Comrade.
Thank you. Comrade.
All right, so we've got 10 minutes. So maybe Emily and Megan can respond to these questions and offer any closing remarks.
I think it just to your last point there, I think it's really like one of the sort of like the last vestiges, I think, of liberal feminism within a leftist tendency is this kind of choice framework, understanding of sex work, right? And I think maintaining like a very sober and clear picture of the political economy of the sex trade is incredibly important, right? I think that we cling to mantras like sex work is work, which it is, but I think the loudest voices are women in relatively privileged women in the imperialist core, right, who have much more autonomy and control over their circumstances. So I think that we need to be very, very cautious in the rhetoric of using the rhetoric of choice when it comes to any kind of work, honestly, and valorizing any kind of work as empowering, because no work, no gig work is empowering, nothing is. So just sort of making being mindful to sort of route sort of this liberal choice rhetoric from our thinking and the way that we have done around abortion is really crucial, because yes, like the sex trade is intimately connected to imperialism and war and that, and then the comrade who was talking about the crunchy to the granola to trad pipeline. I think it's such an interesting phenomenon, and I think that there are a lot of factors at play. One is
this is bullshit conservative talking points.
Neglect
Please sit back and listen if you want to learn. If you don't want to learn, get the fuck out. But these are bullshit conservative talking points. Sorry.
My sister, I don't think she'd be mad at me for talking about this, but has like debilitating endometriosis, so much so that her uterus is sort of fusing itself to her spine, and she's in her mid-30s, and she has been talking about this for years, this debilitating pain. She is knocked out for weeks at a time, right? And doctor after doctor, and sort of classic medical misogynistic fashion, just sort of dismissed her complaints. In high school, she was dismissed as a malingerer, right? So she wanted just to skip school, she wanted pills, etc. And now the condition is it's so advanced that it's going to take some complex surgery to rectify, and she doesn't know if it'll ever it will never go away. That's not how endo works, but it's so under-researched, and she has struggled so much to sort of find medication for it too. A lot of pharmacies don't carry the hormonal treatment that she needs, even though she's on Medicaid, and Medicaid does supposedly cover these medications, but pharmacies just don't stock it. So anyway, long story short, I think that the frustration that comes from being dismissed so much and having an understudied, under-researched kind of condition does push people to sort of these occult theories, right, about power and the body, and this idea that the knowledge of ourselves and our bodies lies within us and not the establishment, which is true to a certain extent, right? But then it comes with this sort of rejection of allopathic medicine entirely, right? And the embracing of conspiracy theories, and from you're talking about the jab, getting the jab, and then from there you sort of unlocks like a whole world of fascism for you. So but I do think that a lot of this mistrust with the medical system, I think, gets sort of channeled into these neo-fascist kind of routes. And also, last thing, I think that we are sort of in this curious moment where people are fucking burnt out on work in a way that they never have been, right? I mean, the pandemic was supposed to
We are here to learn. You are spouting bullshit conservative talking points.
Refusal,
if you do
right?
not stop,
supposed to sort
you
of,
will not be allowed to continue
I think
talking
there
in
was
my
an
chat.
expectation that our relationship to work would fundamentally change, and it hasn't, and people are tired, and given sort of the, I would say, not denigration, but the devaluing of care work, even on the left, right? The domestic sphere does seem enticing. It's like people just want to be fucking cared for. They want to be at home. They want to be comfortable. They want to be with their people. They want to reproduce. They want to tend to this kind of the social reproduction that working precarious jobs, increasingly precarious jobs, does not allow us to do. So I think that there is a certain enticing, it's enticing in a way.
Almost
this
there.
promise of being cared for by a man or whoever, is it is enticing, and tending to your little domestic sphere and sort of retreating, sort of adopting an anti-politics. The domestic is always political, but sort of like a subconscious retreating from the public. It is. People are really drawn to it. I think for a lot of reasons. So. Also, you can enjoy baking without being a trad wife. No, seriously. Like, who read the piece about Ballerina Farm? Wild shit. She's a billionaire. She's fine. The people who are not fine are the young girls influenced by her, and think it's desirable to sort of hitch themselves to an asshole. Anyway, not to get into petty talk about Ballerina Farm, but yeah. Thank you. Don't threaten me with a good time. I'd love to talk about trad wives.
Oh yeah. So to your point about it's very, very difficult, right? And you're absolutely right that it's not just a Gen Z phenomenon. For many of us, it's something we grow up with and are inculcated in us from women that don't come from liberal backgrounds or from cultures that have sexually revolutioned in the way that the U.S. has. There's no easy answers to it, but I found that the thing that's most is just talking and listening, understanding that my personal experience of this is right. All of the women in my family have experienced intense domestic violence or male violence in some way in their families. If they haven't, and it causes this cognitive dissonance where you just cling harder to the notion of men protecting you from other men, and if you act in a certain way, you'll be spared or you'll be picked, and you police other women. So because oh, she must have done something to deserve this, but I would never do something like that. And you kind of have to just in talking, kind of try and either attempt to break through this cognitive dissonance or just try to get them to see that cognitive dissonance. It's talking to them about the things that they experience in their own lives and asking gentle questions, letting them talk about it and asking them well, what do and or maybe you talk about other women from your community, or if you don't know any other women from your community, talking about other examples of women in your community whom you don't know, but you might have heard their stories or seen their stories represented in some way or read about it on the news, and kind of get them to understand that if you approach it from just a human perspective of this is why they called it consciousness raising, right? And that's kind of a bit passé now, but I think it is still very important when you are trying to get women to understand that the violence in their own lives is that their psychology is shaped by the violence that they see in their own lives, and it's very hard. It might not be successful a lot of times. Sometimes with some of the relatives of that generation, you just have to distance yourself or not talk about this subject. They might genuinely believe it and be too far gone, but I think that if that's something that's important to you, just having honest conversations where you approach them with some amount of compassion, and asking them, you know what I mean, and getting them to come to that realization on their own is helpful. I hope that was of some value.
And also, I think different contexts, but this is something that women born here also deal with all the time. Just these entrenched ideas about sexual propriety. I don't need to go into my own family's, my own experiences in my own family and whatnot. But yeah, it's very much something I think that lots of us just struggle with. Just entrenched, just tendencies to of our mothers, our grandmothers, sort of aligning themselves with male power out of fear and maybe out of fear or the desire to protect or even jealousy, inflicting that again on in turn on their own daughters. So solidarity.
No.
I just wanted to answer a question too, as someone with immigrant women in my life, is one of the things that can be really discouraging, especially because we learn our history of
has a very strong Christian background. There's a lot of really, really intensely problematic and just intense violence against women. And so I learned about the history of women that have been fighting and struggling against patriarchy from the beginning. And so when I read that history, it just keeps reminding me, and I just continue to have those conversations while reading the history to kind of like balance it out. But it can, be really discouraging. But remember that the ideology is internalized too. So it's they're internalizing a lot of the patriarchal misogynistic ideology.
Good point. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah,
thank you
they
all
are.
so much. This was an incredible session. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Megan.
Can I wait till the live stream cuts out, guys? We got a lot of good stuff out of that one. I liked hearing them talk about how second wave feminism is complicit in capitalism. I thought that was good. I thought listening to them talk about that Olympic boxer was good. Listen, I want to be very clear about this. The reason I say that this is conservative talking points and I don't allow this is A, quite frankly, people who are spouting, anyone who comes in and says they're just spouting Hamas propaganda, they're listening to conservative talking points. That's not real. That's not real at all. And so I want people to really be aware that we are grounding into reality about what socialism and communism is. We are not advancing conservative talking points here because, quite frankly, most of the time most conservative talking points about communism and socialism are wrong. And so people can have all the feelings they want about that, but the fact of the matter is that the point of this exercise is not to... The point of this exercise is to understand what they believe and to understand their perspective. That's what this is. This is not to shitpost. This is not to own the libs. This is not to debunk. We're not doing any of those things. The point of this exercise is to listen and to learn and to understand. Oh yeah, you missed that. Yeah, there's a whole section about how second wave feminism is too close to capitalism because they support all this stuff and that's why they can't support second wave feminism. Second wave feminism supports the patriarchy, yada 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 yada. So that was pretty good. That was a good one. All right, guys, just checking in on our schedule here. We have a little bit of a break right now. We just watched Dismantling Imperial Feminism. Now, I do want to go back and watch 10 Myths About Zionism at some point, but we're not going to be able to do it right now because our next presentation is starting at 4 p.m. And we're going to be watching Capital and Abolition because I am making the executive decision that we are going to be watching Capital and Abolition. The other option is Theory of Water, Indigenous Internationals for World Making. So if you would like to make the case that we should be watching the Theory of Water, Indigenous Internationals for World Making, you can feel free to go ahead and try to make that case in the chat. But I think we should watch Capital and Abolition, and I think that's going to be a more fruitful use of our time. That is coming up in 25 minutes at 4 p.m. Then that should go until 5:30, okay? Then we have a wonderful, a glorious 2.5 hour break. And so what I would like to do is I would like to break, and I'm going to leave the stream running, but I would just like to take a break between 5:30 and 6:30 p.m. Roughly, thereabouts. I would like to take a personal break. I would like to take a nap, if I'm being honest about it. And then what I want to do is I want to come back at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I want to watch this 10 Myths About Zionism presentation so we can take a little bit of a break. People can go get some dinner. People can do what they want to do. And then we'll watch 10 Myths About Zionism. And then we will go right into Palestine and the limits of international law, which is going to be the presentation at 8 p.m. And then that's it for day one. That's a lot of socialism. How's everyone feeling? Is everyone tired? I'm on my third cup of coffee. But we're going to get through this next presentation. We're going to do it together. And then we're going to take a break and people can get dinner. People can get a snack. People can take a nap. People can go to the store and get booze. You can do a lot of stuff. We got up early today. And so we are going to have a break coming up. And of course, you guys can take breaks anytime, but I can't. So, I have to schedule around this. Anyway, that is our state of affairs. We are running up till we are right now getting up to 4 o'clock, and that's going to be our next presentation. While we are waiting on that, I want to remind you guys of a couple other things. Let me just get my... All right, so we're doing great on our Super Chat goal. We are over halfway there to our Super Chat goal for today. As always, Super Chats do help to support the work I'm doing, and I do really appreciate it. Guys, as a reminder, I am completely 100% funded by you. So here is my big ask for today, though, and it's actually not about Super Chats. The number one way that I fund what I do is through my Substack. That is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. On my Substack, you will find 2 podcasts that I update semi-regularly when I feel like it. But there's actually there's almost 60 episodes of one of the podcasts. There's like 20 episodes of the other. There's a back catalog. You will find articles about the psychology of the left. You will find the Woke 101 series, the re-education series, which is breaking down the left. You will find exclusive undercover and independent journalism, stuff you're not going to find anywhere else about what the left is doing. My Substack is what funds my ability to spend all weekend with you guys. And in return, I am asking that I would like to get 100 new members of my Substack this weekend. A member is someone who supports my work for $8 a month or $80 a year. This helps me to fund spending an entire weekend sitting here with you guys streaming. This helps me to fund the hours upon hours upon hours that it takes me to make the clips afterwards, to post the information out there so that you guys have things you can share out. This is what funds everything, is membership in my Substack. Well, we are doing awesome on the Super Chat goal for today. We are not doing so awesome with making progress towards our subscriber goal. So far in the last day and a half, I've gotten 13 new supporters on the Substack, and I really appreciate you guys. I really, really do. But I would like to start making some more progress towards that 100 supporter goal. And guys, if we don't make it this weekend, you're just going to have to hear me complaining about it all the time until we do make that goal. That goal's not going to go away just because the weekend ends. If we don't make it this weekend, I'm going to be shilling about it all the time. I don't want to do that. You don't want me to do that. And the thing of it is, too, is the reason I set the goals that I do is it's what I financially need in order to continue to make my content free for everyone. Because not everyone can afford to support me, and I understand that. But my strong desire is that the people who can afford to financially support me, again, it's $8 a month or $80 a year. That's less than I pay for a cup of coffee at Starbucks. So for the monthly fee, if you can afford to chip in, I ask you to do so, because that is what allows me to keep this free for everyone. It's what allows me to spend so much time doing this, and that's just the way it goes. And if people don't do that, then there aren't going to be as many streams. Then the content on the Substack is going to start getting put behind a paywall, because if I can't get people to fund it one way, I'm going to have to do it the other way, right? Or I'm going to have to go do other work or things like that in order to be able to do this stuff. That's going to take up more of my time. The more of that I do, the less of this I do. So that is what I would like people to do. Well, this is Trendlin. Carlyn.substack.com is the Substack I would like people to subscribe to. That is the one we're pushing towards. Now, there are other places you guys can give me money. Like, I set up monetization everywhere. But Carlyn.substack.com is the one I would like people to subscribe to. If you end up becoming a paying member, please let me know in the chat. I can update the goal. The goal doesn't always update in real time on Substack, which is why I ask. But I have been checking regularly, and I haven't seen any progress. So, that's my ask, guys. And I appreciate everyone sending in super chats. I appreciate everyone buying merch in the store. I do really appreciate it. I'm not saying that stuff doesn't count, because it does count, and it's awesome, and it's great. But my number one ask is I want to get the membership numbers up on my Substack. And so that's what I'm asking for. If you appreciate what I'm doing, please consider becoming a member. It's $8. Literally $8 a month. That's it. Like, again, I think I've paid more just for the coffee that I've been drinking this morning than that. So that is my ask, guys. I hope we'll be able to make a little bit more progress to that goal. I do really appreciate it. Other ways you can support the work I'm doing are obviously by heading over to the Unwoke Art store. That is unwokeart.com. This is my merchandise store. Let me put the link in the chat. It is also in the description. But there you go. And while we're on a little bit of a break here, you can feel free to peruse the merch. Now, there are merchandise specials just for this weekend only. I've selected 4 designs, and I have made some items with those designs 25% off in the store. We've got the Real Marxism design that comes in black or it comes in red. It's t-shirts, hoodies, like whatever. We've got Socialists Are Gay, which is just one of my favorite designs. I think it's a really underrated design. I think this is hilarious. It's like a propaganda poster, but it says Socialists Are Gay, and you don't really know which side I'm on. You don't really know which side I'm on with that shirt, which is what I think it's funny about. We've got the iconic, classic Socialists Always Lie t-shirt. Trust me, if you wear this one through a mall, you're going to get some good looks. I enjoy wearing this one out. This one's pretty great. This is the type of shirt where you walk by someone on the street and they look at you and they go like that. So that's fun. That's a great shirt we've got in the Unwoke Art Store. And then I have the new updated version of Socialists Always Lie, which is a little bit more of like a dystopian one. It's got some graphic qualities to it. It was inspired a little bit by Banksy. So that is available in the store as well. These designs are available for 25% off this weekend. You don't need a discount code. The discount is automatically taken at checkout. You can get them on t-shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, mugs, bags, tumblers, that sort of stuff. That is all available in the Unwoke Art Store right now. And I do really appreciate it. Yeah, this is a great point, Honest Dog Allison. So when you become a supporter on my Substack, you do get access to a variety of supporter perks, to include Zoom calls with me, 2 Zoom calls every single week. Those are private. Those are unrecorded. Also, you're going to get to come and watch A Clockwork Orange with me and my community. We're doing movie night on Sunday at 8 p.m. I am hosting A Clockwork Orange. And so if you want to sign up on the Substack, you're going to get a link to join the supporter Discord. We do movie night every Sunday at 8 p.m. And you get to come and watch a movie with us. And so it'll be a little bit of a decompression time. Oh, should I do the unboxing? Hang on 1 sec. I'll be right back. I'm going to do 2 seconds. All right, I'm back. I had to get the box. Trendlin wants to do an unboxing. Okay, guys, so everyone has gone over and become a supporter on the Substack, right? Everyone? Hey, SS Kennedy said I subbed on Substack and became a member on Patreon. SS Kennedy is going above and beyond. Thank you so much for that, SS Kennedy. Let me just confirm. That's not coming through yet on Substack, but that's okay. Let me just look and see. But thank you, SS Kennedy, over on Rumble. I appreciate you. Sometimes Substack doesn't report information right away. Sometimes there's a time delay. All right, well, we're just going to take SS Kennedy's word for it. We're going to add another supporter over on there. If you guys end up supporting again, if you guys end up becoming it's only for new members. Only for new members. This does not count if you are a current member. Only for new members. If you end up becoming a member for the first time on Substack today, let me know and I will add it to the goal, and that way we can counter Substack's delayed recording. Anyway, we have about 15 minutes left, and Trendlin sent me a box of stuff. And Trendlin wants me to do an unboxing ceremony. All right, hang on. When I say Trendlin sent me a box of stuff, she sent me a box of stuff. Okay. How is going to be the best way to do this? So the first thing in the box is yarn. And these are actually some nice yarn. I'm going to do these 2 yarns together. Look at this. Some nice yarn, some craft store yarn. We got some ribbony yarn. Those are some good ones, Trendlin. Got some more purple yarn. Got a nice green yarn. I'm a big fan of the green yarn. Got some multicolored yarn. We can make a whole bunch of hats with this. All right, that's our yarn. The yarn has now taken over my entire desk. All right, also in this box, we have a bunny. We have, let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of random stuff in this box. But Trendlin, I do appreciate it. We have a shot glass with a guy with a monocle, and it says, "I say jolly what?" That's good. I like that one. We have a lot of new paper towel to wrap all. Trendlin wraps these items just like my mother would, except my mother would put tape all around it too. We have another shot glass of a guy smoking a cigar, and it says "down a hatch." We have another shot glass. I now have a whole set of shot glasses. And they have googly eyes. And this one says SS Delightful. Uh-oh. I think something may have broke, but that's okay. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, this is a fun box from Trendlin. Let's see. What else do we have? This does not mean I'm doing a shot on the internet. I can wash my walls with all these paper towels. Another one. And this is a woman that has something over her mouth. So, of course, that's appropriate for me. And it says, "One is my limit." Then we have a book called Death by Socialism. Really, I should have written this book. If we're honest, this is probably a book about me. Let's see. Every year, there is a list of the world's top causes of death. The list ordinarily includes heart disease, stroke, pulmonary disease, lung cancer, tuberculosis, and malaria, among others. However, there is one cause of death that is conspicuously absent from the list, one that has claimed more than 100 million lives over the past century alone, and one that has left countless millions of lives and families in shambles. Death by Socialism. This is a book about my life. Right there. Right there. And then we have a handful of napkins from the GOP. They're GOP napkins. And then I hadn't looked at this before. I had looked at some of this stuff. I hadn't looked at all this stuff. Trendlin sent me Killer Clown socks. They're socks from Killer Clowns. Killer Clowns from Outer Space is the greatest movie of all time. And now I have Killer Clown socks. That's awesome. Let's see, what else? There's a heart crystal. That's a very nice heart crystal, Trendlin. I have one that's a little bit bigger than this that looks very similar to it. That's a great one. And then there is earrings. How am I going to get this all cleaned off my desk? Oh, God, what's in this? What's in this? My desk is overrunneth with stuff. What is this? These are unironically fucking amazing. These sunglasses are unironically awesome. Trendlin. Trendlin, Trendlin, Trendlin. Trendlin, Trendlin, Trendlin. I think these are like drink stirrers, aren't they? Trendlin wrapped these in a way just to be a dick. We've got a handful of drink stirrers with different charms. There's another crystal heart. There's a baby head. I don't know if that fell off something or something, but there's a baby head. There's a little doll. There's a bag of pins. I don't know what this pin is. It looks weird. There's a pin that says, bitch, bitch, bitch. And there's a pin of boobs that say booby prize. I can't. Is that it? No, it's not it. That's not it at all. Another crystal. Oh, this is a nice crystal. Another crystal. That one's green. I really like this one. And that is in a towel. That was wrapped. That crystal may have just fallen on the floor. It'll be fine. It's a rock. It'll be fine. I think that's it. And then there's a note card with my name on it that says, sending you some fun things. Keep up the good work, Trendlin. And then there's this other card that says, this book was given to Adrian, chair of the California Libertarian Party, California. He's a loon. I can't read this writing. Something a loon. You sends regular mood. I don't know what that says, Trendlin. I can't read your writing. I'll examine it later. Anyway, that is the box. Hang on. Where's that crystal go? Shit. I dropped a crystal on the floor. Hang on. I need to rescue this crystal. It's bad luck to let it sit on the floor. Where the fuck did it go? Where did it go? There it is. Ah! All right. I got the crystal. It's back. It's not. That was amazing, Trendlin. I have to give you credit. I really do. That was fun. Okay, that was fun. Ah! Dang, I knocked over a bag of cans I had to. All right. Now I have to put all this stuff back in the box. Trendlin, that was an excellent gift box. That was lots of surprises. You never knew what was going to come next. If anyone else wants to send me a gift box of random shit, just ask me for my address. Everyone is welcome to send me a gift box of random shit, like GOP napkins, and crystals, and killer clown socks. This is actually probably my favorite one. No, you cannot. Don't you fucking dare send me a box of pennies. Don't you fucking dare. My father, one time, when I was growing up, my father won a bet with someone. And it was like $100 bet. And my father won it. And the guy was so pissed off that my father won the bet that he brought in a big box of $100 worth of pennies to their workplace. And my father was so pissed off at this turn of events that he was getting paid for his bet with $100 worth of pennies that he ended up hiding some important work document. He ended up hiding some important Word document or like work document that guy needed. And so this guy's looking for this work document, and he can't find it because my father hid it because my father was being spiteful after the guy tried to pay him a bet and $100 worth of pennies. And the next day, the guy brought him a $100 bill, and then the fight was over, and he had his work document back. Anyway, all right, we're about to oh shit. Hang on, we are about to, if my browser wants to cooperate with me. It's always had E on it at the end, Nick. It's always had E on the end. Comrades has always had E on the end. All right, we are about to get into our next presentation. I gotta finish cleaning up all this stuff. 2 minutes to go. Welcome to the only live coverage of Socialism 2024, the Socialism Conference on the internet. This is a conference, if you've just joined us, this is a conference of real radical revolutionary socialists that is taking place in Chicago right now. We are gearing up for the next session, which is going to be our last session before we take an hour break. And this is going to go from 4:30 Eastern time until 5:30, or excuse me, 4 o'clock Eastern time, 2 minutes from now until 5:30. And it's called Capital and Abolition. And does it have the description? In this session, authors Ruth Wilson Gilmore and Lydia will draw on their work on California, Louisiana, and beyond to tease out the interrelationship of racial capitalist crisis and the expansion of carceral geographies, as well as how a historical materialist approach to abolition can fortify and advance our struggles for the new world. If any of that is confusing to you, ask questions in the chat if you're new to socialism. How many people are watching socialism with me for the first or second time? How many people are relatively new to watching socialism? I'm asking on YouTube. I'm asking on Rumble. I'm asking on Kick as well. Fluffy Cow Respecter is holding down the chat over on Kick. Fluffy Cow Respecter is now moderated in the chat on Kick, so if anyone causes any problems, report to him immediately. He's going to fix it. Fluffy Cow Respecter is basically my number 2 in command over on Kick. But if you're new to watching socialism with me, you picked a great time to get started. We're throwing you into the deep end. Just remember that if you don't understand their language, that is completely predictable. Because socialists speak in a different language. Part of the reason we watch socialism is to learn their language, to learn their definitions, stuff like that. So if you do have questions about things that they're saying, please feel free to ask questions in the chat. I know I might seem scary at times, but I am here to answer questions. I just don't like it when people engage in nonsense in my chat. So I will do my very best to answer as many questions as I can. And we're just waiting for them to get started. And I don't want to watch the other session, so I really hope that this one actually comes through. The other session's already live. Come on. Come on, Ruth Wilson Gilmore. Ruth Wilson Gilmore is one of the patron saints of socialist activists. She's an old black lady. So we have, look at this person. We can make fun of this person while we're waiting. Fascism all fun and games until they come for your shit. Once they come after fat philosophy PhDs with bad teas, your ass will be crying. Carlin is a piece of trash and should shut her blabbering. See, these are the types of retards that like to be disruptive in my chat. And this is why I have a zero tolerance policy for retards in my chat. But I bring this up. Normally I would just ban this person, but I just want everyone to take a moment to laugh at them. Because, you know, the most important thing in the world is that I don't have perfect teeth. Yeah, that's the most important thing in the world. And I guarantee you this person's a conservative too. I promise you this person's a conservative. And they're like, fuck socialism. The most important thing in the world is that Carlin needs braces. Fuck her. So I'd like everyone to admonish this person in the chat. Just because we're waiting. We're waiting. But this is the type of shit I have to put up with, guys. And I put up with more of this garbage from conservatives than I do from the left. And it's not even close. Not even close. So we're going to ban this person now. And if you appreciate what I'm doing, head over to the Substack and sign up for a membership, because that is the only way that I can justify putting myself through this type of abuse on the internet. That's it. That's it. Yup. As a reminder, no low IQ retards are allowed. We only accept people who have 100 or more IQ. That's it. We don't want morons here. You can go watch The Daily Wire. You can go watch Steven Crowder. You can go watch The Blaze. You can go watch Fox News. You can go watch Dan Bongino and Jesse Kelly and all of the low IQ retards on Twitter. Jack Posobiec, all these people. All right, we're back.
Comfortable expressing views, and also please keep in mind that the conference is a relatively public space, and please take that into account when you decide to share your views. When you share
They added
your
that
views,
for me.
please try to
They didn't
limit
have that
it
last
to
year.
3 minutes. If you hit 2:30, we will give you a warning, and we will gently ask you to wrap it up, comrade. All right, now, our speakers. Lydia Pello-Hobbs is an assistant professor of geography and African American and Africana studies at the University of
This person has a
Kentucky.
socialist haircut.
She is the
The
co-editor
mullet,
with
the shaved sides, the little bangs. That's the no, socialism conference. Don't do this to me, you assholes. Are you kidding me? Socialism conference. We literally just went through this morning, socialism conference. This is on their end, guys. This is not on ours. We're just going to take a minute, see if they fix it. Come on. This is so unfair. Socialists suck at technology. They suck so bad. They learn nothing. They learned nothing from the incident earlier. Been looking forward to this session all day. It's the same room. Yep, they learned nothing. Same exact room. But the last one went fine. All right, well, I'll pull up the other one and we can see what's going on over there, I guess. And we'll keep an eye on this one to see if it gets fixed.
Moment demands that we come together and face our linked crises in manners that ensures the sanctity of the planet for all species
We'll go back to
and
the
the
other one if it comes
generations
back.
yet to come. As Noura Erket said here last night, Palestinians are the canary in the coal mine for what is coming for everyone. As Abdel Raza Tariti reminded us last night, Palestinians have been in struggle for centuries, have used every tactic, every idea, and forged relationships with every major anti-colonial struggle because anti-colonialism is a long-term commitment. As Linda Sarsour reminded us last night, she wakes up disappointed. So today, I want to use our time together as a kind of anti-colonial refuge, where we breathe and think and dream together and separately about the worlds we are making in our movements and the worlds we want to live in. I'm going to share some of my thinking and dreaming, which will be coming out in a book from Haymarket.
All right, I think we're back. No, it just God damn it, we're not back. I spoke too soon. Never mind. Dang. No, wrong one. Sorry.
Inside and outside bodies across all kinds of borders, and as it changed from solid to a liquid to gas. I remain interested in its continual movement and cycling,
She's
its
talking about
immense relationships with all forms of life on the planet. In the face of ongoing dispossession, Indigenous peoples have written much about the importance of land to our continued existence. Land and land-based practices are the nest within which we learn our philosophies, our ethics, and our politics. And while water is, in this context, considered to be an integral part of the land, I became interested in the theories that water, in and of itself, hold for living, organizing, and making worlds beyond the ones we've inherited from colonialism and capitalism. These theories of water ask us to think on a scale that is outside of the present moment and our own immediate needs. I'm thinking about NIBI as a theory here, because NIBI offers us an invitation to learn from its embodied practice, a practice of cycling that is global, is permeable, and brings about a continuous rebirth on our planet. NIBI asks us
We're
to...
back.
Mostly folks who are new to the prison.
We're back.
But it is
We're
also
back.
true that the expansion of are now open is that more beds were added to solitary confinement cell blocks than were to force people to labor. Actually looking at the archives forced me to ask questions about why was I seeing as early as the 1930s and 40s the AAA, so the Agricultural Administration Act, demanding that the Louisiana Department of Corrections have acres and acres of Angola lay fallow, otherwise taking land out of productive capacities because it wasn't meeting kind of World War II wartime demands, right? I say this because I was confused when I found this information out. I thought there was this other story going on. So for part of it, I think, to follow the money on that front is to be ready to be wrong or to be curious or to say, oh, why did I get this information inaccurate? What is wrong with me? And realize that those are the moments that I am finding a truth that is actually helping to clarify what is happening rather than what is the assumptions in the story. On a different register, the nerdiest thing I can say is that to follow the money means to do the boring work of following the city and the state budgets, to read them in depth, understand where the revenue is coming from and where it is not coming from. The case of Louisiana meant all of a sudden I had to learn a lot about the petrochemical industry because I learned that the 1970s buildup of the Louisiana state prison system was financed by unprecedented surplus revenue by the 1973 OPEC oil price hikes, which for an oil state like Louisiana meant that the state had millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars on hand to expand the prison system at a moment that there was a liberal federal court order that incarcerated people filed in the name of alleviating the conditions of immiseration, premature death, toxicity, and so much more. And the state's response was to say, we can expand it into, to borrow from the late, great Rose Braz, kinder, gentler jails or prisons in different ways, right? And they were able to do so because all of a sudden there was all of this cash on hand. So one of the ways that this shows up is that instead of even having to take out debt to build new prisons, they were able to just finance it with the money that they had in the state's coffers, which is a very, very rare thing for any kind of state building project. But that the political will was not that this had to be what happened. They could have built all kinds of things in that moment, right? But the political kind of agitation of the time, both on the side of liberal reformism, as well as the rising of tough on crime legislators, district attorneys, and many more, made what incarcerated people wanted at Angola and increasingly elsewhere, which is they wanted a way out of the penitentiary. They did not want a better prison in the first place. In other words, they often said that they did not want a better tomb, right, to die in, right? They wanted to live in a different kind of place. But also thinking about city budgets is thinking about more recently in a city like New Orleans, which is fundamentally, centrally a tourism economy, right? Which is part of the story that many of us should be familiar with of neoliberal economic restructuring, of cities increasingly being service-oriented, And as city leaders, particularly, are finding less and less opportunities for revenue generation to do all kinds of things. In the case of a place like New Orleans, actually pick up the trash, actually deal with the fact that the streets flood constantly, upgrade the water infrastructure. And as increasingly federal revenue is drying up under Reagan, and then increasingly from that point forward, deciding that you're going to build a tourism economy is the way that you're going to save the city, right? So funneling money, this is an old story, into convention centers, into sports stadiums, and increasing new kinds of public-private partnerships, in the case of New Orleans, in the French Quarter. Or I ended up finding that there was a little group of people called the French Quarter Management District of wealthy business elites and residents of the French Quarter who came together to agitate for new policing infrastructures or new public-private forms of policing in the name of securing the New Orleans tourism economy in the years after Hurricane Katrina. So they did these very boring things, like they put new small property taxes on the ballot that would have impacts not just for the French Quarter, but for the city as a whole, under the promise that if the French Quarter was safer, the city would be safer and it could rebuild under a new moment. And I say that these are very mundane things, right? I think many of us, those of us who vote, which we should, especially in these local, very mundane elections, it becomes really central sites of actually abolitionist struggle, because they are the ways in which people are, in everyday ways, very small numbers of people, hundreds to 1,000, right? Really, really small groups of people are able to agitate for the expansion of policing capacity to criminalize more kinds of people in more kinds of places over and over and over again. This is a long way of me saying a lot of this is mundane, but I feel like all mundaneness is actually how we think about not just how do we write the books, but how do we do the organizing, which I'm going to pause and get to in a minute, so that we're able to, in following the money, identify the true targets of power, right, versus the places we assume the power might be, right? And to get really specific about the various scales of state making, various scales of jurisdictional power that help us actually know where are we aiming things, and also where are the different sites of the state that might be in conflict that we could leverage against each other. So I'm going to pause it there.
Same question? Yeah. All right. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you all for coming out.
That's Ruth Wilson Gilmore, the black lady.
Put your hand up because there are a lot of people standing. Folks, you can sit down.
She's like an icon.
Or if you don't want to, don't. But you had your chance. All right. And I just want to pick up the themes that Lydia has just so wonderfully shared with us about the various ways, totally not exhausted in Lydia's summary,
I can't.
the various ways we can follow the money. And the principal lesson I take from what you were saying, Lydia, is not only that we have to look at where the money actually is and how it moves, as against succumb to our hunches or the myths about money, but also to think, as you do in your book, and you do, Naomi, in your book, and your work, I'm sorry, thank you, Adam, about how the movement of money in its various forms creates the conditions for certain kinds of social, political, and economic power to grow or subside, and that then forms the foundation for the next movement of money in whatever form, and the growth and or demise of certain political forms of power. So as Lydia was laying out to us, for example, the fact that in the context of the so-called OPEC crisis, before most people in this room were born, but not all, the opportunity that afforded the petrochemical industry in Louisiana and elsewhere to have vast unexpected revenues, which turned into cash on hand at the state, created then the conditions for a certain kind of power to consolidate around the expansion of the prison system when, as Lydia told us, the consent decree and the court decisions could have resulted in something completely different. But, or maybe therefore, I'm not sure if it's but or therefore. I don't know if you've ever watched the South Park guys talk about how to make a story. It's fantastic. So it's either but or therefore. Those political elites who built their power from this combination of capitalism and contingency in the private and public sector that Lydia was talking about, and I could talk about it in the context of California, we could talk about Kentucky, we can talk about it all over the United States, opened the way for the aggrandizement of certain political forces. Let us call them law enforcement. Let us call them the police and guards and so forth. Let us call them the vendors who sell goods and services to the public, and most of them are public, prisons and jails, that then determines the next movement of money. So I say all of this just to underscore the fantastic lessons that Lydia has shared with us about what she learned in Louisiana, so that we can all spark our imaginations, open as wide as possible, to think about the places and the struggles that brought us to this room to be together today.
All right. So following the money is materialist analysis. It can also be mundane, and it also entails looking very closely at the minutia of state maneuvering. So I want to ask next about the state, and Ruthie, I'm going to start with you. And I'm hoping you can do a little disentangling of what you have long called the anti-state state, built on prison foundations, the ideology that rejects the idea that government can or should be mobilized towards any improvement of life, to distinguish what you call the anti-state state from what some of us might see as a tendency on the left to be flatly anti-statist in a way that doesn't allow us to get into the weeds in the way that you just discussed, and possibly even leads us down bad paths where we don't see what you have sometimes called the possibilities of the pro-state state.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, I am really grateful, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of all of us, for you putting your hands together when we pause, but you actually don't have to do that. We can just keep talking.
Yes, fair,
Okay.
100%.
All right. So the anti-state state is a concept that I dreamed up some time ago.
The
because I was
anti-state
completely
state equals
perplexed
socialist state, non-capitalist
by
state.
how it happened that in various jurisdictions, various polities, various political units, over and over and over again, in the second half, especially of the 20th century and on into the beginning of this century, first quarter of this century, people would run for office or try to get appointed to office, political office, promising to undo the public, fiscal, and bureaucratic capacities that make that state, at whatever scale, the state. So, Bill Clinton, the end of welfare as we know it, the end of government as we know it. Ronald Reagan, the scariest words anyone ever hears in the United States is, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help you solve your problems," blah, 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 right? You can imagine what I'm talking about. And as I said, these are not only elected officials, i.e. people running for the vote, but also people trying to get appointed jobs and civil service jobs as well, who will say, make these kinds of promises. And yet, if we look as nerds at the shape of expenditure over time, adjusted for inflation, we will find that at least in dollar terms, the state doesn't shrink. Then we count up employments, the state doesn't shrink. We count up all kinds of measures for that object we are calling the state, which is actually a whole bunch of institutions that are internally extremely contradictory, that are, riven by problems and also competing with each other. So education, the state, I work for the state.
I work for the state.
She doesn't. But most of the money for Princeton comes from the state.
We pay all of their salaries, is what Ruth Wilson Gilmore just said. We pay they work for the state. They work for state universities.
People acquire state power having promised, having sworn that they're going to undo the state, and then the state stays as firm as ever, and yet the configuration of the state is actually quite different from when they came in, so that programs to look after people in their childhood or in their illness or in their old age are weakened. Education's weakened, but prison and jails become bigger and stronger and sturdier. Then what I think we're seeing is the rise of the anti-state state, right? So we're putting together a kind of polemical understanding, the anti-state state, with the objective reality. It's still the state, but it's a particular kind of state. It is tending
It's a socialist state,
all
non-capitalist state.
Right? Liberal fascism, the kind that thinks it can domesticate the other kind of fascism.
That means
without
capitalism.
becoming fascist itself.
Liberal fascism means capitalism, guys.
So turning very briefly now to the pro-state state. I believe in public goods. That means I believe in goods like education, clean water, clean air, transportation, an environment that can sustain itself and sustain life. I believe in those goods. And I do not believe, although I'm waiting to be convinced, that we can realize such goods through voluntarism and associational energy. That, in my view, and in the view of many people, we must have infrastructures that include decision-making infrastructures that then we are constantly refreshing and renewing. We don't build the infrastructure and then walk away and let the professionals take care of it. That's the problem we're in. And so when I talk about the pro-state state, which some of you might wish to call something else, I'm talking about something that is durable enough and responsive enough and ours enough to make the flourishing of life possible, including for people we despise.
They applauded again.
They applauded. It is kind of nice to have affirmation.
And I'm just going to also just add on to a few things there. And the thing that always comes to my mind, so today is August 31st, 2024, which we are 19 years and 2 days since the levee breaks in New Orleans and Hurricane Katrina. It means that 19 years ago, 80% of the city of New Orleans was still underwater. And I, like many people, I lived in New Orleans. I still live part-time in New Orleans, but I lived in New Orleans immediately after the storm, more or less, or starting in 2006. And I often say, I believe that there is a beautiful, incredible political tradition of anarchism that believes in the end to domination in all forms.
That
right?
means anarcho-communism.
I also know that watching what happened in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina in terms of organizing and state response made me not an anarchist. All of that is true. And when I say that, and I say that as someone who was probably more anarchist, as an early 20-something in the year 2005, 2006, right? That was more of the milieu, right? So when I say that, what I'm trying to say is there was beautiful, like truly incredible organizing, rich, deep local organizing in response to the, both on one hand, the very intentional state abandonment or organized abandonment, to borrow from Ruthie, of New Orleans and the broader Gulf Coast. Not just in the moment that the levees broke and the floodwaters came up and Bush and his compatriots avoided the city for far too long, but for the years and the decades leading up to the disinvestments, right? And things like public works. I saw, again, to go back to the budgets, the ways in which literally money was moved out of public works projects for New Orleans and into jail building in the 80s and 90s in Louisiana. But also, while there was an incredible kinds of different organizing. So I think about this both in terms of the folks who were abandoned in the New Orleans City Jail or Orleans Parish Prison, and left to the floodwaters, who saved each other, who broke windows, who helped people swim to higher floors, who kept people from drowning in all kinds of ways. I also am thinking about the Cajun Navy and the folks who got on their boats and went through the streets of not just New Orleans, but South Louisiana and elsewhere, saving people from the roofs of their houses, while FEMA was turned back and held back by an extra day or two because of the media rumors that there was New Orleans had turned into a site of civil unrest and lawless looting, right? They literally FEMA stayed right back because of those narratives that were promulgated by all kinds of folks, from the mayor to Oprah. I mean, just real. And there was all of these folks who saw on the left,
FOLX.
New Orleans as a blank slate that was in way too many ways very in alignment with the kinds of heritage project think tank work that was coming out of the Bush administration, other folks who said this is a great opportunity to shutter public housing, demolish it, and never have it open again, right? This is a great moment to break the teachers union that was founded on equal pay for Black and white workers and was an epicenter of Black women's employment and organizing in the city to fully charter the city public school system. This is an opportunity to rise up rents, all of the rest of it, right? I mean, I could go on and on and on. But this narrative of a blank slate, erased in so many different registers, the decades, if not centuries, right, of Black, Indigenous, and other kinds of radical organizing for a different kind of future for the place.
In this context.
And mistook the state abandonment or this organized abandonment in this particular political moment as a normalization of the anti-state state, right? As the state can never do anything good. One of the things I think about a lot in this story is that there were all kinds of really incredible mutual aid projects that sprung up, folks trying to think about how do we make a new kind of city, and also how do we struggle for the
what this person is essentially saying, and this is actually incredibly racist what she's saying when you think about it. So the position here is that the state, the Bush administration, which was in charge during Hurricane Katrina, the state made the deliberate decision to abandon all the Black people in New Orleans, and they didn't care if they died, which was incredibly racist. This is her position. I'm repeating this. So in response to the state abandoning the Black people of New Orleans, they need to create an anti-state state. The anti-state state means the socialist state, the non-capitalist state. And the purpose of creating the non-capitalist socialist state is to take care of the Black people who can't take care of themselves. That's quite literally the argument that she's making. People realize that, right? That is the argument that's being made. Black people need socialism. This is why that like these people really do assume that all black people are socialists. This is why you are anti-black if you are not a socialist. This is why Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy. This is why Kanye West is considered to be a white supremacist. Why Jay-Z is considered to be a white supremacist. It's why we have the idea called multiracial whiteness. Because whiteness is engaging in capitalism. They assume all black people should be socialist, and she's literally saying that we need to get rid of the capitalist state and create a socialist state in order to take care of the black people.
So the other thing I'm thinking about too is, what does it actually mean? As someone who lives in New Orleans and his car is always getting almost flooded, or it has flooded. I don't want to talk about how many times my car has literally gotten flooded from not a hurricane, but just an everyday rainstorm, right? What does it actually mean to think about what kind of state could actually, I don't know, invest in the kinds of infrastructure that we know how to do to keep the city from drowning? And I wish, right, we could mutual aid our way there, right? And I think mutual aid is important, but how do we actually exceed these things in ways that are able to give us these kinds of infrastructures that give us the kind of life that abolition demands of it? And so I don't know if any of that is actually making sense now that I've said it out loud, but but really trying to think through, like, on these, again, these very nitty gritty levels. What does it mean to get the trash picked up, right? How do we get to that kind of a place that is not sexy, right? And that can work in tandem with these both kind of pro-state, or I think, Ruthie, you might say lowercase c communist kinds of organizing. Yeah.
See?
And also the kinds of ways that we also can build up spaces of care, right? Not as an antagonistic, but as kind of interdependent or mutually working together.
Communist.
Yeah. You got me going. Is Shana in this room? Shana Griffin? Okay, because I wrote her name down right before Lydia said it. So obviously, we are here to praise Shana Griffin. Because another project that Shana and Shana's comrades put together in New Orleans post-Katrina, I think so, was housing.
Yeah.
What Shana and comrades decided to do was to develop a housing project that would be out of the market forever. So this is a good thing. This is a totally good thing. And they worked very hard, many years, developed the project, got a building. I forget how many apartments it had, 4 or 6,
Something
a
like
small
that.
number, right? They did the whole thing. It was beautiful. They were successful. And what Shana said when she talked about it was, this is not what we should have to do. Yeah? We did it, but we shouldn't have to do it. So what I'd like to follow up on a little bit is this small c communism.
Hey, SS Kennedy, thank you.
Point out that
I appreciate it.
Abolition is a movement that is finding the way between communism and anarchism. Mm-hmm. And this is a good thing, not a bad thing. Mm-hmm. It's not an alternative to communism or anarchism, but rather finding the vital, energetic connections between self-organizing and
that's how you get an inter-party, guys.
Infrastructural durability. And one of the things that Marx wrote about in some of his, never published papers that have finally been published, was this concept that just totally grabbed my imagination. That's how you get the inter-party. A year or so ago.
The small c state.
So, as you might know, I frequently say that philanthropy is the private allocation of the stolen social wage. And under capitalism, that's what it is. It's the private allocation of the stolen social wage. And that includes philanthropy that any of us has taken. It's what it is. Even if, good guys wound up running, the philanthropies and handed the money to other good guys. And Marx, in the middle of the 19th century, was trying to think about how, what the contradiction to that kind of philanthropy would be. And so he kind of put these two words together, communist philanthropy, and I thought, oh man, it's just setting my brain on fire, trying to think about it. Because there is no application, there is no allocation. Like, it becomes what we need, but that means our combined energy in struggle to realize that requires that we over and over and over again rehearse the future we want to make. And this again is where anarchism and small c communism come together. That Shana and comrades rehearsed the health clinic and rehearsed the housing, right? And this is modeling behavior that we need to get bigger without letting go of our capacity to constantly be involved in what its shape is, what its shape should be, and never abandoning the infrastructure to the whims or designs of technocrats, right? Yeah. Because that's the other state that everybody's worried about. People are worried about the anti-state state, the fascist state, but they're also worried about the liberal state, the neoliberal state, and the technocratic state that tells us that we don't know this and we should know that, and then infantilizes us and then gives us just enough to keep us alive until the next day, which is not the state that the pro-state state could be, which is to say it's not small c capitalism.
Yeah.
Capital C communism, small c.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying. Communism. I'm done.
All right. I like it that the anti-state state is so normalized that Ruthie actually had to say the sentence, I believe in public goods, as if they're like unicorns or ghosts. All right. I want to close my question with just a big opening on organizing, where we are, where to go. We are 4 years out from massive global uprisings of summer 2020 across Canada, Brazil, Australia,
thanks,
Nigeria,
LK. I
the
appreciate
UK,
you.
and the US. I'd like some of your visions, some of your thoughts on what the possible, places for improvement might be.
That's not correct, Fascist New
And
World
actually,
Order.
I'm going to take
Please
Chair's
pay
prerogative
attention.
to read as provocation one of my favorite Ruth Wilson Gilmore quotes.
It's actually much worse than that.
That is from a few years ago, and I'm curious if you think this still holds. So in a lecture at Barnard, after talking about devolution, the oligarchs' call to do more with less, to break things into smaller and smaller units, and task each unit with solving its own problems, Gilmore says this, quote, "We have devolved ourselves and then wonder where our allies are. We say, this is my issue, these are my people, this is my vulnerability, this is how I am anxious about the likelihood of premature death. Now who can I be in alliance with? I suggest to you that this thinking, this way of thinking, is thinking in the dominant mode, and therefore undoing the dominant mode will be impossible. Thinking in terms of allies is a militarized way of thinking. We imagine that at the end of the war, these allies will go back to their place, and these allies will go back to their place. This is nation-state ideology, that is territorialized ideology premised on a fundamental, as if it were biological separation," close quote. You can clap at that. I'm wondering if you would still deliver that analysis, and also want to invite you to think globally with the room about the state of organizing.
Yes. Without a doubt. Should I continue talking? Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm talking too much.
You're not.
All right. In a way, thinking about devolution as a problem rather than a solution is related to what I was trying to talk about a little bit earlier when I proposed that what abolition is finding a way between small c, communism, not capitalism, and anarchism, right? It's like very seriously finding that way and bringing those energies together. The tendency toward devolution is so profound that, for example, there are more nation states on the surface of the earth than ever before in the history
Fascist
of
New World
humanity,
Order, I'm not arguing
right?
with you right now.
This
I
is
have
true.
given you more of
It
my
is
attention in the
also
chat than I
true
want to. Your job right now is to
that
watch what is happening on the screen. It is not to argue
there are
with me.
more
If you
people
keep going, I'm just going to
living
time you
in
out.
urban rather than rural areas.
I don't
for
want to
the first
remove
time
you,
in the
but I
history of
will.
humanity, right? So they're like
This is going on
there
on
are big
Rumble, guys.
changes. And the propensity for people to
who
organize
think they know everything, but
ourselves
in fact know
into
nothing.
what become nation states.
Story of my life.
Which many people who have been talking on the many excellent panels about Palestine are trying to make clear to us how nation states are a problem rather than a solution, right? That what happens is people absorb or learn a dominant way of thinking the world. It's the way that, well, here at the University of Chicago in political science, they call realism, right? And say, oh, everybody's just trying to figure out how to maximize their interests, but security comes first, right? That is what they say. And forget that there are 8 billion people on the planet who have organized ourselves into so many different configurations at once. And the question becomes, what configurations are more likely to enhance life? Not some human life, life. So some examples of organizing that we can talk about extend from, what people in the California Central Valley were doing that I wrote about in my book, a little bit in my book years ago.
Yes, Alicia, that's right. No other ideas are allowed except the ones that I'm teaching. This is my house. It is not yours.
Organizations, pulling them together into a regional network, and then without missing a beat, realizing that the anti-prison abolitionists who came to town were talking about the same thing they were talking about, not something different, right? This is not allyship. It's living together-ship. Tomorrow, I'll talk a bit about the landless workers movement in Brazil. I'll talk a little bit about people of the many, 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 many millions and millions and millions of people on Earth who are suffering housing deficit, whether it's in New Orleans or Jakarta or Cape Town or Rio, who figure out ways to create housing that importantly interrupts capitalism.
Create housing that interrupts capitalism.
Interrupts the market. Importantly,
the market is capitalism.
Calls on members of the movement to understand that their capacity to be agriculturalists or to have housing in order to work in the wage economy can only be secured if they decide on their own to take their homes and their practices permanently out of the market. Out of the market. So this is some of the organizing that might seem a long way from the organizing that people inside and outside prisons and jails do here in the States or in South Africa or in Brazil. But again, it's a continuum because the massification of mass incarceration, whatever else it is an expression of racial capitalism on steroids. On steroids. And we don't have to look, speaking of following the money, we don't have to try to find the shadow of chattel slavery to realize that that is what is happening. The shadow of chattel slavery might help us turn our attention in the direction of the massification of the carceral, but passing a law that outlaws slavery will not free a single person. Not a single person. Housing, healthcare, community accountability, yes. Outlawing slavery, I don't think so.
I'm going to take this in a little bit of a more like case study example. I hope you are good with that. So I was running through my head, about prison capital. The book is as much about organizing as about what happened and went wrong. And I say this because it is commonplace for people to think that the ways in which stories are written about things like the prison industrial state, the carceral state, the prison industrial complex, racial capitalism is people are killed, people are exploited, people are dispossessed, there is an insurgent moment, boom, victory. And unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, what I actually tried to tell is the story of a dialectic of struggle, right? And a dialectic of struggle that is always both in response to the various kinds of state violence at play, but also that the various kinds of struggle then reshape how the state responds in different kinds of violent ways, right? So it's not just one direction, right? We're really thinking dialectically here. So, an example. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, the New Orleans City Jail, Orleans Parish Prison, which is commonly referred to as OPP, although like many jails in America, it now has a new shiny name called OJC, or the Orleans Justice Center. People still call it OPP.
It doesn't matter if they're real life examples
was
or not. They believe
several
it
building
hasn't been implemented
complex
correctly
that at the
before, so
time
that
of
does not matter. That's
Hurricane
an owning the libs
Katrina
question.
was the largest carceral facility in the state. It had upwards of 7,000 beds. As I noted, folks who were incarcerated there were abandoned.
Bro, here's the deal. Here's the deal. You try going to a socialist event and you ask them, have you ever tried this before? They're going to go, it's never been implemented properly before because it needs to be implemented in an industrialized country. That's why it hasn't worked. They're going to laugh you out of the building. It's not going to make any difference. We do not ask this question because it's an owning the libs question. It is never going to stop them. They're just going to laugh at you. It makes no difference at all. That's why we don't ask that.
And bringing them into the jail because he would get per diem monies, or he would get money from the state in different ways for incarcerating the people or holding them there, housing them there. During that time, juvenile folks, aka kids, were brought into the jail as part of this mass abandonment moment. So it flooded. It flooded a lot. And because it flooded, many of the buildings were destroyed, right? I don't know if you've ever seen what 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 feet of water does to a building, but it is not often rebuildable in an easy fashion. So in this moment, that the city jail immediately shrinks, right? Because what used to be about 7,000 beds, when it gets reopened by late October of 2005, so early, most of the city is not back. And they had done a temporary jail at the bus station beforehand, which is a whole nother story. But when they go to reopen the city jail, it's about 3,500 beds. And I'm using this language of beds because this is the language that any of us who work around prisons and jails know is the discourse and the language that they use. And, you know, if those are the beds, those are the amounts of folks they will put in there, and probably more if they get to double bunk, quadruple bunk, et cetera. So the city jail immediately is shrunk, right? And there was this organization, and this is where I think that the story of organizing is always a story.
You ask questions about what they believe. You don't, I promise you, you have no idea what these people believe. You might think you do, but you have no idea. We don't speak about this to them. They are in a cult. They are never waking up from their cult. No amount of debunking, no amount of saying it's never been successful, no amount of pointing out the death count, no amount of anything is going to change their minds. You guys have got to start understanding this. This owning the libs debunking bullshit, it only plays on the conservative right. It does not play with the left at all. The left just laughs at you. And the reason they laugh at you is you don't even understand their arguments. You don't even understand what they're trying to do or how they're trying to do it or why they're trying to do it or what's driving all their behavior. The purpose of this is to learn about them. You don't know enough to be able to speak to them right now. I can actually speak to them because I understand what they believe. Socialists will come and tell me that I understand more about what they believe than many people on their side. So I can speak to them because I understand what their deal is. You don't understand what their deal is. So your job right now is to listen and to learn and to ask us questions so that you can learn what their perspective is. And there is nothing that you can do to beat them until you understand them. That is what we're doing here.
Prisoners instead of sending them to state prisons, which is a very fast growing trend across this the country. That
I'm not
the
trying to
jails
be
everywhere
mean. That's
helpfully
just
tells
reality.
us about, and our dear comrade and friend Jack Norton over there tells us about often as well in his work.
You can, bro.
So this is a way to say, and then also ICE detainees, right? There were tons and tons and tons of
I literally just explained this to you. You right now do not understand them at all. Your job is to open your ears and listen to what's being shown and understand them from their perspective, not from your perspective, not from the perspective of the bullshit conservative propaganda apparatus, not from that at all. Your job is to listen and to learn. If you won't do that, then you will never be able to have a conversation with them because they will have no respect for you at all because you don't understand them at all. So, time to listen.
They realize that there is this things happening in the adult system, right? Because they literally go around to evacuation centers and they're trying to track down where kids are. And then everyone's like, my family has been lost. So when Orleans Parish Prison Reform Coalition reforms after the storm, it is no longer an organization that is focused on just conditions of confinement, right? One of the members, both pre and post Katrina, Don Everard, talks about that they'd realized that the city jail could shrink in half. And that was not the end of the world, that they could start actually focusing on organizing around the size of the beds. So when they rebuild the coalition, and it becomes more, the grassroots organizations led by formerly incarcerated folks and their loved ones, the Congress of Day Laborers in New Orleans, many, many different kinds of organizations, the Critical Resistance Chapter, who held a pretty strong abolitionist principled stance in the coalition, but also were very happy to work with some liberals who had like different agreements, right? Like true coalition came together and over many years realized that they could start to actually focus on the size of the jail. So this was a moment that the crisis opens up to move from a condition to the crisis of actually incarceration, right? So it's no longer the conditions in the jail, but the condition of incarceration itself. So FEMA comes along and they end up saying, we're gonna give you around $250 million to rebuild the jail, right? Which creates a political opening, right? Because sheriffs in Louisiana, and particularly this sheriff, right, are not accountable to almost anyone, right? So they have a lot of capacity to do whatever they want. And then Sheriff Gusman obviously said, oh no, my jail's 3,500 beds. I want to build it back up, right? He was saying, right, that the fundamental to the rebuilding of the city is to get the jail not just back up to where it had been pre-Katrina, but to hopefully get it larger, right, in that period of time. And so the coalition is coming together, they're organizing, and they come to identify, right, that this is an opportunity to not just demand that the jail doesn't get built bigger, which I believe with the FEMA money, what Gusman was pushing for was around 5,500 beds, something like that. They say we don't want 3,500 100 beds to be the endpoint. We're going to do some research. What if we shrink it down even further at this moment and we get it to what they said at the time, 850 beds? And I want to say something here, right? There might be some abolitionists in the room, someone perhaps like myself, who would say, ooh, 850 beds, we don't want any beds, right? And that is understandable. And also, they understood that what if this is a political moment to get the jail to be smaller than it already is, right? Because they said if we can get it smaller, there will be less people when a potential hurricane comes who will be left to this death device in the first place. And not just when a hurricane comes, but all the everyday deaths that accumulated in ways big and small, often not even making news because reporters said so many people died inside the jail, it was not newsworthy, right? This was something reporters literally told organizers. How do we make this smaller, right? And how do we use this as an opportunity to organize to talk about, A, why are there so many state prisoners held inside this jail? What is this dynamic at play? Can we change this dynamic? 2, what is going on with ICE detainees, right? So the Congress of Day Laborers really call attention to ICE holds, what it means that there's collaboration happening around deportation, especially in the context where so many immigrant workers, particularly, but not only Honduran folks, were brought into the city as part of the rebuilding process, right? And we're both working on, in day laborer corners and then also getting swept up as part of the kind of system of wage theft and what have you that's happening across the city at this time. So they build out this incredible campaign, right? Where they both are thinking broadly about building grassroots power. They go to the Mid-City Neighborhood Association, which is the neighborhood where the jail is located. And they say, we know that usually folks who live around a jail have some not in my backyard tendencies. What if we organize them to come out against the jail? Not because they're afraid of quote unquote criminals in their backyards or escapes, but because they say, these are our neighbors and this is not the right way to be. So they organize homeowners, like literally the worst people to organize, into coming out against the jail. And so you have a series of moments where people are moving over many, 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 many years because of this FEMA money, right? And because of figuring out also that there was a land use decision. And because it was a land use decision, the city council had power, right? So this is, again, where I'm going to say, I'm going to die on it, that abolition is about these mundane politics over and over and over again, right? So they figure out what the land use struggle is, and they use this as an opportunity to figure out how to get the bed cap. And now they don't end up getting the 850 bed cap. But what they end up getting through all of this organizing is a 1,400 bed cap, right? Which is not what they had asked for, but was way better than the 3,500 beds that was already there, or the 5,500 beds that the sheriff was agitating for, right? And it creates the moment to have, less people dying in all of the everyday crises that is the New Orleans criminal legal system. So I tell this story, I guess, to sum up a couple of thoughts, right? There was so much political education of all of the different ways people were being locked up. What were these different state capacities? What were these different sectors of power,
Beer
right?
will help.
There was a willingness to struggle in principled ways in coalition internally to figure out political structures, and for folks to think long-term, to actually demand closer to what they wanted than what they thought was pragmatic, right? Because the pragmatic thing was, we want to just stop this expansion, right? Or we want to maybe decide it could be shinier and nicer, and that's going to be better for everyone, right? And in doing so, the abolitionists organized the liberals, right? That is, most people are not born abolitionists, I hate to tell you, right? And most people, I in high school had a nice little button on my jacket that said reform prisons. I have such a clear memory of this button. And I became an abolitionist through organizing, right? And this is how more people become abolitionists over and over and over again. So it's also the willingness to both be principled, but not in such a way that limits who can actually be brought into the political struggle, and to then also be using these moments, right? So there's like all of these different ways that there can be a win that is material, but not as an end in of itself, but is one step further in getting more folks free, to getting a different kind of world, and to doing it in ways big and small, and opening the doors to all kinds of people being involved, not just the folks who are 10 or 12 people who everyone already agrees with. And so those are just a couple of little bits of that case study I wanted to share.
You've been very patient. We're going to open it up. If you have a comment
Best
or
part's always
question,
Q&A.
please raise your hand. I'm just going to say, if you're someone who's had a chance to speak in a previous panel, if you're someone who hasn't yet jumped in and you feel like jumping in, give me a double wave. This is much leaner than I thought. All right, we're gonna start here. Please leave your mask on. 3-minute cap. Less if you can, because that makes room for more people, such as I saw a hand here. All right, so we can next and third. Yeah, and we'll start there.
Thank you both so much for your time. Okay, you talked about, the different configurations and how we must have a decision.
Yeah, she's got socialist tattoos.
Infrastructures
Good
durable
spot.
enough to make the flourishing of life possible, including
Socialist
the people we
tattoos.
despise. So I'm an abolitionist. I'm also, I have 14 years clean and from like heroin and alcohol. And I'm...
Wow, good for her.
So when examining the pre-existing infrastructures, such as 12-step programs that bring in people that we would normally not mix with, and the traditions where there are no authoritative figures, there are no hierarchies, there are no paid positions, it's free. It's global, it's international, it's national, it's local. There's a meeting app that you can open up and find any meeting. So if we replace the word alcohol, where the only requirement is a desire for change, and
bro,
if we had like
keep it
different
branches,
branches,
or I'm
like
gonna
the
time you out.
Abolitionist Anonymous branch. Like I feel like it would work, and I was wondering.
I'll take that one. Hi, thank you for the panel. My name is Lori Beth. I'm a retired paramedic from the San Francisco Fire Department. Two things. One, about the
Jews
prisons.
say
There's a man
ceasefire
named
now.
Gary Tyler. He was a young man who was on death row for 45 years because he killed a white boy, which he did not. He's now out, and he's a quilter, and I highly recommend you all to have a look at him. The other thing is I was in Hurricane Katrina 19 years ago, which I didn't realize how much this brings up until what you had to say. It's kind of amazing to be at a paramedic conference and be staged at the fancy Hotel Monteleone, which was stunning. We wrote a little article in the Socialist Worker, which I also highly recommend. It's called The Real Heroes and the Real Sheroes of Hurricane Katrina. Because we were in the International Socialist Organization, we wrote a little article, and we thought, who's going to read it? Our family and a couple of commies. Well, as it turns out, when we finally got home, I'm in my backyard smoking a joint. Up come two police officers, and they subpoenaed us. They wanted us to name names. They wanted to say, who caused this? Our response was, when they finally got us out there again, it's like, I'm not going in the room alone, I'm going with my partner. It's like, you can't do that. It's like, you guys can't tell me what to do anymore. You almost effed us up. So, all that to say, our names was the system. And the one thing I do want to say, when we talk about crimes, there was a white couple.
She's an old hippie
staying
socialist.
at
She's
this
not a
hotel, and they're
dangerous
like,
one.
I don't deserve to be here. I need these towels that I'm taking, not stealing. Whereas you see black people, they were looting, they were stealing. But what were they doing? Trying to survive. So it's interesting to see our perspectives on what is a criminal and what is acceptable. Anyway, thanks so much for this panel. Appreciate it.
Sorry, my foot fell.
No.
So asleep as I was trying to get up here. Thank you both so much. This is just like my head is spinning from like everything that's been said here. And my name is Pranay. I'm from Washington D.C.
Fascist
The,
New World Order, you
I think I'm
continue to cause problems in my
question is,
Rumble
like, I've
chat,
been
and I
thinking a
don't
lot
like
over
it.
the course of this conference, and especially the things that have been so radicalizing for so many people. One,
You
like,
might be able
summer
to
of
do this in
2020, the
big
Black
text
Lives Matter
chat. You're not
uprisings,
doing this here.
And then two, in the last year,
I've
just, like,
asked
the
you to
explosion
stop.
of the Palestine
I've asked
solidarity
you to
movement.
stop
And I think
repeatedly.
that
Actually, you know
those
what, bro? I'm
two,
timing
like,
you out.
moments
You
or
can take a
movements
fucking
have,
break.
have like led us to a point where like I
If
think
you
the
keep
two
going,
biggest
I'm going to
sources
time you
of
out for the rest
energy
of the
on
live
left
stream.
in the U.S. right now, and this is just my take, but would be like abolition and anti-imperialism. I think that those are the two aspects of like left analysis where
The
most
point of this
people
is
have
to
been
listen and to
radicalized
learn,
the
not
most
to
and have
fucking
had
post about
their
random shit
analysis
that has
sharpened
nothing to
the
do
most.
with
And I
this.
think especially the student encampments have been so instrumental in that for making people understand what anti-imperialism means. So I guess my question to you is like, to both of you, is like, in light of that, how do we marry those two? Like, how can we think of abolition as an anti-imperialist issue, and how can we think of anti-imperialism as an abolitionist issue? Because I think that both frameworks bring a lot to each other, and I think, especially when we're thinking about our current, summer 2020 was 4 years ago, but the current moment that we're in now, I see as having a lot of revolutionary potential if we're able to draw the right connections and raise people's consciousness in the right way. So I'm curious for any thoughts you have on how we can marry those. Thank you so much.
We can do a round of answering, or we can take
Should we-
one.
Should we-
Or we
what
can
do you
take one.
want?
And then- Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna call so you can get ready. So 1,
Okay.
2, and then way in the back in green, 3.
So, abolition, anti-imperialism. Yes, 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 yes. I mean, I think all, and I think about this also in the very longue durée, right? If we understand abolition, democracy, right, which we should all know, and if we don't, we should read up, right, comes from the indispensable Black Reconstruction by W.E.B. Du Bois, right, who is asking us or telling us, right, about the kinds of different world making. Abolition is a world making project, right, that traverses all kinds of scales. And he tells us about this in terms of these moments, both in the lead up to the Civil War, during the Civil War, and the general strike of, right, enslaved people running to freedom and making freedom in those spaces, and then the various kinds of freedom making enterprises of all sorts that occurred across the South, but not only the South, in the Reconstruction era, right, which we often get erased. So if we understand that this moment of abolition democracy is fundamentally about the end of slavery, but if Ruthie's also right, it's not just there's a law that outlaws slavery, right? But what does it mean to make a world where slavery is impossible? And that requires us to think of a world where colonialism is impossible, right? Because there is no U.S. racial slavery without the U.S. settler state, and not just the U.S., right? All of these different interconnected relationships.
It's all about
so
capitalism.
it's not theoretical, it is material, and it's kind of like deepest roots. And so, I think this moment, and
come on,
I think, both of those moments of 2020 and now, right, are also in the response to the incredible acceleration of death making is what I'm also thinking, right? So 2020, obviously the killings of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and so many other people, but also the pandemic, right? People are literally living in a moment of heightened death and witnessing in Gaza and the West Bank and so much more, right? That there is, I think, a way that if we are thinking always that our politics are rooted in an expansion of life in all of these ways, then we have to be thinking in that kind of register. And I guess what I'm curious about, and I'm a professor, and I'm a professor at the kind of university that does not have a lot of student activism. That's not a critique, that's just a fact. So I'm not a university that had an encampment in the spring. I would love if one showed up, but I'm not sure that will happen, and that's just real. And I'm saying that because what are all the different ways, though, that people are organizing on campuses and off of them in this moment is heightened, it is strong, and I think that we're already seeing, because of the contradiction's the wrong word, because of the ways in which we are seeing the criminalization of dissent in this moment, right? It forces us to see this again in this material way. Students faculty, staff getting suspended, expelled, fired, all of the different kind of ways this is happening shows us that criminalization is going to be, and state violence in all of its forms is the response to protesting state violence, right? Time and time again. And so I guess the question I keep having is, how are we fortifying our organizational links, our political kind of study to understand these not as coincidences, right, but as fundamentally intertwined with these long histories? And also, what are the ways in which these new formations are coming into being, right? NYU, I believe, in this week it was announced that Zionist is now a protected category of identity, right? And so how do we understand this, right? As an anti-state state formation, even at the private universities that are deeply embedded in public monies and laws and all of the rest of it.
NYU,
how are we going from there? So
that
I'll
whole
just
thing's
stop there
crazy.
for a second.
NYU has added
What Lydia
Zionists
said.
to their list of protected classes.
Tomorrow I'll be talking about
For real.
imperialism. And the title of my talk, if I were to give it a different title,
So you can't
would
speak
be
against
The
Israel at
Soviets and
all
Abolition.
at NYU.
Which is the title of this introduction. I want to actually speak to my comrade about 12-step. I've been clean and sober for 33 years and 8 months and 23 days. And although I organized for a long time before I found my way to the rooms, I became such a better organizer from having spent time in the rooms. I learned to listen. Like, the rule against crosstalk was a good rule for me. And I can't tell you, comrade, how many people I've met around the world who have the same idea you have. And sometimes I think in some ways, it's not quite, big book study, but there's something close to what you're thinking about actually happening on the ground in the following way. While 12-step, for those of you who don't know, it is a program, only you can kind of do it however you want to do it, as long as you just keep coming back. Like, I never had a sponsor. 33 years, I never had a sponsor. But other people are like very hardline, you have to do everything exactly a certain way or else you can't do it. Same in abolition, And the beautiful thing is, we still spend the hour in the room. And we know our life depends on the hour in the room. And coming back to the room.
Nick, please stay on topic. Please provide a good example. You're a mod in the chat.
Yeah. Lydia does not need
Well,
to
actually, no, I take that back. I guess it kind of was. I said something about it, so my fault. Okay,
and-
my fault. Fair enough.
And so, my friend Dorsey Nunn had we used to talk about, oh man, if we could only take over the AA international meeting.
I'm just tired, so I
you
apologize.
know? Just think. And then, I was in South Africa recently, and some of my comrades there were saying, oh, our brother who couldn't ever get his act together to do anything is now doing everything right because he found his way to the room. So I'm with you about thinking with you about how we can bring that kind of associational energy to our everyday. And there's another way of thinking about it, which is going a little bit away from being clean and being sober, and that is, most people on this earth, because we're social creatures, are part of some kind of social life, or wish to be. And whether that social life is political, or it's faith, or it's union, or it's church, or it's a choir, or it's just who you talk to at the laundromat when your clothes are spinning in the dryer, all of that gives us some opportunity to
Angel
think about
Eyes.
how we
Thank
already
you.
model for ourselves the kind of combined energy that can
true.
make a difference
Right?
for ourselves and
Oh, come on. We're so close. Don't time out on me now. Come on, Haymarket. Don't do this. Come on. Come on. Come back to us. Maybe if I reload.
when your clothes are spinning in the dryer, all of that gives us some opportunity to think about how we already model for ourselves the kind of combined energy that can make a difference for ourselves and others in the resides.
Oh, we're back.
Right?
Okay.
Is making things available. And I want to say one other thing now because I might not get to say it later. I watch a lot of TV, especially when I'm flying, and movies and so forth in the plane. And I've learned, much to my dismay, that abolition is a cringe moment in Hollywood movies now. When somebody says they're an abolitionist, everyone's supposed to cringe. And that makes me sad a little bit, but then I think,
Awesome.
but they just said abolition throughout this entire plane.
Awesome.
But the caricature, in American fiction, that in Girls on the Bus, and there's an abolitionist, the caricature is there, and yet I think the word lodges in someone's brains just like, are you a friend of Bill lodges in your brain, and that someday, sometime, some other friend of Bill gets you in the room and you don't die. So these are some of the things I think about as well. And this is kind of part of what I'm meaning when I say that abolition is emancipation in rehearsal. Going in the room is emancipation in the rehearsal. This is emancipation in rehearsal.
You're not going to insult me like that, Tiffany. Not going to happen.
I'm sorry.
I don't know why. I just don't know why. Why? Why can't people just keep focused? What are you even doing here if you don't want to listen? I just don't
I'm
get
a little
it.
bit nervous because I am starstruck. So it wasn't until my brother was sentenced to a prison sentence that I saw the connection between immigrants and then how immigrants get transferred into higher security, securities, and just the fucked up nature of the prison and the detention systems. So that to say, I'm an immigrant rights organizer. My family came from the U.S. Virgin Islands, which is a U.S. colony, basically, just like Puerto Rico. Mm-hmm. But finding that connection, we live in Florida, and as you know, Florida has amplified in recent years its connection between ICE and detainers and all that messy shit. But in the side of the good work that I must say happened was I really got lit up when you talked about how the landowners they fought against, because with the CCA Go Away campaign, we're able to and have one of the detention centers not be built, right? So I didn't want to live that work in this space because that shit was hard, and that happened, right?
Yeah.
So, so the other piece of that, it is understanding Florida. I have a love and hate for Florida, beautiful land, but fucked up people in so many ways, right? So the pandemic really did some stuff, right? The pandemic really did some soul searching, I think, for a lot of people, especially in how, folks were not let it go. But we're now seeing the rise again of this narrative around mass incarceration, particularly immigrants being funneled. A little bit, I would love to hear kind of your takes, if there's any takes on, I heard Louisiana and the parallels to Florida, because that's where we are. And then the other thing is the culture, right? Huge cultural worker. So I love that you mentioned Hollywood, because in the same nature, I do think that just like public goods, it's the conversation about culture and how do we make sure that people understand, make what seemed complicated more simple in how we enjoy, live life. So that's it for me.
I have two brief questions. The first is, here in Illinois, Stateville Prison is in the process of being closed, and the state has already allocated money to rebuild it, although those plans are very much still up in the air. What advice do you have for those of us in Illinois to try to organize to shrink or eliminate whatever the new plan for Stateville is? And then my second question is, here in Chicago, there's been a campaign for a number of years, the Free Heartland Kids campaign, which is to try to close juvenile immigrant detention centers that are called shelters that are run by a large social services nonprofit called Heartland Alliance. I was in this campaign for a number of years, and I eventually burned out of it because I felt that Heartland Alliance, as a huge social services nonprofit, there was no mechanism for public accountability because they weren't a public entity. So what advice do you have for that campaign and for people who are trying to demand accountability from what Professor Gilmore calls the shadow state? Thanks.
All right, if you can both keep it a minute, then I can take both of you.
Okay, I will go fast. Thank you for this very enlightening panel. Kind of reminds me of anti-reformist reforms of like how do we organize public institutions to enact, implement, and enforce anti-reformist reforms that build towards our united vision for decommodification, deprivatization, socialism, et cetera. An example being rent control. What your example of the 1,400 bed win reminded me of post-Katrina is Stop Cop City in Atlanta. Organizers have used all tactics that range from occupying the forest to appealing to the city council to organizing enough people to qualify for Cop City to be on the ballot. The city council and the police state repressed the signatures and opinions of the people of Atlanta, majority black and working class people. This includes the murder of forest defender Tortuguita. I fully agree with the philosophy that we need hospitals alongside mutual aid, but at the same time, people are demoralized from efforts like Stop Cop City and divestment on campus, where we have tried to leverage a diverse range of tactics and coalitions. My question is, what experiences could today's organizing learn from past movements in their next phase of organizing? Thank you.
Hey, thank you. This might not be answerable in this space. It's very nuts. What's it called? Not nuts and bolts. Brass, not tech, whatever. I'm really interested in the research that you both have done, very much like digging into the budgets, looking at the land use. You know, I think a lot of the issues that we confront, this intersection of like the federal decision-making, FEMA and the federal government, the states like Louisiana having their slush funds do whatever the fuck they want to do, and then the neoliberal city as like this austerity-driven, you know, corporate space, right? And I think just in broad strokes, like in people trying to figure out how power is circulating now and how we can disrupt it, like any advice you have on like research approaches and that kind of thing. Sorry if it's not sharp, but.
Right, but I know that you're both going to cover all of that in 3 minutes.
Okay. Total or each? Total. Each. Okay.
Okay, go first.
Okay. Great questions, everybody. Thank you again. One of the things you all are pointing toward is the propensity for governments as well as private institutions to use something that my colleague Lisa Hajar terms state lawfare. And she came up with this concept in relation to thinking about how the state of Israel, the United States, and so forth criminalize people who are fighting against colonialism, right? They criminalize them. And the tendency toward criminalization is what brought us to our research in the first place, what brought us all together here today. It connects all of the panels on abolition, all of the panels on Palestine, all of them. And there is also a tendency to go sort of rock back and forth between criminalization on the one hand and infantilization on the other. Right. Criminalization, this is against this law, and you should be punished, and infantilization, you don't understand enough. Right. Whether it's young people in an encampment or people trying to figure out how to undo the PIC. I probably used my 3 minutes. Thinking about how power works, it just means doing something like, if, let us say there's a piece of land in a city that the city is going to turn into a jail, or a luxury accommodation for that matter. Go read the documents that land sits on, who owned it, what are the zoning laws, so on and so forth. All of those things give an idea about something else to think about. So instead of being bored by the drudgery, and it is drudgery, just think about how the puzzle that we're solving is part of this big puzzle of undoing racial capitalism. Yeah. This is what we're doing. A comrade last night on the Palestine panel said, don't tell us Palestinians what to do. We've tried everything, and we continue to try everything, and this is true. The point, though, and this goes to Mizue's question at the end, was it Mizue's question? No, it's the question before that about discouragement. Elise's question about discouragement is many of these struggles take a long time. It is understandable one feels discouraged after a month or through 2 months or 3 months. There's got to be a way to find the energy in the room to get back to the work. It was like 26 years ago we launched the contemporary abolition movement. I mean, I'd be really discouraged if I thought something was going to happen in a few days, and I don't mean to put down anybody who's young, but there is this longue durée here that we're all part of, and being in solidarity with each other is part of what makes it possible for us to get through it. And I'll just stop there.
Yeah. Very quickly, what immediately jumped to my mind with all of the different questions for different reasons is an incredible campaign that's currently happening to stop a new federal prison being built in eastern Kentucky. So there's an incredible, and our lovely friend, comrade Judah Shept, his book, Cold Cages Crisis, is for sale in the book room. I cannot recommend it enough. He tells us about why there are so many federal prisons in Appalachia, Central Appalachia, Eastern Kentucky in particular. And he tells us the story of an incredible win against a new federal prison getting sited in Eastern Kentucky, on the top of a mountaintop removal site, right? All of the ways in which folks organized and won. And when Judah's book came out, we were doing a panel about it. Naomi was actually there on that panel, and it had been announced a few weeks prior that they were starting that project all over again. Now, this could be a story of being demoralized. But what has happened, what Judith talks about when we talk about it, and I've been very peripherally involved in the coalition with my University of Kentucky professor hat on and general political educator vibes, is that what is really important is that he says the campaign and the coalition is so much deeper and wider than it was the first time, right? The answer of the, and in ways that it's not just about the folks in Eastern Kentucky and this county called Letcher County where the prison is to be sited, but also folks from the sending communities, right, are now organized in new ways. So the folks who would be incarcerated in the federal prison who are disproportionately from DC, because DC doesn't have a state prison, right? So folks go into the federal system. There's all these different layers of this story, but every time we talk about it, new strategies and tactics, deeper organizing, not just in the region, but nationally, folks coming in all of these different ways, because a federal prison is fundamentally a national political campaign, right? And so I just keep thinking about, you could read that story right now.
Thanks so much for the $25
as a story of, oh no, of course they brought it back up. But what the way it's folks are being about it is we are so much even closer to winning, and it might fail, and then they might bring it back again, but we are getting stronger every single time we come together to organize on all of these different registers, from environment to criminalization and so much more in this political moment.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Thank you for
it?
your engagement. Thank you to Haymarket
Yo.
Books, and thank you to our wonderful panelists today.
All right, we made it. Now, there were a couple nuggets in that presentation, just in terms of, like, I thought the whole idea of, like, the anti-state state was interesting, because they're basically admitting that they want to create a socialist state, which is different than what we hear in a lot of these presentations, because a lot of socialists are, and they kind of alluded to this, they said small c communist. Like, a lot of socialists believe that they oppose any state, but that's not true. That's not true at all. It's not that they oppose any state. It's that they want a socialist state. They want to abolish the capitalist state. Most of it, I wasn't, like, I'm not a fan of Ruth Wilson Gilmore. I just mostly listen to her because socialists love her. So she's someone that we need to listen to. You saw they were pretty much idolizing her. Anyway, guys, it's time for a break. Is everyone ready for a break? I'm ready for a break. I'm definitely ready for a break. But what I want to say is this. We are going to be coming back. So here is the schedule. Here is what we are going to do. We are going to take about an hour break, And there's going to be, I'm not going to stream anything for this. The Socialism Conference right now, they're on a break, guys. They're not streaming anything live. The next live stream for the Socialism Conference is at 8 p.m. tonight. So we're going to take this time to have an intermission. I'm going to give people time to go get dinner, snacks, booze, weed, whatever you want. Take a nap. I'm going to be taking a nap. And I'm going to leave for about an hour because I need to shut my eyes. I need a break. I need a break, okay? I've been doing this since 11 a.m. I've been doing this for almost 7 hours already. I need a break. At 6:30 p.m., we are going to return and we are going to watch, not that one. We are going to watch 10 Myths About Zionism. This is a session that occurred earlier today that I want to watch that we didn't get to watch because we were watching a different session. So at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we are going to come back and watch 10 Myths of Zionism. And then at 8 p.m., we are going to return to the Socialism live streams where we are going to watch Palestine and the Limits of International Law. And that is going to be starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And that's it. Those are our final 2 sessions for today. So we've got a really full day. I'm just going to leave the live stream running because I don't feel like ending it and starting a new one, honestly. So that's what we're going to do. Also, now is a great time to head over to the Substack to sign up as a supporting member. Now, I have been hearing from people, so this might just be a Substack thing, the reason that supporter goal is not going up. People have been telling me that Substack, for some reason, is not charging their credit card yet, and so it's not showing up on the back end. But I have heard that people are signing up, and Substack is just not charging their credit card. So don't let that deter you. We're going to get the number will get corrected at some point. I don't know what's going on with Substack. I don't know if they've changed their system, so they only like officially charge it once a day or whatever. But we will get that number updated. But I want to encourage everyone, the way you can best support this stream is by heading over to my Substack. That is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Signing up as a monthly or annual member, $8 a month, $80 a year. The vast majority of my work is funded out of Substack, so that is the number one thing I rely on. I would love to get 100 new supporters this weekend. And again, we'll make sure to get that goal updated whenever Substack actually gets around to charging the money so it actually shows up on my dashboard. It won't show up on my dashboard until Substack charges it. So don't let that deter you. We're going to all new memberships will count. And if you go into this post here, you will find other ways. If you're already a paying supporter on my Substack, you can give gift donations, you can donate subscriptions, and everyone will be invited to my supporter Discord where we will be decompressing tomorrow with a rousing viewing of one of my favorite movies, A Clockwork Orange. So everyone who's a supporter on Substack or on Locals, if you want to be on Locals, that's fine, but I prefer Substack. But if you want to go on Locals, that's cool. All of you guys tomorrow will get a link to the supporter Discord, and we will be watching A Clockwork Orange after all of this is over at 8 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow night. So what are going to do during the intermission to keep the stream going? I'm literally just going to leave the stream going. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put up an overlay. That says we're going to take a break and we'll be back later. That's literally what I'm going to do. But I'm not done yet. Of course, you can also head over to the Unwoke Art Store. Now is a great time to get some merch. We have the 25% off deals on the Real Marxism design. That comes in black or red. On the Socialists Are Gay design, which really no one knows what side you're on when you're wearing this, so it's kind of funny. On the Socialist Always Lie design, the classic, iconic, original Socialist Always Lie shirt. And on the new and improved kind of dystopian reality Socialist Always Lie shirt. So you can get whichever one you like. These options are available for 25% off. You can get them in t-shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, mugs, bags, other things, etc., etc. That is only available for 25% off this weekend in the Unwoke Art Store. And you can head over there and check that out. Anyway, I am now going to put up, and I'm asking everyone to be good while I'm gone. I'm going to leave the stream going, and I'm going to put up a graphic that says, we will be back in an hour, okay? And I'm going to go I'm going to put some music on, and I'm going to go take a nap. And I will be back in an hour, and I hope you guys will too. So break. Team break. We'll be back at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. Hey, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Listen. I had to make my dinner. The best ramen in all the land. I don't eat ramen often, but when I do eat ramen, I enjoy it. All right, everyone, who is ready to reconvene for socialism? I hope no one's been mugging up my chat while I've been gone. We are about to reconvene for the last part of our stream for today. We've got 3 more hours. 3 more hours of socialism. Who's ready? All right, the first thing we got to do is, if you're new, welcome. Has anyone joined since I've been taking a nap for an hour? Has anyone joined? Because we got some catch up to do. We are, of course, about 84 minutes away from the big culmination of our night, which is going to be about international law in Palestine or something. But we missed a presentation earlier today because they're doubling up on presentations, and I want to go back and watch it. My mic is crackling. Well, guess what? I don't know how to fix that right now. Hang on. I do know how to fix that. Hang on, I do know how to fix it. Here's what we're gonna do. I will be right back, okay? No one go anywhere. I will be right back. Is that better? Is it any better? Please tell me it's better. Please, for the love of God, tell me it's better. If it's not, we're just going to have to deal with it because I'm sorry, guys. I cannot fix everything at every moment. I left for an hour. I didn't touch anything. I don't really know what to say. It's fixed. Fixed. Yeah. You know what I had to do? I had to restart my browser. That's all I had to do was restart my browser. That's it. That's it. All right. Well, I'm glad the answer is but an easy answer. And now we can get back to business. Let me just gotta get my stuff set up again because I had to restart my browser. All right. We have got 2 presentations left for today. Starting at 8 p.m., we will be watching Palestine and the Limits of International Law. That's with that Rutgers professor that we watched last night. That we kind of liked that Rutgers professor. She was actually a Spitfire. But we missed a presentation earlier today called The 10 Myths of Zionism. And so we're going to go back and watch that, and we're going to kill some time. I'm going to fast forward a little bit just because there's always introductions and stuff anyway. And we're just going to jump right into it, guys. This is the 10 myths of the 10 myths of Zionism. This was from earlier today at the Socialism Conference. Please make sure you mount the like button for me. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel if you're not already. Let's see what happened earlier.
Copy of the forthcoming book for free as part of that membership. He is also author.
Hey, we're just going to fast forward a little bit.
The history of the Zionist project in Palestine is a very important entry point for understanding the situation today and for discussing the future. And once we are thinking of extending the network of support for Palestine beyond our usual suspects, beyond the people we have worked for so many years together in the solidarity movement, we still, I'm sure, are aware about the level of ignorance and misinformation and mythologies that are connected to the way the mainstream media in this country and in the global north in general reports the history of Palestine, the situation in Palestine, and as well as in some very important academic centers, still in courses and modules across the academia in the global north, still the way the history is being told plays an important role
Anyone want a beer?
in the
I feel like I've earned
immunity that Israel is granted by the global north and particularly by the United States for its criminal policies on the ground. And it's not enough to defy or even defeat the misinformation and fabrication that goes along with the historical narrative that are being spent by the media or by the academia by sound bites. The machinery that produces these misinformed, misguided, and fabricated narratives
spice latte
is
stout.
a very sophisticated one and includes a lot of important academics and journalists and wordsmiths, people who know how to write and how to talk and how to preach. And in order to challenge them successfully, we need to understand the history of the place, of the Zionist movement, of the Zionist project in a profound way, through proper research, through professional historiography, and with the help of those who are decided to devote their life for that kind of research and activity. So I think that their interaction, which was always very important in the left, between academics or intellectuals or educated
Listen, ramen is delicious, and I don't care what anyone says about it. It's the best.
Is something which is highly important for the success of expanding the network of solidarity with Palestine and contributing, be it a modest contribution to the liberation of Palestine and the decolonization of historical Palestine. The 10 Myths of Israel, the book itself, was actually born out of this rather frustrating engagement I had, not with people in the solidarity movement with Palestine, but whenever I try to expand my dialogue beyond those who are committed or have been committed strongly to Palestine. Whenever you try to expand the network, to try and say, I will talk with some people who seem to be reasonable, educated, have a modicum of decency in them, whose positions on other social and political issues you respect. In fact, some of them are your mentors in certain areas of study or human activity. You encounter this very solid narrative of why there is a conflict in Palestine, what is its origins, why is it continuing, and what is the best way to deal with it. And you understand that even if you had 50 minutes to talk with these people, if they would be patient enough to listen to you, even that would not be enough. That actually only if you can somehow convince them to sit in your class for a whole year, as I suggested the two agents of the Homeland Security in Detroit, when they kept teaching me the history of Palestine. I thought that only a year with them, I mean, with these two guys, I probably needed 2 years. You really need a year at least to unpack and challenge the kind of history that maybe for some of you would sound bizarre, but the vast majority still of people who can make a difference in this country in affecting American policy towards Palestine, the vast majority of the people are still holding on to the myth that we will try to debunk and challenge today. And we can divide these mythologies or myths
thanks for the super sticker. I appreciate it.
ones that come from the past, even the
Thank you to
distant
Mandatory
past,
Carrie who gave while I
some
was
that
away.
are still with us and relate to a more kind of contemporary issues, or the present if you want, and some that are associated with the way people who are in a position to influence policies are talking about the future. And some of these myths about how to engage in a conversation about the future of Palestine have unfortunately emerged in the last year, put forward by the professional side of the Biden administration, and they come under the title of the day after. And the day after, the way it is being articulated, not just by the politicians, by the president, the vice president, or the secretary of state, but if you read more into the kind of more professional papers, policy papers that have been prepared under the title of the day after, mainly for Gaza, but not only for Gaza, for the whole issue of Palestine, you can see that the mythologies that informed the conversation in this country about the future of Israel in Palestine is still the very same conversation, as if the last 9 or 10 months have taught these people nothing about what is wrong with their attitude and their analysis. So the first, probably, and you're familiar, a myth that for many of us would sound maybe ridiculous or obnoxious or unrealistic or untrue or invalid, is still one that you can hear a lot of people repeating in one version or the other. And that's the myth that Palestine was a land without people, waiting for the people without land. And what is important in challenging the first part of this myth, that Palestine was a land without people, is that you don't do it by saying, no, it was. Thank God, for the last 20 or 25 years, very erudite, industrious historians have managed to reconstruct for us the history of Palestine on the eve of the Zionist arrival. And Palestine, before the arrival of the Zionists, as you know, the early Zionists arrived in Palestine in 1882. Palestine, on the eve of the arrival of the Zionists,
I might need to watch some fascism later tonight just to make up for all this socialism, just to balance it.
Where people were mostly living in rural areas, but also had some urban centers, which were were organically connected to the rest of the region, which in Arabic was called the Mashriq, that is the Eastern Mediterranean, and the flow of ideas, of culture production, of political
oh, look, we've got a stupid conservative in the chat that thinks we're socialists.
Very much included.
Oh,
very
look,
much,
a retarded conservative is
Jaffa
here.
and Haifa and Jerusalem, as it did Beirut, Damascus,
Mock him, please.
Alexandria,
Mock him
or
relentlessly.
Cairo. All these cities were interconnected organically in cultural, economic, and social ties. And that's why Palestine was such a vibrant place. The period, and I think some of you know that, in the history of that part of the world, the period that precedes the arrival of the Zionists, namely more or less 1800 to 1882, is called the period of the Renaissance, al-Nahda in Arabic. The Renaissance of which meant, as in anywhere else in the world, when we talk about Renaissance, that is where new ideas are flowing, where people are producing through plays, through fiction, through journalism, and any other kind of cultural media, new works, new interpretation of the reality. And in that particular age, the age of nationalism, it also helps to jail a collective identity and receiving new ideas such as self-determination, liberation, and independence as part of the overall perception of who you are, where you came from, and where you're going to. And this society was on the way, like the other societies around it, on the way towards a challenge period where European imperialism began to replace the Ottoman Empire that ruled that area for 400 years. But with European imperialism came also the good contributions of Europe to that area, as well as the more negative ones. And it's very, very clear, although we are not allowed to write a book in history which says what would have happened if. We always tell our students, don't do that. But actually, we should tell our students to do that because it's very good for one's imagination and understanding alternative developments in history. But it's very clear that without Zionism, there's no reason to believe that Palestine would have not developed like the countries around it.
Reagan,
with the same problems and same
you're
achievements.
a champion.
And maybe,
I appreciate
maybe we
you.
always like to believe maybe it would have done even better
Thank you.
than its neighbors, given what we think, and I'm totally
Retard, are you
subjective
still here?
about the quality.
Have you
of the
figured out we're
people
not
who live
socialists yet, or are you just,
between the
you know,
river
you're
and
just
the sea
wasting time?
on the eve of the
Do you have
arrival
two brain
of the
cells to rub
Zionists.
together?
But definitely,
What's
this
your
was
IQ
not
exactly?
an empty land in terms of society, culture, and society, and people. And it's important to stress this point because I think for quite a lot of liberals around the world, this idea that actually the Jews colonized, or a group of Jews colonized an empty place makes it easier to defeat any notions that would equate Zionism with colonialism. Because if you colonize an empty space, then it's not really colonialism, just a movement into an empty land. But it was not. And as we know, many settler colonial movements treated lands with indigenous people as empty land.
I just want to point this out because this is the definition of colonialism, of colonization. They're talking about how Israel just didn't show up and find empty land. Israel showed up, found indigenous people, and they said, we want your land, and then they took their land from them. That's why it's colonization. The land used to belong to the indigenous Palestinians. Israel, the settler colonists, the bourgeois, the capitalists, the private property owners, took indigenous land and privatized it as their own. That's what colonization, colonialism, that's what that means. The Palestinians now, the socialists believe, are decolonizing the land by taking it back from Israel and removing the oppressive force of capitalism. That's why they called Israel the settler colonists.
The Zionists have not invented anything new. In fact, they were inspired by those who already preceded them with the same notion that where you have indigenous people, the land is empty. The fact that, for example, Cambridge University, it's Oxford University Press, still produces an atlas of the Arab-Israeli conflict by Martin Gilbert. I think it's the 15th edition or something like that. And it has a cartographic history of Palestine, namely the history of Palestine through maps. And the first map is, of course, Palestine in the biblical times. And then you have Palestine during the Roman times. And then nothing really happens in Palestine until the Crusaders come. And between the Crusaders and the arrival of Zionism, again, there's a black hole. Nothing happened. And this is one of the most important tools for teaching, especially young people, the history of Palestine. A place where a space that was not a place, a space where nothing happened until the Zionists arrived. And again, comparable to the way some atlases are telling the history of Australia, Americas, and so on. As for the myths of
I like beef flavor the best, by far.
the Zionist movement representing people without land, well, this notion that people of the Jewish faith were a nation and therefore entitled to a nation state, and that nation state had to be the ancient biblical land of Palestine, has been also contested very successfully by professional historians.
You like shrimp neck?
There is
Solid
no
choice.
doubt that there were Jews in the late 19th century who decided to redefine Judaism as nationalism. That's an historical fact. But that doesn't mean that this is something that most of the Jews at the time accepted. In fact, not. It was a minority
No way.
position. And it was
Really? All right, pay attention.
It was transformed into a powerful movement, not because a lot of Jews were recruited behind the idea that Judaism is actually not a religion, but nationalism. They were recruited actually by a lot of, by two groups, I would say, who were, I call them selective anti-Semites, and I'll explain what I mean by that. One group, which is still very important today in sustaining Zionist mythologies, are the Christian fundamentalists, a very important stream in evangelical Christianity that long before any Jew thought about Zionism were already the early Zionists, dating back to the 17th century and 18th century. Why do I call them selective anti-Semites? Because they developed a dogma, which I think some of you are familiar with, the restorationist dogma, which believes that the Jews, the return of the Jews, so to speak, to the Holy Land, namely to Palestine, would precipitate the second coming of the Messiah, the resurrection of the dead, and the beginning of the 1,000 years of Christ's rule on the globe. Now, why was it selective anti-Semitic? Because, in a way, what motivated the less pious members of this movement, what really attracted them to the idea was that was a way, if you want, an elegant way of getting rid of the Jews. and getting back the only Jew you really wanted, Jesus Christ. It's a double bill for a fanatic Christian fundamentalist. Couldn't be better. And they were very, very active on both sides of the Atlantic in pushing Jewish intellectuals to stand behind the idea that not only Judaism is nationalism, but it had to be fulfilled in Palestine. Because as some of you would know, even the founding father of Zionism, Theodor Herzl, was not entirely sure that Palestine was the only possible destination for modernizing the Jews as a nation instead of a faith. He was willing to consider Uganda, for instance, when the British offered that, and some of his colleagues were even touring places here in the United States and in South America, in Azerbaijan, looking for places where maybe Zionism could be fulfilled. But in order to make sure that the new Jewish movement does not give up on the idea of Palestine as an exclusive destination for implementing Zionism as nationalism, the Christian Zionists were very important in pressuring the Zionist movement not to change course and to hone on Palestine as the main destination. And these Christian Zionists were holding important political, economic,
I can't control
and
YouTube. I get shadow banned all the
positions
time.
on both
so
sides of the Atlantic.
can't do nothing about it.
Another myth that, of course, is immediately connected with this and is very relevant to our day is to equate Zionism with Judaism and therefore equate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. And I think many of you were accused in your time of being anti-Semites because you declared yourself to be anti-Zionist, or if you are Jews yourself, of being self-hating Jew. Now, again, the problem with challenging this kind of equation is that you need some space and some patience of your interlocutors to understand that this is the wrong equation, that Judaism is religion and Zionism is ideology, and there are a lot of Jews who are not Zionists, and there are quite a lot of non-Jews who are Zionists, which shows you that this is an ideology that is beyond one religion or the other. But you will have to recount the history of the Zionist movement, how it becomes, how it transformed from a very marginal idea into a more powerful force. And it doesn't happen by itself. There is a very strong lobby that makes sure that Zionism becomes more and more equated with Judaism. And it doesn't, you need a strong lobby and you need a very devoted advocacy, because for many people this does not sound very reasonable and valid. And at the heart of all of this is something that I think quite a lot of people ignore in history. And that is the fact that the leading or the leaders of what is called Anglo-Zionism or American Zionism, that is the leader of Jewish communities who devoted their energy for the sake of Zionism, have never themselves thought of emigrating to Palestine. And if you look at the way the American Zionist movement developed, you can see that at the kind of a more hidden level of motivation was the fear that without Palestine there would be an influx of poor Jews from Russia into the United States. And that's one of the main reasons that some American Jews supported Zionism. Of course, they didn't say it aloud, because that was not a very nice thing to say for supporting the colonization of Palestine. They support the colonization of Palestine because it was the homeland of the Jewish people. But not in America. There was, of course, another problem, that if Judaism is nationalism, there was always the danger of being accused of dual loyalty as well. So Jewish nationalism was fine for people in Romania, in Russia, but not for Jews in America. Because if Jews in America would say that their nationality is Jewish, then they are open to accusation of dual loyalty. And the same is true about British Jews and French Jews and so on. So this is a complex relationship that shows you that Zionism, more than anything else, contributed to anti-Semitism rather than being the panacea for anti-Semitism. And anything that happened in the last year or two just proves the point that this is what its main effect is on the relationship of the Jewish communities in the world with each other and with the other societies. Now, if we move closer to our time and we want to debunk mythologies that are still at the heart of the way mainstream media, mainstream politics, and mainstream academia in this country interpret Israel and Palestine, which also feeds their ideas for the best solution in the future, we go back to 1948. And it's incredible to see, even in the left in America, and not only in America, that for many years, probably unintentionally, people were ignoring 1948 as the beginning of the story, or as a pivotal moment in the story. Anyone who worked endlessly and religiously for a two-state solution, and I was there myself, I will have to admit, in my youth, was ignoring the importance of the 1948 and the Nakba for the history and present and future of Palestine. And even when you heard the Secretary General of the United Nations very bravely and courageously, and he should be commended for it, when he said we should understand that the events of the 7th of October did not happen in a vacuum. And he immediately says, what I mean is that what happens on the 7th of October happened because of 56 years of occupation. No, my dear Secretary General. It happened because of 76 years of occupation, not 56 years. This kind of history that is not being told or is not being told properly is important because you have to talk about what happened in 1948 as an act of ethnic cleansing, as a crime against humanity. And you have to understand the connection, for instance, between what goes on in the Gaza Strip and the events of 1948. For instance, there was no Gaza Strip before the Nakba. The Nakba produced the Gaza Strip. Gaza was a cosmopolitical town on the Via Maris, the road from Alexandria to Alexandretta in Turkey, where a lot of people and goods and ideas were passing. It was organically connected to Jaffa in the north, to Beersheba in the east. And it was part of a district that included many villages and small towns. Now, in 1948, when the Zionist forces began to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, they pushed the Palestinians in the north to Lebanon and Syria, the Palestinians in the middle to Jordan, or what became the West Bank, and they wanted to push the Palestinians in the south to Egypt, to the Sinai Peninsula. But like today, Egypt then as well refused to allow Palestinian refugees to cross the border.
So they can only
Israel
push
had,
them
the young
so
Israel
far.
had a problem. So they decided to create this rectangle that you can see on the map as the Gaza Strip, as a huge refugee camp, as a receptor for the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that they expelled during the second half of 1948 from the south of Palestine into Gaza, making the Gaza Strip the biggest refugee camp on earth. And the last wave of villages that were forcefully removed and its house burned and demolished were the villages that are today, on the ruins of these villages today, are the Jewish Israeli settlements that were attacked by on the 7th of October. So you need to know that history for understanding what was going on also on the 7th of October, and not just in the Gaza Strip itself. 70% of the people who live today in Gaza, 70% are 1948 refugees. And many of them are from villages and towns which are very near to the Strip itself. Not to mention the fact that the international indifference to the ethnic cleansing in 1948 provided encouragement to Israel to continue the ethnic cleansing in other means after 1948. Because after all, in 1948, Israel succeeded, in inverted comma, only to ethnically cleanse half of Palestine's population. And many of the refugees remained in Palestine itself, in refugee camps in the Gaza Strip and refugee camps in the West Bank. And many others remained in refugee camps near Palestine. So in order to complete the incomplete ethnic cleansing of 1948, Israel continued ethnically cleansing Palestinians, first from inside Israel until 1967, and then after occupying the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, from the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, not on the same magnitude as it expelled them during 1948, in a more incremental way, but nonetheless, hundreds of thousands, to my account, about 450,000 Palestinians were expelled from the West Bank and the Gaza Strip between 1967 until the 7th of October, 2023. And I think what I see today is an Israeli decision to use another method in order to complete the ethnic cleansing of 1948. And that's the method of genocide. And the first phase of genocide finished in the Gaza Strip. We don't know the numbers. People are talking about 40,000, but what we hear from United Nations officials about the many bodies under the rubbles, we're probably talking about 200,000 people. And now Israel is moving into a genocidal operation in the West Bank under the pretext of another mythology, that they're actually preempting an Iranian proxy war against Israel. But this is just a pretext for beginning a genocidal policy towards the Palestinians in the West Bank. And I'm afraid that the next station after that are the Palestinian citizens of Israel. This is a messianic Zionist, or as Nur Masalha calls it rightly, a messianic neo-Zionist government that believes it has an historical opportunity to complete the total de-Arabization of Palestine from the river to the sea. And this opportunity will not repeat itself, and therefore, contrary to the way the American administration looks at the situation, are very much in favor of escalating the situation into a regional war, because like the Christian fundamentalists that believe that a huge explosion, violent explosion, a doomsday war, Armageddon kind of war, is part of the divine scheme that opens the way for a different kind of period in the future. And we should take seriously these notions and the way they are being translated into policies on the ground. I would like to finish by talking a little bit about the mythologies that are connected to the future. And of course, there are many more. I haven't been able in 35 minutes to cover them all, and I hope we'll cover some of it in our discussion. But I think that one of the major challenges we have in trying to spread the word or to inject an old new kind of dictionary or vocabulary into the way we would like people to talk about Palestine, about the situation today and about our hopes for the future. And some of that language, I'm very happy to say has been adopted also by the solidarity movement here, by the encampments. And when people ask me what is the difference between the solidarity movement with the Palestinians in the 70s and the one that emerged in the last 10 or 11 months, I say that I think that more clearly the necessary vocabulary is being now adopted and spoken naturally. If these kids were born with this kind
They
of
adopted
dictionary.
the language.
And that's very encouraging to hear that.
Almost like
And
socialists
that
use
is
language as a
a
weapon.
no-nonsense approach to Zionism as a colonialist project, jettisoning the conversation about peace, replacing it with conversation about decolonization, challenging the Israeli notion of being the only democracy in the Middle East by referring it to an apartheid state, settler colonial apartheid state, and by adopting a vision that is so beautifully, of course, encapsulated in the slogan, Palestine should be free from the river to the sea. And I think this is something that is still a far cry from the way mainstream media, mainstream academia, and mainstream politics are talking about Palestine, especially, as I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, all this conversation on the day after is based on the two-state solution, the kind of Bantustan that was, sorry, the idea is to create another Bantustan in the Gaza Strip similar to the one in the West Bank, and somehow hope that this is going to work. God knows where do they find the source of inspiration to think that it should work, on what basis, what books are they reading, who are they consulting, I have no idea, because so much nonsense being written recently on this. That is, maybe it's something to do with the politicians of our time, without generalizing too much, but I don't remember such a period in history where politicians were such a low caliber. I really, in every country. I mean, even
So
people I
true.
disliked
So
20 years
true.
ago, I respected as leaders. We have now something which is
You really can't trust anything
really
you
below
read
the
now,
par.
though. You can't trust anything.
But whatever it is, if we find a way of injecting this conversation with the right terminology, I think we are going to be able to defeat the mythology both in our academic works, in our activism, in our conversation, and making sure that this is, and insist that this is the language we should use. We don't use conflict, we don't use peace, we don't use two-state solution has been dead for so many years. It's lying in the morgue, everybody is afraid to have the funeral, but it's time to bring it into an honorary burial so that we can all have a closure and move on. And I'll finish and hope that there's much more to be said later, that there was kind of a humorous moment in my conversation with the two agents in Detroit when they asked me, do I believe in the slogan that Palestine should be free from the river to the sea? I said to them that everywhere there's a land between two sources of water, people should be free. Yeah. But one of the guys wanted to show me that he did listen in his geography classes, and he said, what about Bulgaria? I remember he said. I said, okay, everywhere between any two sources of water, I'm sure there is, I haven't looked at the map, people should be free. I really believe that it's time that we will use the same language in our academic courses in universities, stop teaching Palestine in political science department that deal with conflict management and conflict resolution, move it to modules for decolonization, genocide studies, anti-colonialism, and let's defeat the oxymoron academic courage. Thank you.
All right. So there's probably going to be a Q&A now, which is always the best part. I found that actually really interesting. I don't have any problem with what was said on that one. I think it was just informative, which is good.
Thank you, Ilan. Let's also thank our interpreters. Thanks so much for your work. Our badge checkers, all the people who are part of the AV and the live streaming team, all the people who are organizing this conference. Big round of applause. It's an amazing, amazing conference. Okay, so we have some time for comments and some questions for Ilan as well. Again, just want to remind folks that if you can keep your comments and questions brief, there'll be time for others to participate. I'll take them in a few rounds, and then Ilan can come in, and then we'll also give Ilan time at the end to wrap up. I will call on people by an item of clothing.
So they don't call on people by skin color or by gender. It's by something descriptive
see you right
that
away,
they're wearing.
but keep your hand up, and I'll do them in a couple rounds. So I'm going to start with this person in a blue and white shirt right there. Yes, you get started, and then right here in the green shirt, you're next, and then I'll take more
Because all
hands
the
in a minute.
comrades should be the same, right?
The two of you
they
approach
can't
the
identify them as
microphone.
skin color or
that
gender
way we
or
can hear
hair
you
or
on the
anything
live
like that.
stream, and everyone in the room can hear you.
Hello, Professor Pape. Thank you for a really wonderful talk. It's striking how much the contents you talk today are accurate when read against the On Palestine book. It's the same message of the myths and
No, that's not it at all.
And it's so crucial.
It's what I just
I wonder if you
explained.
could sort of paint a picture for us on how you see the transition between narrative shifts to material shifts. Like
They don't
how do
care
you sort
about
of see
skin color
history
and
evolving
gender
from the
as much as you
narrative
guys
to
think
the
they
material?
do.
Thank
Is
you.
the answer.
Yeah, I also want to say thank you, and I'm a member of a commission on my city in Bloomington, Indiana, and I helped sponsor the ceasefire resolution in our town, and our whole commission was called anti-Semitic by the mayor's husband, and the ceasefire resolution passed unanimously. The council overrode the mayor's veto, so I'm very proud to say that. But thank you. I'm a graduate student in economics, and my question is about if you could talk a little bit about the economic drivers of the crisis in 1948, as well as whether you think any of those same economic structures exist today or how they have evolved. Thank you.
These are models of brevity. Thank you to the discipline of the comrades here. There's a person in a black mask right there. Could you come next? Yes, yes, you.
A person
And then
in a
right there with
non-gender,
yes,
no
please,
binary.
Please.
They
Thank
want
you,
to
the
abolish
next
the
two.
binary.
Again, if people could
That's
speak
why
at
it's
the
not about
mic, we'd
misgendering.
appreciate
They
it.
don't
Thank
want
you.
gender to exist at all, so they don't acknowledge it.
Hello, Mr. Pape. My name is Rania.
she has pretty
I'm
hair.
One of your biggest fans. I'm part of the Egyptian diaspora, and you are the only Israeli scholar who I read who I believe is so deeply uncompromising in your politics. I don't believe I'm alone when I say that the Arabic community, the left, is deeply disappointed in a lot of the lack of courageousness that you display. And I'm wondering the courageousness that you do display and the lack that we see in academia in America. And I'm wondering if you have a few words of inspiration for people on an emotional level, because I'm sure that you had to sacrifice and give up so much. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Sijil. I'm actually the co-chair of DSA International Committee's Palestine Subcommittee. And DSA is Democratic Socialists of America. We're kind of big tent.
The
And we have
DSA is at this conference, but they're not as far
kind of
left as
struggle
most people at this
regarding
conference.
Zionism and how some of us believe we should be more uncompromising. Some of us have different definitions. There's the debate about what is Zionism, what isn't. So one thing I would like to know, I'm trying to create more political education through DSA. And I was curious, you mentioned that there was a time where you also believed in the two-state solution, or two-state delusion, as I like to call it. And we still have some comrades, I think, that believe in that. And so especially Jewish comrades, I'm wondering, how can we help have that conversation? If it's like, what was it for you as someone who grew up there, was Jewish, grew up in the whole Zionist society? What was it that made it click for you and made you into, such an uncompromising and staunch anti-Zionist? Thank you.
Yeah,
That's a good
I think
question.
because we have 4 questions that have come in a row for Ilan, I'm going to bring him in before they stack up too much and let him respond to those and then take another round.
Thank you. For the first question, it's a very good question. I think at first, when I wrote the first version of this book, the main challenge to the myth was, or the main method I used to challenge the myth is by pointing to academic research that refutes the myth. But I think what I was really impressed last year in the looking at the solidarity movement, that some of the myths were challenged by action, by activity, by activism, rather. And that's a very important development, that we are, in our actions, the slogans we chant, the demands that we put in front of, be it a university administration or the public in general or our politicians, we represent already the challenge to those mythologies. And I think that's the way it goes beyond the ivory towers, if you want, of academia or abstract discussion of what happened or didn't happen in history, into very important and relevant information that helps to galvanize people for Palestine. First of all, for the immediate urgent need to stop the genocide, but hopefully also in the future for the decolonization and liberation of Palestine. The second question was about the economic drives, if I remember correctly. This is a very good question, because one of the reasons I think the Zionist movement from the very beginning needed a very strong lobby, first in Britain, because British imperialism was crucial for the survival of the Zionist project, and later in the United States for galvanizing American imperialism, was that Palestine, unlike some other countries in the Arab world, was not a very important place strategically for imperialism. It didn't have any petrol, oil. It was not on the route to Asia, and therefore the only really kind of valid arguments brought by imperialists who first of all succeeded in convincing Britain to occupy Palestine and take it from the hands of the Ottomans, and then convincing the West in the Cold War that Israel has to be inside the right camp, so to speak. For that you needed, it was not enough to use religious explanation why Palestine is important. I'm talking about the early stages of building alliances between first the Zionist community and then later Israel. So there were not many economic drives behind it. But what happens afterwards, that the Israeli captains of the economy and of politics, who understand that the moral arguments, or if you want the moral pillar on which the Zionist project stands, is very shaky. They knew it themselves. Nobody had to tell them that there was a problem, moral problem, with the whole idea of imposing a Jewish state on the Arab world, in the midst of the Arab world, on the Palestinian people. You needed to prove your usefulness economically as well. And that's when Israel began to develop a very complex military industry, later on high-tech industry, and made sure that it's connected to multinational corporation and economic capitalist economic interests in a way that would strengthen
Capitalist.
the image of Israel as an asset. I think one of the problems Israel has in the last year, given how much money American taxpayers have already paid in order to sustain the Israeli economy, and how much they're going to pay next year in order to sustain Israel, it's even for the cynical capitalist in America, it would be a moment of crisis where they would have to ask themselves, is it an asset or liability in economic terms?
See, they equate
And
Israel
one of
with being the
reasons
capitalist, I told
do
you.
talk about the beginning of the end of the Zionist project, not just as a hopeful words of activists, which it is, but also as an academic observer of the reality. The question of the way out of the tribal boundaries of Zionism, if I would not personalize it too much, there is no, there's no moment of epiphany. Of course, I'm not the only one. And there are several good books, by the way, that collected, assembled a few of these stories, either by Jews and Israeli Jews who made the trajectory out of Zionism into anti-Zionism and even active pro-Palestinian involvement in pro-Palestinian activism. Each story is a bit different from the other. I think it has a lot to do with the ability to be outside of Israel, maybe your own moral constitution, maybe the people you've met. What is important is that despite the fact that we know how we ourselves transformed, especially those of us who were not born into families that where from very early age you suckle this kind of ideology. We had to develop ourselves. The bad news, the good news and bad news. The bad news is that anybody who finishes in 2024 the Israeli educational system, that is the elementary school, the high school, any graduate in the present, in all its varieties of the Israeli education system, is not going to undergo such a transformation. And I'm saying it, mildly. If they are going to undergo any transformation, is to become more messianic, racist, and fanatic. That's the bad news. Where's the good news? It's a good question. The fact that still I find young Israeli Jews who are somehow, like me, bad products of the educational system of Israel, for whatever reason, and the young Jews around the world, and especially in this country, who are not processed through the Zionist education system, are showing that it's enough to have a modicum of decency in you, some basic education, and some elementary humanity, and you are an anti-Zionist. There's no other way of doing it.
Is everyone still awake? How's everyone doing? Everyone hanging in? I know it's been a long day.
As for the question of, how to, did I miss something? The two states. The two states. I was about to get to this. I saw the parallel in the last two questions. That's why it confused me a bit. First of all, we have to admit that whoever represents the Palestinians today, whether it's the Palestinian Authority, the Palestinian political parties inside Israel, they still subscribe to the two-state solution, which is one of the reasons, I think, some members or some people who are part of the solidarity movement with the Palestinians would say, why should I adopt a position that those who represent the Palestinian Liberation Organization do not adopt? I'm not more pious than the Pope. And that's a difficult issue. But I do think that it's important to engage with people on the issue itself rather than on questions of who represents whom rightly or wrongly. And if one doesn't see the moral weakness or deficiencies of the two-state solution, namely an idea that relates only to 20% of Palestine, that relates only to half of the Palestinians, that has nothing in terms of solving the Palestinian refugee problem, that is keeping Zionism, be it in only 80% of Palestine, still keeps it, this racist ideology intact. If that doesn't work, they only have to be 5 to 10 minutes in the West Bank, virtually or physically if they can, and to see that what Israel created in the West Bank is irreversible in terms of a two-state solution. I think it is reversible in a one-state solution. The fact that there are 700,000 Jews living in urban sprawls, not just isolated settlements. The natural growth is such that the number will double itself very soon. But it's only if you want to apply transitional justice, which we would have to, through a process of decolonization to places, and not just the people who live in these places. This can only be done in a project that totally de-Zionizes and decolonizes Palestine, not in redeploying the Israeli army in such a way that creates these awful Bantustans that anyone living in the West Bank would tell you that life before Oslo was much better than life after Oslo. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take another round of hands, and I'm going to focus on this side of the room, and Kirsten's going to focus on that side of the room, so we can get a few more written down, and we're going to take a little bit of a list here. So give us 1 second. Okay, starting with the red shirt way in back. Yes, thank you. You have someone?
And then after that, you have somebody with glasses and a green shirt.
Glasses and green shirt on this side next, after this person is coming up now. Thank you, comrades.
Comrade. Pixel propaganda, this is one of their big issues right now,
Hi,
so it has a
Elon.
lot to do with socialism. I've
I'm
explained it
Ben.
repeatedly. You
I'm
can
a
check
rail
out some of
worker
my
from
other
Toronto.
content on that.
I'm a big fan. Gaza in Crisis was huge for radicalizing me, so thank you for that.
Who do you think is doing the campus
I have a question
protests?
about a
Socialists.
narrative. Maybe it's a myth, but this narrative is that models of class struggle and ideas of class struggle don't really apply to Palestine because everybody in historic Palestine, everyone from the river to the sea, is either too privileged to engage in class struggle because, you know, if you're an Israeli, you get free land and that sort of thing, you get free military aid from the US. So everyone's either too privileged or too oppressed, like Gazans, of course, their industry keeps getting destroyed. Like you mentioned, it's like 82% of Gazans are refugees. Within the 48 borders, Palestinians are kept out of Israeli industry. And in the West Bank, one of the only jobs you can get is construction, building the settlements that are settling you out of existence. So this idea is that there's no real revolutionary subject or subject of class struggle because everyone either gets too much
Well,
or
they're
is
doing
too
it over the
oppressed
4th of
to
July
engage in
next
class
year,
struggle. So I was wondering if
apparently.
you think that's a myth.
Hi, I'm Emmett. I'm from St. Louis. And I have a question. My Congresswoman Cori Bush was one of the first to call for ceasefires, been the most pro-Palestinian, one of the most pro-Palestinian congresspeople. So then AIPAC spent $15 million to beat her by, 5% or so, and I'm sure you've heard about this, but it's to me shows like a sign of desperation to spend that much money and to pull up all sort of tricks just to win by that little amount. And I wonder if this is kind of like a sign. I hear you say the beginning and the end of Zionism. If this is kind of a beginning and the end of it, just AIPAC having to go that far out. And I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, for this next round, if you could keep your hands up, we're going to try to do a little bit more of getting ahead of the stack for the next round. But keep your hands up. And also, I want to encourage people maybe who are along the wall or in other sections that are a little bit less visible, just make sure your hands are up could you go first right there along the wall? And then, yes, you next. Thank you. And then keep your hands up, and we're gonna take down some more names.
Hi, Elon. Like you, I have Israeli. I don't know if you still have your Israeli citizenship, but I do. I'm Palestinian. My question is specifically about Palestinian Israeli parties in the Knesset and their role in the apartheid system. Kind of to address one of the questions that you got, one of the basic laws in Israel is that it bars any party or person that negates the existence of the state of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state. So they don't even they can't be in the Knesset and be a leader, to be voted for if they're in that kind of framework, So I'm just wondering, understand, keeping in mind your position as a Jew, you don't want to tell Palestinians what to do, but I'm
They
just
would
curious
have an
what
assistant who would help them at this conference.
The best, because we've been banging our heads against the wall as Palestinian parties inside of Israel, trying to get some sort of equality, some semblance of dignity, and it's never been equal. So I'm just curious where your take on that. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, comrade. Right here in the white shirt after this comrade here. Thank you.
They're asking if there are any women. They're like, are there no other women that want to ask questions?
Thank you for a
They're letting the
wonderful
women in
talk,
front of the men.
Professor Pape. I'm
That's
from
funny.
Oakland, California, as the hat indicates, at least for this year. I'm also extremely glad you were talking about genocide studies as someone who is half Armenian. I want to delve somewhat into history, especially in this country, and you referenced it somewhat. There was, of course, a rising wave of racist anti-immigrant ideology and politics in the late 19th century into the 20th century, contributed to the rise of the Klan again. And it infected, to some extent, the Jewish community outside of the Lower East Side and so forth, the more elite German Jewish community in terms of how they did not want, this to reflect their status. And then beyond that, into the 30s, the U.S. is actively resisting taking any Jewish immigrants. The State Department plays a big role. Francis Perkins battles with them. They won't even take children. They won't even take prominent intellectuals. And then we jump ahead to 48, the election of 48. Truman is not clear where he stands on this. The State Department is pushing him hard not to be pro-Israel. And he makes a decision probably for political opportunism near the end of the campaign to come out. And from there, I want to ask you a big question, how the U.S. transitions
Because it's mandated, there's a
into
clip
the
on the
role
channel that
of
explains
the
why.
primary supporter
That I put up last night.
of
There's also
Israel
an article on the
through
Substack.
the 50s and beyond. Thank you.
Why would they need to
Okay,
protect
I think
this
we're
is
going to
their
do two
private
more.
event. This
Yeah,
is
right
not to
here.
protect their
And
identity.
then
That's conservative propaganda.
the person
their
actually right now
private
holding the
event.
microphone, if you could be next after the comrade here.
Okay.
And then we'll throw it back to Ilan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pape. I'm a faculty and rabbi Jewish chaplain on a campus in New York State. NYU has just adopted a policy that claims that Zionist is an identity meriting protection under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, rather than a political ideology used to justify apartheid and genocide. That has also been adopted by my university, just a little bit outside of New York City, and I imagine on many universities. If you could speak some wisdom to that, how we change that narrative.
Hi, I'm Jason. I'm with Firebrand in Denver.
Denver Communists.
Denver, we're called the Denver Communists.
Yeah.
And, wanted to first
They have
say,
the best T-shirts.
Comrade Ilan, if I may, you've taught us so much. We've organized reading groups around 10 myths about Israel, and we recently had a meeting on your your article for New Left Review called "The Collapse of Zionism," and just wanted to thank you for your political clarity and your genuine anti-Zionism. You highlighted that the movement has seen massive leaps forward ideologically by disconnecting Judaism from Zionism, by disconnecting anti-Zionism from anti-Semitism, also by leaving behind, for the most part, the two-state solution, to beginning to openly oppose the existence of the apartheid state itself. And we can, and as you've written about, we can begin to imagine the end of Israel. And so I come from a political tradition that has envisioned that end through regional Arab working class revolution, proletarian revolution, and the end of the usefulness to imperialism of the Zionist project. But in your Collapse of Zionism article, you start to imagine it more as a collapse. And I'm wondering if those can be, if that's one conjuncture or conjuncture, I guess. And just wanted to say, we don't want to see another South Africa.
You got 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. The settlers must be expropriated. And so how can we imagine the end of the Zionist project without socialism? Is there a non-socialist solution? And just to Ben's question earlier about revolutionary subject, we don't consider the Israeli workers to be part of the revolutionary subject. We certainly consider Palestinians, but also the regional Arab working classes, and us here. We're part of it. We're part of that solution and that revolutionary subject.
Thanks, comrade.
Because of empire.
We're actually going to call on one more comrade. Sorry, we left. Yes, right
How
there.
about
with the
that? How about that? What have I been saying about how the left perceives Israel? The capitalist. The
Actually,
Palestinians
I would
are the
just like to briefly
revolutionaries.
mention to everyone here, if you need talking points for people who need to be convinced about the reality of what's actually going on in Gaza, Israel now, I highly recommend you can watch for free online this film where Ilan is interviewed with profound things to say. It's called The Occupation of the American Mind. If you haven't seen it, just look it up online. It is so powerful you can't post it on Facebook. They block it. Just like Ilan's book stopped being published in France because it told the truth so well, they had to stop publishing it. So I'm just saying, if you need talking points, boy, will you get them from this.
I was
You
right.
know, Frank Luntz was the Republican
How
operative who
surprising.
invented the propaganda, statement that it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. There, right there, and he's a far to the right Republican propaganda operative. This film will tell you all. Maybe it'll flip your mind. It might take a week to digest, but you'll be on the right side of history.
Isn't Frank
after that.
Luntz almost
So
left?
just to let you know,
Isn't
Occupation of the
Frank Luntz a
American Mind,
Democrat? Am I
very
crazy?
important. And for you,
Isn't Frank Luntz a Democrat?
I want to ask you, you know I love to talk. For you, I want to ask, what is the strategy we can use to push back so
thanks,
that
Daniel.
these AIPAC campaigns to defeat Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush end up having payback so strong that we're going to actually end up helping to defeat and fight AIPAC? We have to make this cost. We have to make this something that's going to give them so much pain they won't ever forget it. What are your recommendations?
All right. First of all, about the class struggle in Palestine.
Doesn't Frank Luntz
and
live
the
with Kevin
privileged
McCarthy?
Jewish society.
Or didn't he?
I think it's a more nuanced situation. As a former member of the Israeli Communist Party, I know how we failed to create the coalition we always wanted between the Mizrahi Jews, who were the main component of the Jewish working class in Israel, and the Palestinians, who also were an important part,
Yes, that's
whether
exactly
Palestinians
right.
from inside Israel or
Every
the occupied
protest
territories
is
after
about
67.
socialism. Every
And it
college and
didn't
campus
work
is about
because
socialism.
of the way
Anyone who
most
told
of
you
the
this was about
Mizrahi Jews were
anti-Semitism lied to you.
de-Arabized.
Let's just be very clear. Every
and,
conservative who says this is about
under the
anti-Semitism lied to
influence
you.
of
It's all
some
about
of their,
socialism.
rabbis,
Hey, thanks, everyday therapist.
became
Appreciate you.
probably in large numbers the base for racist, anti-Arab policies in Israel. However, I don't think this is an irreversible process. There are a minority, but they exist, of Mizrahi Jews, call them Arab Jews, inside Israel who definitely can be recruited and be galvanized for a class struggle that will go along the Palestinian liberation struggle and not against the Palestinian liberation
Don't confuse
struggle.
things, Milo. No.
But I do.
They are, but
think
that's
it's
not how the left
important
views
to,
it. So no.
Analyze
That's not,
correctly
that
the
in this
situation
case,
of
that
the
is
Israeli
not actually the
economy
correct answer.
Right now, you have 20% of the Israelis paying 80% of the taxes.
No.
Most of them, not most of them, many of them, not most, many of them are leaving Israel. They already began to leave Israel before the 7th of October because of the rise of the neo-Zionist messianic political forces to power in November 2022. The economic situation is in crisis, and the gap between those who have and have not does not includes also the Jewish society.
Everyone, oh shit. I just want to way the fuck back.
They already began to leave Israel before poverty, diseases, and where people would have to rely
we'll start right
back.
There. Listen, everyone needs to stop fucking around with words. That's the recommendation I'm going to give. It is not helpful to say Israel is a socialist country. That's not how the left views it at all. Not remotely correct. It is not correct to say Israel is a neoliberal socialist. Like first of all, no one fucking knows what that means. Second of all, it is not correct. It is not a correct interpretation. It is not correct to say, like, that communists are pro-terrorism and they're all terrorists and therefore the college protests are terrorism. That's not correct to say. It confuses people. You guys are trying to be cute with words. You're trying to be cute with concepts, but this is a black and white issue. Being cute with concepts, being cute with words, it doesn't help people to understand what's going on. Bringing National Socialism into it at all makes no sense. Stop equating National Socialism with far-left radical revolutionary socialism. They're two different things. The goal here is to learn what the left believes and to teach other people what the left believes. If you guys are being cutesy with terms, if you're not being specific, if you can't explain it clearly in the chat, then how are you going to tell other people what the left believes? How are you going to teach other people? Stop being cutesy about it. The left believes that Israel are the capitalists. Israel are the private property owners. Israel is the bourgeois. Israel is the settler colonists. They took indigenous land that was not theirs and they appropriated it to themselves. They privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. The Palestinians, don't fucking argue with me. The Palestinians are the oppressed. The Palestinians are the proletariat. The Palestinians are the indigenous. The Palestinians are trying to decolonize the land by removing the oppressive force of capitalism as part of the glorious revolution against capitalism. That is what it means when they say, we are not free until everyone is free. This is all a war against capitalism, and in this context, Israel represents capitalism. Try to be cutesy about it, and it is really not helpful. It is not helpful at all. It is only confusing to people. And I really hate that I have to stop things and be this fucking blunt about it, but I've seen this happening. I don't know what the fuck has been going on lately, but I'm telling you guys, like 2/3 of my audience who used to be smart have slid into the land of retardia, and you guys are getting stupid. I'm not just talking this is happening to a whole bunch of people, and I don't understand why, other than you're not being clear about concepts and you're trying to be cutesy with language to fuck around on the internet. I don't know. But I hate that I have to be this blunt and this aggressive over things that I've explained 8,000 times. You are in control of what you say. You are in control of what you do. You are in control about whether or not you are fucking around and being cutesy with language. The whole point of this is to teach other people what's going on. If we can't teach other people what's going on because we can't explain it clearly, then there's no point in doing any of this. There's no fucking point. We've been sitting here for 9 fucking hours watching socialism so that we can learn what they think, so that we can explain it to other people. Are we here for fun? Are you not entertained? Is this just all a fucking game?
On human solidarity and intersectionality and all the things and the left had believed in, I think that AIPAC, like the State of Israel, is using force because
I'm not telling
anything
people to be
else they
quiet.
would have
I'm telling
liked to
people to
use,
be
which
specific
is
and
moral
precise about their
arguments,
language.
Human arguments is not working.
If you can't be specific and precise, yeah, you should be quiet.
It's very clear that you can bomb people with F-16, but not their ideas. And the epitome for this is the Israeli idea that they can wipe out the Hamas in Gaza with a genocide. The Hamas will survive. And unfortunately, a lot of people would pay the price, but the Hamas will survive the genocide of Gaza. It will remain there because political Islamic ideology is the one that seems to so many Palestinians right now as the only one that
I want to rewind it. I want to listen to that again.
how does politics, or how should politics represent the agendas of people on ecology, on poverty, and so on? AIPAC doesn't have the tools to deal with such
That's all I'm saying.
transformation. So because I believe
We are
the
the
old
experts, we have
kind
to
of
act like it.
politics is not going to sustain for long in a world that faces global warming, poverty, diseases, and where people would have to rely back.
All right, I might have to watch the rest of this later because we're going to need to move on to the other one. But guys, like, this is a really important point. Do you know how you know who the real experts are? They're not people like James Lindsay who write 24 tweet threads to explain a very simple concept. Experts, real experts, not people fucking pretending to be experts. Real experts can explain complex concepts extremely simply. And then if you need to expand up beyond that simplification, then you do that. But you start by explaining a concept as simply and as precisely and as clearly as you possibly can. And you work to evolve that explanation to make it even more simple, more simple, more simple. The more simple you can say something, even if it's just a matter of a couple words, the better that's going to be, because that is how you get into the heads of normal people. What people who are pretending to be experts do is they get cutesy with language. They fuck around with terms. They are not clear about what they're saying. They are intentionally verbose. They intentionally use complex language where complex language is not needed. They do that because they cannot explain the concepts simply and clearly and precisely, because they're not really experts in what the concepts are. I'm not just being mean. I am trying to push people to do this for a reason. Because Milo, you are a fucking expert. You've been watching this shit for years. You know what I'm going to say. You've heard me say it dozens of times, if not hundreds of times before. Tayton is an expert. Now, Tayton hasn't been around recently, and don't think I haven't noticed that, Tayton, but Tayton binged a lot of this stuff, and he does know these concepts. Reagan knows these concepts. Bot knows these concepts. James Lindsay does not know these concepts. We know James Lindsay doesn't know these concepts because he cannot explain them clearly. He cannot explain them simply. Our job is to teach people. That is why we do this. That is why we put ourselves through 9 hours of misery. It's going to be 10 and a half hours before we get done this today. That is why we do this. To teach other people. In order to teach people, we have to be able to explain it simply and clearly and no fucking around. That is your burden as someone who has spent... How many hours have you spent watching this stuff with me, Milo? Maybe over 1,000 at this point. How many hours have you spent watching this stuff with me? That is your burden now, bro. You got to be disciplined about this shit. As much as we can. And certainly with each other. And it's certainly when we're in the chat. Because people watch the chat. I don't know if you guys realize this. There are a lot of people who watch this. Either they watch it live or they watch it afterwards. And they watch the chat. And the chat is going to do one of two things. The chat is either going to reinforce what's being said on screen, and it's going to explain things accurately, or the chat is going to be confusing to people. And this is especially true when people offer explanations that are not accurate, that are not true, and this is why people might not like that I interact with my chat so much, but if someone is offering an explanation that is not true, someone is going to see that explanation later and they're going to be confused. We have to be mindful of this stuff. There is nowhere else on the internet that people can learn this stuff other than here. So, I'm not just trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be bitchy. I'm doing this for a reason. And I'm asking you guys, if I show up and continue to do this shit, I need you to show up too. That's why I'm pushing you. Dan, I think you sent in a super chat. Hi, Deb. Hi, Deb. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. I hope you're well. All right. We might have to finish up the rest of that later. That's my fault. I fucked up the timestamp. I do want to listen to what that guy had to say, though. I found that guy to be pretty interesting. Got some good clips coming. I love the part where they were talking about how it's obviously socialism. But we are moving over to our final presentation of the day. Palestine and the limits of international law. This is going to be with that professor from Rutgers that we watched yesterday. She's very spicy. I think it should probably be a good presentation, actually. Let's see. Carlin will always have my respect. She's helped teach my family and friends about what's actually happening. Thank you, Tane. I appreciate that. I mean, there are people watching. There are people who watch the replay. There are people who watch the clips. There are people watching on Rumble. You know, there are people watching. Everyone pray this actually works. Guys, I'm about $80 away from my super chat goal. If you can help me meet the super chat goal for today, that's awesome. But the big ask that I have for today is make sure you are a monthly or annual member on my Substack. Now, Substack has a little bit of a delay in processing people who are becoming members, so I don't think I can see everyone yet that is signed up today, and I appreciate anyone that's signed up as a new supporter on my Substack today. But if you really want to make me happy, I would love to get 100 new supporters in the Substack. That's monthly for $8 a month, annually for $80 a year. This helps fund the work I do. I cannot do this without people supporting me on my Substack. If people don't want to support on Substack, I'm going to have to lock down the content or do less of it or something like that. So that's how you can help me out, and I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not looking for renewals. I'm looking for new members. I appreciate everyone who has renewed, but you don't count towards the goal. This is about new members only. If it was already new members, I would already have achieved it. You know what? This is about new people. All right. It's in the cursed room. So we're going to have to hope that the Wi-Fi holds up. Congratulations to everyone who has made it through 9 hours of socialism already today. As a reminder, we will be getting up bright and early tomorrow to do it all again starting at 11 o'clock. It's going to be great. Hey, thanks, bot, for $2. I appreciate you. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Everyone who has made it this far is a trooper. Will this be the longest live stream ever? Maybe. And we're doing it again tomorrow too. How fun.
Yes, thank you.
YouTube denied a second super chat. I don't know what's going on there, Dan. Hope you try again.
Set up. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out to see if Wallace Shawn is there. Everyone keep an eye. He might show up. Is that him? No, that looks too big to be him in the first row.
Okay. So just make sure
He likes to sit in the first row. I'll tell you that. I've seen him do it multiple times last year. But he might sit off on the corner or something, so we might not be able to see. I think it's just the backdrop of the convention center. I don't remember it being like that last year. I think they changed it. They're in a convention center, guy. I mean, this is not like their space. This is the same place they have it every year. Yeah, I'm an aisle seat type person. I prefer an inside aisle seat, but if I can't get an inside aisle seat, I'll take an outside aisle seat. Aisle seats are critical to the equation. That way you can move your chair out a little bit. You don't need to be right next to someone. Take up a little bit more space. Well, I mean, this year is very. This is for socialists. There is no greater issue right now than Israel and Palestine, because remember, again, the Palestinians are having their socialist uprising. This is like the most exciting thing that's ever happened to them. They are in their glorious revolution against capitalism. This is everything these people dream about. So this is the number one issue by far. There's not even a whole lot of, there's like almost no gender stuff this year. I saw maybe one, I don't even know if there are education sessions this year. I don't think I even remember seeing any. It is almost all Israel-Palestine. That's it. And unions too. There were a bunch of union presentations today. This has nothing to do with Iran, bro. Anyone who told you this has anything to do with Iran is a conservative propagandist. It is so easy to tell the people who listen to conservative media, by the way, because, like, everything you guys know is wrong. I mean, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It is not, well, it is your fault if you know conservative media is lying to you and you continue to listen to them. And I think that's honestly part of what's making people in my audience stupid, is there's still a lot of people in my audience who, for some reason, listen to conservative media, even though it is so fucking clear that conservative media is lying to them, and I point it out all the time. And they come here and they pretend to know that conservative media is lying to them, and then they go and listen to conservative media, and then they come back and they're very confused, and I'm like, why are you listening to people who lie to you? It is very clear. I only listen to primary source evidence for a reason. I don't listen to any of these other fucking pundits, because none of them know what they're talking about, and they get everything wrong. The only reason I would listen to a pundit is to point out all the things that they have wrong. If you want to know what's going on in the world, stop fucking listening to conservative media. Stop fucking listening to conservative influencers. I'm not suggesting you listen to leftist media. You go to primary source evidence. You go to things that are happening in the real world. That is the only way to be informed. All media is propaganda. All media is pushing a narrative. That's why I provide primary source receipts for everything. You never have to believe me. You can always just look. Yeah, so not the point. It hurts, bro. You're not listening. That is not remotely the fucking point. The point went right over your head because you are arguing the conservative media perspective, not reality. The only media you should be the only pundit you should be listening to is Nick Fuentes. That's it. Because Nick is at least getting Nick gets things right, is what I'm saying. I may not agree with him on everything, but he understands the situation. Yeah. Media on both sides lies. Conservative media lies, leftist media lies. They all lie. Elijah does a lot of clickbait stuff that I don't like, but Elijah's all right. Elijah knows what's up is the thing. I mean, and Elijah has an advantage because he worked in conservative media, so he knows. He knows what's up. But if people aren't showing you primary sources, just stop listening to them. We should have just continued to listen to that other presentation, whatever. Whatever, I had to run my mouth, so we ran out of time.
I can probably try on a sweatshirt for you. Like a Haymarket sweatshirt? Yes. Let me see if I can.
My friend comes by the night.
Okay. Let me just see that.
It doesn't.
We've got a bunch in that book.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
That's where I should have gotten one.
I think we have. We should.
That was the option. Hi, nice to see you again.
Okay. Sent the text. Fingers crossed I have it. You should. You had one last year.
I'm gonna take this off.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's good to be with you tonight. Welcome to Palestine and the Limits of International Law with Nora Ericott. My name is Rory Fanning. I work for Haymarket Books. Before I introduce Nora, I would like to read an announcement. At the Socialism Conference, all participants play a role in keeping one another safe and making sure that folks feel supported and comfortable over the conference weekend. Toward that end, I'm sharing a few important reminders. First, remember that conference attendees are required to wear N95 or KN95 masks while indoors in conference spaces. Speakers from the front of the sessions may remove their masks in order to deliver their presentations, but only while actively speaking, and audience members are still required to wear masks even while asking questions or making comments. Second, please make sure to wear your conference badge throughout the weekend and respect the badge checkers at the door of meeting rooms. They are part of our community safety plans and are there to support a safe conference.
Stop saying nothing
Third,
about you in
please
my
keep
chat.
in mind that the Socialism
Comment on
Conference
what's going
aims
on.
to be a
I don't care
space
about your
that encourages
commentary.
genuine learning, discussion, and debate among folks from across the left. We ask that all participants help us to foster a culture where folks feel comfortable expressing questions and sharing different points of view. All participants should also keep in mind that the conference is a relatively public space. And take that into account when you decide what to share in your contributions during sessions. And a special reminder, conference policy does not allow video or audio recording in sessions except for those who have been issued a black press badge by conference organizers.
That's from me!
We ask everyone to refrain from recording and appreciate your support
They
for
didn't have
conference
that
safety.
last year, I'll tell you that.
All right.
They made a new
Without
rule
further
because
ado,
of
it
me.
is my pleasure to introduce Nora Ericott. Nora is a human rights attorney and a professor of Africana
the Carlin
Studies in the program of
disclaimer.
criminal justice at Rutgers University, New Brunswick. She is the author of Justice for Some, Law and the Question of Palestine, Stanford University Press, 2019, which received the Palestine
am a
Book Award and the
legend.
Bronze Medal for the Independent Publishers Book Award
I
in
made
Current
them
Events
change
and
their
Foreign
conference
Affairs.
policy.
Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Nora.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's all because of me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you to all of
Socialism
you. I'm actually
Conference.
very thrilled to see as many of you in this room as possible after what most of us teach in the classroom in the field of third world approaches to international law. So much of what we do and try to animate in the classroom has come to vivid life in the course of the past 11 months, where the world has become our textbook, right?
I'm
And
in New Hampshire.
understanding what is the law,
I'm here.
what is it doing, what is it not doing, what potential does it have, can it be useful for our emancipatory struggle? Is it only a site of oppression? When we use it, are we actually legitimating it to the point where it is actually causing us more harm than good? And I think all of these questions that we ask have been animated in this particular moment. I want to try to answer 3 questions. I'm not great on being brief. And I actually haven't written this out so I might even be less brief, but I'm going to try to address 3 questions, more or less, and then leave it open so that you all can either, have this conversation with one another or ask me other questions that I may not have addressed, right? So let me just start where I want, and I'll just tell you what the questions are up front. The first question I want to address is international law real? Is it a thing or is it a fiction, right? Given the fact that it has not been able to stem one of the worst colonial genocides that we've seen in our lifetime, where we have been told that we have never seen starvation happen at this rate, where we have never seen the devastation of buildings, the amount of buildings that have been destroyed in Gaza in the past 11 months. It took in Syria 4 years to destroy an equivalent amount. We have never seen this many children slaughtered and killed, as we've seen in the past 11 months, than we've seen across almost all conflicts in the past 7 years, right? It's the rate, it's the intensity, it's the vision of it. And yet here we have all of these structures of law that have been unable to stem what is unequivocal right before our very eyes. So what's happening? What's happening? Surely it can't be these vapid talking points, right? Surely it can't be that. And so the first question I want to ask and attempt to answer is the law real? The second question I want to address and answer is, so what's going on? What is happening? What happened at the ICJ vis-a-vis genocide? What is the Genocide Convention? What are its limits? What is its potential? And similarly, what's happening at the International Criminal Court? What is its potential? What are its limits? Is there anything to be gained from this place? And then finally ask, what about US federal courts? Because we know that the Center for Constitutional Rights also brought a lawsuit within federal courts in the Ninth Circuit and then at the appellate level, and now is still going up for appeal based on the urgency of the question. And then the last question I want to try to answer is, so what do we do now, if anything, with the law? All right, and so I'm not going to try to popcorn now what other questions I'm not answering, so maybe I do this, and then you all can ask me other questions or critiques, and if you just want to spend the time shitting on the law, that works too, right? So I know my moniker includes that I'm a human rights attorney, but I am very, very clear and explicit that we should have no fidelity to the law. Zero. It is a form and function of power. To the extent that we ever use and leverage it, it's not to believe in it, that it has any kind of noble inherency, but instead to approach it with strategic acumen, right, in order to leverage it for our purposes when possible. Okay, and I'll get to that. So first question, is international law real? The easy answer is no. Hard to believe that it is. And frankly, if the law were to do what we think it's supposed to do, right, we wouldn't be at 75 years of settler colonial elimination. Like it would have, we didn't need this moment to sow the doubt for us, for those who are particularly concerned with Palestinian liberation, to know that the law isn't doing, if it's supposed to be doing, it isn't doing what it's supposed to do. It has not stemmed the Nakba. It has not stemmed settler colonial expansion. It has not stemmed even settlement enterprise, which should be the lowest hanging fruit. It has not stemmed the acquisition of territory by force, even where it's not controversial. Why would I say it's controversial in Palestine? Because there are many legal arguments. I won't get into too many of them, but the basic legal argument that had been advanced since 1967 is that unlike the other territories that were occupied by Israel in the aftermath of the 1967 war, the Sinai Peninsula, the Golan Heights, that the West Bank and Gaza, unlike these territories, did not have a sovereign. That the Palestinians were not a people, and therefore you could not return the land to a status quo ante because there was no sovereign that existed, right? This is the missing reversion or argument. And so instead the argument has been that this is disputed territories. Even if anyone believed that was compelling, which it absolutely isn't, but even if you believe that was compelling, we just saw in what, I think it was in 2019, Israel explicitly annexed the Golan Heights, where the Syrian sovereign was never in question or in dispute, and yet we saw an explicit acquisition of territory by force and absolutely no repercussions, right? So again, if the law were to do what it's to do, we did not need this horrific moment in order to sow doubt for us that it's not doing what it is, all right? But the easy answer is that obviously it's not. And the reason that it doesn't work is because there's no enforcement mechanism in the international legal system, that, you know, there isn't what we have. The closest thing to an enforcement mechanism is the Chapter 7 authority of the Security Council, which is the only body that can authorize the use of force over another country or several countries, right? And yet what we know about the Security Council is that it is also characterized by the permanent 5 members. There are 15 members of the Security Council. 5 of them are permanent. They have a veto power. 10 of them are alternating and serve for 2 years at a time. And any one of those 5 members can undermine the will of the entire international community. And the US has done that consistently, systematically, in order to protect Israel. And the only other countries where there is even something close that approximates the systematic nature of the use of this veto on the international level, thank you, has been the use of the U.S.'s use of the veto to protect apartheid Southwest Africa, currently known as Namibia, and South Africa, which we know as the Republic of South Africa. Can I get one? Sure. Thanks. This is nice. This is fine. Excuse me. Wardrobe change. Sorry, y'all.
She does not know how to dress for air-conditioned rooms. She
not
did
in
the
here.
same thing last night. She does not know how to
All right.
dress for air-conditioned rooms.
Okay. Thank you.
Jesus.
And thank you, to Rory. All right. So veto powers, 5 permanent members. So if we know that the only place to have enforcement mechanism is in the Security Council, and the Security Council is characterized by this embedded flaw, then the law will never be able to do what we want it to do. It can neither regulate how states behave, nor can it punish states' transgressions. But if that were true, then we would have seen an all-out revolt against the law. And we haven't seen that because the law is doing something even for the weakest states, and even in the service of emancipatory struggles, including for the Palestinian struggle. And that moment came, right, when Palestinians actually used it quite effectively, not in this moment, I would argue, but quite effectively, was between, specifically in the 1970s, right? In the aftermath of the October 1973 war, when Egypt and Syria attack Israel, lose the battles in what's known as the October 1973 war, but win the war, right? In demonstrating that they can actually undermine Israel's security, it recalibrated the balance of power in the Middle East and actually ushered what we know as the Middle East peace process. What Professor Abdelrazak Al-Takriti yesterday was talking about of the disaggregation of the Arab-Israeli struggle, which becomes instead now the Lebanese-Israeli struggle, the Syrian-Israeli struggle, the Egyptian-Israeli conflict, struggle is not the word, they use conflict, Egyptian-Israeli conflict, the Jordanian-Israeli conflict. It was disaggregating the question in order to weaken each of them as a collective and to drop Palestinians out of the bottom altogether. In that moment, in order to recalibrate their position, the Palestinian Liberation Organization wants to enter the United Nations, does so because they couldn't enter the peace process, enters the United Nations in 1974, and establishes itself in 2 General Assembly resolutions, which, unlike the Security Council, is not an imposing body of law. In that moment passes 2 Security Council resolutions where they establish that they are the sole and legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. In doing so, they overcome their juridical erasure, which was established in the Balfour Declaration, which says that never recognizes Palestinians as a political people with the right to self-determination, but instead recognizes them as a religious and civil minority with certain rights, right? So they overcome this erasure by establishing that here is a people with a land, with a leadership, and the right to self-determination, and reinscribe themselves juridically, right? But that's a catch-22 as well, because in doing so, they're also subscribing to the very bodies of law that also recognize Israel as a political fact, that has also recognized the normalization of Nakba, right? There's a gamble there, but they're using it politically. The other resolution that they pass, it's 3236 and 3237. The other resolution that they pass is equally very strategic in that it gets around resolution 242. This is more detailed than I wanted to get into, so y'all can maybe signal to me if I do too much. But in 242, if anybody recalls, the language of Security Council Resolution 242, which is passed in November 1967, some 6 months after the 1967 war, basically establishes a quid pro quo arrangement whereby all the territories that Israel has occupied will be returned to their rightful sovereigns in exchange for permanent peace. It's a promise for normalization agreements, right? But in that language and that agreement, it was very much considered by the PLO an instrument of defeat, right? But it was passed unanimously in the Security Council, including by Gamal Abdel Nasser's Egypt. But what happens is that it's worse than we think on its face, because Palestinians in that resolution are not recognized as a people, but only described as a refugee problem. And so here too, the requisite remedy will only be some humanitarian assistance to a people who don't need charity. They are asking for political power, right? Demanding it, deserving it. What they do in 1974 in these resolutions 3236 and 327 is not just reinscribe their juridical status, but simultaneously reconstruct a definition of self-determination that overcomes the strictures of 242 and says that they can engage in negotiations, but on a path that won't recognize Israel as a political fact. If the law were only to serve the powerful, Palestinians would not have been able to achieve that. The very next year, right after this in 1974, this is the year where we're also seeing in 73 the legislation of apartheid as a crime against humanity. And the purpose for doing that is really to isolate the apartheid regime of South Africa, which is another legacy of the League of Nations mandatory system, as is Palestine, right? But in that situation, the mandatory power never leaves, never evacuates, and instead seeks to settle and remain as the settler sovereign in Afrikaner identity, right? South Africa is not, apartheid is not merely racism on steroids, right? Apartheid is colonialism that is explicitly racist. It was known by the Communist Party as a peculiar kind of colonialism, even though more recently the liberal interpretation of apartheid really understands it as a peculiar kind of racism, which is why so many people get angry that you would call Israel as an apartheid state, because they're like, no, that's not enough. We don't want equal rights. We want to decolonize. Yeah, but apartheid and ending apartheid is decolonization in the radical tradition of it, right? And so in 73, this idea of the move by now what is becoming a third world majority of newly liberated states and national liberation movements, they are now using their automatic majority in the General Assembly to create new law. And they create the Apartheid Convention to declare it a crime against humanity. In that same spirit, the next year, the General Assembly unseats South Africa from the UN, when it is led by the Algerian Foreign Minister, Abdelaziz Bouteflika, who has now come to preside as the president of the General Assembly, right, in the aftermath of Algeria's victorious independence movement and revolution. And the Security Council says you can't unseat South Africa. In fact, not only do they say you can't unseat South Africa, they say you're being too extreme. Don't alienate the South Africans. We have to bring them along in a peace process. And because the Security Council has the exclusive power of who is and is not a member of the United Nations, and the Security Council, as we've already covered, is rife with this flaw, what the General Assembly does under the helm of Bouteflika is to change the rules altogether to make it within the General Assembly purview of, we won't decide who's a member, but we'll decide who gets to be seated. And they unseat South Africa. And the PLO, right, this is just about using the law strategically. The PLO in that spirit then says, right, let's go. We're about to unseat Israel, right? And then use 75 as the year that they're going to do that. And in the summer of 75, they attend multiple international conferences for this purpose. They attend the International Conference on Women in Mexico. They attend the Non-Aligned Movement Conference in Peru. They attend the Organization of the Islamic Conference in Jeddah. They attend the African Union Conference, then known as the Organization of the African Union Conference in Uganda, in Kampala, Uganda. And in each, these are all allies, and in each of these forums, the only one where they successfully get a resolution to unseat Israel was at the OIC in Jeddah. Who blocks the resolution in Kampala, and who blocks the resolution at the NAM? None other than Egypt. Because Egypt, at that time, is now in direct bilateral negotiations with Israel, overseen by the United States, to recoup the Sinai Peninsula through negotiations. And in that moment, they basically say Egypt, in its interest, doesn't want to alienate the United States, which they believe is the only power that can deliver the Sinai back and facilitate this. And so the compromise that comes up at each of these conferences, short of unseating Israel, is declaring Zionism as a form of racism. Everyone's in agreement. And the Organization of African Union is very explicit that their liberation is entwined with Palestinian liberation, that Zionism, like white supremacy and like other racist ideologies, is a threat to world peace. Right? And so by the time they get to the General Assembly in 75, now what they do, what the PLO does in conjunction in the third committee with this third world majority, is they are about to, because they can't unseat Israel, instead what they do is they are building on what the international community is doing to isolate South Africa, which is basically launching a world conference against racism, the Decade Against Racism. In the move to launch the Decade Against Racism, right, it basically declares that all forms of colonialism are racism, occupation, and apartheid are illegitimate, right, and forms of racism. And what the Palestinians do, led by Palestinian scholar, activist Fayez Sayegh, does in this moment is to amend the resolution to insert Zionism everywhere the words apartheid and colonialism appear. And this becomes a huge battle. I detail it all if you're interested, looking at that diplomatic history in a book chapter. But the outcome of it is that they passed Resolution 3379 in November 1975, declaring Zionism as a form of racism and racial discrimination. A major victory, a major victory. Well, if the law only served the powerful, Palestinians couldn't have done that, right? And if you're wondering, well, what happened? It was the PLO that rescinded that resolution in 1991 as a precondition for entering into the Oslo Agreement. Right? They not only rescind, I'm shocked that this is shocking. I must be very old. So they rescind that resolution. Not only do they rescind that resolution, but they also amend their PLO charter that says that they do not have a right to armed force. So they basically reneged on all of their possible leveraging power in exchange for recognition, and then to be put in this trap that we're in right now, right? One more example, if I've not compelled you enough, comes in 1977, when the PLO works with this third world majority, works with newly independent states, works with national liberation movements who are engaged in anti-colonial warfare, right? To amend the laws of war. To amend the laws of war. So as the laws of war are constructed, in the beginning as they're constructed, they're primarily constructed in a way that excludes the entirety of the global South, right? Warfare, civilization, humanity is limited to the global North very explicitly, to Europe and European, adjacent. So when laws of war are being developed very explicitly as well, the global South is excluded from the category of civilian. They're not recognized as civilians, but they're also excluded from the category of combatant, from the category of being able to be a soldier with the right to fight. And what happens is we have the 1949 Geneva Conventions that follow the Second World War that basically legislate, now we see a robust legislation of the laws of war that give us the four Geneva Protocols, right? The four Geneva Conventions, I should say, right? The first convention on the rights of the wounded and the sick on land, the second on the rights and the wounded of the sick at sea, the third on the prisoners of war and how we recognize prisoners of war, keeping them alive, the rights that they have, they shall not be tortured, they shall not be starved, they shall be treated well, there should be no information extracted from them until they are returned, and the fourth Geneva Convention on the rights of civilians who are occupied, right? But what doesn't get included and is not factored in is that the most significant warfare to take place between the Second World War through the 1960s will be national liberation warfare. And for the most part, now there's an open debate. How do we regulate this warfare where there is no formal army? This is not conventional war between two states. So how is it recognized? The United States is adamant, along with Israel, that any civilians who are taking part in war, do not represent are terrorists and criminals. Adamant. And they're not alone. But certainly because of what we're seeing across the global south, right? This is Angola, this is Mozambique, this is South Africa, this is Cape Verde. We're seeing it, you know, of the different various peoples who are rising up for their independence. We see a global majority that basically legislates the first and second additional protocols, recognizing guerrillas as soldiers with the right to fight. With the right to fight, which recognizes specifically and anticipates that war will be conducted in densely urban areas, that recognizes that civilian and guerrillas, civilians and guerrillas will not be easily distinguishable and how to distinguish them, that recognizes that civilians will bear the highest cost if there is no distinction. And so passes Article 51 that basically of the first additional protocol that stipulates that in a situation where you cannot anticipate or cannot reduce the harm to the civilians, even if it's the fault of the adversary, that military operation shall be ceased. Those are the laws of war that are legislated in 77. So 2 notes on that. The first is what you think I'm going to say, which is if only the strong can pass laws, we wouldn't have had that. I hope I've made that point clear, right? The second point I want to make is you are being gaslit when you are told that Israel's confrontation with Palestinian militants is unprecedented. When you are being told the talking points about tunnels and human shields and the rest of it, that is actually the primary mode of warfare since the Second World War. This is not unique. It's just out of time and place, right? There is all the laws in order to regulate this particular form of warfare, and Israel is not alone. The US tried to do the same thing when it established Guantanamo Bay and kidnapped Afghan, Pakistani, Somali, Filipino, civilians and couldn't tell the difference and held them incommunicado in Guantanamo Bay, on Cuba, where the U.S. had jurisdiction and tried to say that none of the laws of war applied, including the Third Geneva Convention, that would have given them the right as prisoners of war and the right to be treated humanely, right? So Israel's not unique. I also don't want to make this argument that, oh my God, nobody's ever done this. In fact, everybody's done this. And especially the government that represents us. So, back to the point. That was my first point. That was my long point. I told you, when I don't write it down, I talk too much. That was my long point to explain that the law couldn't just be fake, which you all kind of unanimously told me that it was. Right? Because if it was fake, then how? How did we achieve so much? Right? And I should note that the US and Israel have been outstanding objectors of the first additional protocols and have never signed on to it. Right? So there still is that complication. But on the other hand, we know that the law is not doing what it's supposed to do. That's kind of where we started. So if there were imagine there is a spectrum, and this is in the legal literature and the kind of legal theory debate, if there is a spectrum, and on the one side you have the positivists that really argue that we should study the law as a science to understand what it means and says and just look at the text in order to give you an interpretation, and that's what it is, we would describe them in the words of Marty Kuskaniemi as the utopians. Right? This is utopia. And we all at least can agree that's not real. And I haven't told you anything to take away from that. On the other hand, at the other side of the spectrum are the Marxists, right? As well as the right, who insist that the law is a fiction, is a political fiction. And in the words of Richard Falk, who would describe it, who actually was much more of a positivist anyway, would describe it, it's basically a club with which to beat the weak.
She's gone
right?
way into the weeds.
And I'm not saying
like
that they're
just, like,
wrong. By
sitting back
observation,
and
they are
taking it in.
correct. But what this position leaves, really, in what Marty Koskaniemi would describe as an apology for power, right? And it leaves out this entire potential of what people do and how they can do it using the law without being dictated by the law. Right? This is movement lawyering. And it happens in your community, and it certainly happens on the international level. Right? And in that spectrum, the way that I describe it as a movement lawyer is to say, am I being timed?
No, I'm just giving you for reference.
Oh, okay.
No.
I was like, is there a time I should stop? Okay.
Take your time.
Sure. But so the way that I would describe it is to then say, if that's the case, then if we are to use the law for our emancipatory purposes, we have to use it in the sophisticated service of movement. Okay? In that way, this is an analogy that I put out. Think of the law like the sail of the boat, and think of politics like the wind. If you're in a sailboat without a motor, right, you can only move in the way that the wind blows, right? And so I encourage us to pull up the sail when the winds are blowing in our direction. That's political movement. When it's blowing in our direction, pull up the sail, it's going to blow us where we want, and the law can help us. Draw the sail when the winds are blowing against us. When the balance of military, economic, social, moral authority is against us, right? And when you have the opportunity, make a whole new sail to pivot it in a way where we can move where we need, as our predecessors did in 74, 75, and 77, by way of example, all right? That was the answer to the first question. So let me get to the second question. I'll try to be briefer, I promise. The second question, and I can actually elaborate in the Q&A because this might not even be where you want this to go. So that's why I'm going to be briefer. The second question I was asking, what about the current landscape and how we can understand it? Let me answer the ICC question really quick first. All right? Let me first start by saying that the ICC, the International Criminal Court, is distinct from the International Court of Justice. All right? The International Court of Justice is the principal organ of the United Nations. Every member of the UN is subject to the ICJ, to its advisory opinions as well as to its contentious decisions when they submit to it. All right? An advisory opinion is an opinion that the court is telling us what they think the law is. In a contentious suit like South Africa brought against Israel, now it's binding. Right? In distinction, the International Criminal Court is a product of treaty. What is a treaty? It is an international contract. And as with all contracts, you don't have to abide by it. You have to agree to it by ratifying the treaty. This international treaty is the Rome Statute that's legislated in 1998, and it doesn't come into effect until 2002 when a requisite number of states sign onto it. In 2002, now we have the ICC. The ICC outstanding objectors, are you shocked? Who is not a member party of the ICC? Okay, Israel, but also? Us! Y'all point fingers at us first, right? The United States is not. In fact, the largest country that is a member of the ICC is Brazil. And 3 of the 5 permanent Security Council members are not part of the treaty at all. So imagine that, notwithstanding the fact that the Security Council is one of the 3 forms of establishing jurisdiction at the ICC. What does that mean? That means that the Security Council, there's 3 ways to get a case in front of the ICC. One of them is through, the Office of the Prosecutor can decide, and one of them is that the Security Council can actually ask and transmit something to the ICC. The third one, I evade at the top of my head, I'm sorry right now. It'll come later, like at the end of this talk, and I'll tell you when I remember. Al-Muhim, but if that is a form of jurisdiction, and yet they have the authority to relay a case to the ICC, but 3 out of the 5 are not members of the ICC, you already know something's wrong, right? But now look at the ICC, look at the Rome Statute's actual, stipulations, and I'll just give you a couple. Okay, one of them is this, what I was telling you. I think this is Article 13 on jurisdiction, but another one is also Article 17 on complementarity. And complementarity basically establishes that if a national court, so if a state's court system is adequate and can prosecute its own, it has the right of first jurisdiction. So that means that any country that wants to prosecute its own soldiers, say for example, for their war crimes, that will trump the ICC authority to try that particular state. Who who can make that argument and who can't? Very obvious and very clear. It's mostly going to be developing countries that can't make that argument for complementarity, and Western industrialized countries who can make that argument, and so on and so forth. But embedded in the ICC is what Kamari Clark would describe as the enshrinement of white supremacy or European superiority, which makes it a little bit, helps to explain why, since the ICC was established 22 years ago, that only Arab and African heads of state have been brought to the court, with the exception of Slobodan Milosevic, right? Palestine ruptures that. Palestine now becomes the litmus test of what the ICC will do, because now you have, since 2013, Palestinians wanting to establish, and Palestine wanting to establish its jurisdiction, wants to sign on to the treaty, and does so in becomes recognized by the General Assembly as a state in 2012. Its first petition to sign on to the ICC is rejected because they're not a state. But then when they try again, now this shouldn't be controversial at all, because the General Assembly recognized that Palestine is a state and we don't need to have this. This isn't controversial anymore. It takes 6 years. 6 years, even though it shouldn't be controversial at all, between 2015 and 2021. For the ICC to finally recognize that the Palestinians can accede to the Rome Statute and be at the ICC and bring a case. That was Fatou Bensouda, the last prosecutor. She makes this decision and then still sends it to a broader panel to decide if her decision was right. She's no longer the prosecutor. Now we have Ahmed Akbar, who is the current prosecutor, right? Or Akbar Ahmed, excuse me, who is the prosecutor. At this point, we see early on, is not paying attention to the Palestinians who have put forth petitions. Try Israel for apartheid. Try Israel for war crimes. Try Israel for the settlements, right? Try Israel for torture. There are petitions on petitions being submitted that he's ignoring, and we see this politicization in the maldistribution of funding for how much money he allocates to the Palestine file versus how much money he's allocating to all other files. This obviously begins to change since October. But even since October, he travels to the region, does not go to Gaza, does not make any conclusions, but is in Israel describing that Hamas certainly committed war crimes, right? So we already know whatever we have said as scholars about the embedded, inherent inequality of these systems is manifesting before our eyes, right? And even most recently, when he did issue a request for arrest warrants, note 2 things about that request. Number 1, it does not include the crime of genocide. It is specifically, it is almost exclusively and most strongly on the crime of starvation, right? But number two, there's a request for arrest warrants for 2 Israelis, right? And for 3 Hamas leaders. So even in this moment, the law is going to do this thing of trying to do all sides, because what the law does in any context, even in your context here, I'm sure you know this, if any of you have been to court for civil disobedience or otherwise, it will drop the context out the bottom. It is a depoliticizing forum. There is no analysis of power in court or in litigation. Now it just becomes about specific rights, harms, and remedies, right? And in fact, it will be easier to prosecute Hamas than Israel because of the ipso facto nature of the weapons that have been used, which are not going to be subject to as much complication as Israel is going to create by saying that there's a fog of war and so on and so forth. We can get into that, but starvation will be different, or might be different. But all that to say, I guess what I'm trying to plant the seed for is, don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. There will be no court to save us, and certainly it won't be the ICC, right? Now, I say that, and yet I was part of one of the first teams that filed a petition in early November to the ICC that charged Israel with genocide, knowing full well that it was a site of unfairness, knowing full well that if they were ever going to bring a case, they would bring it against Hamas leadership. And by the way, Hamas leadership actually subjected themselves to the ICC's jurisdiction several years ago when the Palestinians acceded to the statute. So this happens with their participation. I mean, there's no irony here. They're already being punished. Have sanctions applied to them, are already designated, as terrorist organizations. As far as they're concerned, they are making this play, right? But I'm part of, even though I'm very critical of this forum and understand what it's doing, I was part of that first petition. Why? Why? Because here we are in the first month of this onslaught of unprecedented exterminationist violence, with an unprecedented use of force, where within the first week on October 13th, when Israel ordered the mass evacuation of 1 million Palestinians from the north of Gaza to the south of the Wadi Gaza line, knowing full well that that meant death. It was displacement. The ill would not be able to move, right? It was a death sentence. That was before we saw Israelis shooting to kill Palestinians on the quote-unquote safe routes, right? It's why Raz Sigal, Holocaust genocide studies scholar, says and publishes his article saying that this is a textbook case of genocide, right? So we already knew. So by early November, we bring this petition notwithstanding this risk, not because we think we're going to win at the ICC, but because we want to make the accusation. We want to make the accusation, and we want to make the accusation on world stages.
It's accessibility for deaf people.
So that the lawyer who brought this case in France is giving his interviews in French. And the people who are asking in English, I get to respond to and get to lay out the genocide argument, right? Movement lawyering. We weren't using the ICC, I wasn't certainly using the ICC petition and the intervention in order to prove that Israel was committing genocide, in this forum. We know that, regardless of what the court does. We know that, and the court isn't even prosecuting them for that, right? And there's other reasons, and we can talk about it. They're looking, but that's another thing. Like, what does the ICC have jurisdiction over? Genocide is not a war crime. Genocide is an illegitimate form of combat. It's just illegitimate, right? And anyway, but the point is that's how we advance the argument in order to amplify what movement is doing. What about genocide? I talked about this a little last night. Like the Rome Statute, the Genocide Convention within it has embedded several limitations that absolve colonial powers of violence. One of the things I didn't get into last night, and so I'll just share this one in order to be kind of an addendum onto what I shared, and if you weren't there, I apologize, I'm gonna make this brief, is for the first years of trying to negotiate the Genocide Convention, cultural genocide was included squarely. That would be tantamount to the destruction of a people. That destroying their language, their access to land, their history books, that destroying their archives, that going after their sources of food and their families and so on and so forth, that everything that we feel is tantamount to genocide, that removing them from their culture and their identity would also lead to their destruction. In the final analysis, that's not recognized as part of the Genocide Convention, right? We know in the convention itself, with the colonial powers, this is 1948. Jim Crow is alive and well here, right? Colonialism is robust. This is precisely how colonial powers are extracting land and labor and goods. So they are also creating this treaty in a way that is not going to harm them. It takes the United States a long time to actually sign the treaty because of their racial destruction, or their destruction of a racial group in the United States, right? And there's other reasons, and you can ask me about that in the Q&A, but let me move on. So already it's impeded. Moving fast forward, now we see a number of Western states also try to have a monopoly about what genocide is and isn't. And we see that very explicitly also in the way that the Genocide Convention makes a distinction between ethnic cleansing and genocide. So that you can ethnically cleanse a people, but you have not destroyed them, right? And we see that in the Bosnia versus Serbia case, where very explicit
No,
I would say,
stop
and
making shit
Bosnians
up.
say,
That's not
Bosniak
what was
Muslims
said.
assert,
We don't make
is a
things up here.
genocidal campaign that features torture camps, that features sexual assault camps, that features the mass removal of people, that features starvation, that features mass killings, but that the court ultimately recognizes as not being genocide. Why? Because the Genocide Convention also makes it incredibly hard to prove genocide through the provision of specific intent. The convention has two parts. The first is that you have to demonstrate that there was a specific intent to destroy a people based on the racial, ethnical, national, religious identity. The second part is that you have to prove that the specific acts were committed in order to achieve that intent. So it's like a double intent, right? How do you prove intent? Well, according to the ICJ jurisprudence, the only ways to prove intent, there's only, very narrow, it's very narrow. There's a high threshold. There's a gatekeeping function that in order to prove intent, there either has to be a smoking gun, like literally a blueprint that says our purpose is to destroy these people, okay? Or if there is no blueprint, the other way to prove intent is to derive from the acts being committed. However, it stipulates that it must be derived from those acts, that the only reason that those acts were committed were for destruction. What does that mean? That means if you starved, killed, removed for other purposes, say to ethnically cleanse, that's not genocide and therefore there was no specific intent. I know. And we knew that too. We knew that too as South Africa was preparing its petition. Why then would we support that anyway? Same movement lawyering reasons. We want to win grounds. We want to win grounds. It's not to prove that, we don't need a court to prove that they are committing genocide, but it is to win grounds. And there are two stages of evaluating genocide at the International Court of Justice. There's the preliminary stage, which is where you basically issue this petition for an injunctive relief. There's an emergency, we need this right now. And then there's the second stage that basically now is going to be on the merit stage. Where at the preliminary stage, right, the one that we all witnessed historically, right, the threshold is much lower. This intent, right, this idea of like proving this, overcoming this high threshold is not as high, it's far lower. And all we need to prove is that it's plausible. It's plausible. It's not a matter of fact, right? And then at the later stage of proceedings, which will come in some 4 to 6 years when it's probably too late, right? Then the court decides on that other like higher threshold, and there very well the court might decide against us, right? But then why bring that case, knowing that full well, is precisely for the reasons that we've seen, which is to mobilize, which is to agitate, which is to have this authority in order to be able to say that the principal organ, the principal judicial organ of the United Nations has said this, not just us in our millions, right? It's a tactic. It's a tactic. And that tactic has not been enough to stop the genocide. And again, here we get into political will and enforcement. And I am as equally disappointed that in the 3 opportunities that the ICJ has had in order to call for the cessation of all hostilities has failed to do so, right? Explicitly. I will also say that they did call for the cessation of hostilities by Russia against Ukraine, and that hasn't resulted in an outcome either. So either way this would have turned out, right? It's not like genocide continues in Gaza because the ICJ didn't go far enough. No, political hurdles would still be there, right? But what did it allow to do? It allowed a lot of states to do a lot of things. I had a whole list. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, it allowed for weapons sanctions, like that ones that were placed against Israel by Belgium, Japan, the Netherlands, and Colombia. It allowed countries to cut diplomatic ties with Israel, like Bolivia and Brazil. Right? It allowed for the initiation of criminal cases under universal jurisdiction in other national courts, like lawsuits right now against dual citizens who went to fight within the Israeli army, as in Switzerland, France, the Netherlands, and Germany. And more than anything, above all, it allows us to continue to isolate the US and Israel, right? They can do what they're doing, but they're doing just through brute force without any legitimacy, right? So the law is doing that work, even if it's not producing the outcome we desperately want to see. But that goes back to, it's not the law that's the problem, it was our expectation. The law can't do that. It doesn't do that. The law is power. The law is power, and it will only serve movement to the extent that we are powerful, right? Which brings me to the last example that I mentioned, which was in the US. The Center for Constitutional Rights brought a case against Biden, Blinken, and Austin for violating the Genocide Convention and failing to prevent genocide. And here I just want to emphasize, genocide doesn't have to be complete to trigger the convention, right? The purpose of the convention is to prevent it, not to punish it. It punishes, but the purpose is to prevent. So there is an obligation to prevent, right? And we can get in, if you want to ask me, I'm going to put this out there. If you want to ask me, what are the adversaries' legal arguments and why have they been found compelling and how do we overcome them? I'm happy to go into that, but I don't want to give that airspace right now. But suffice it to say that this case was brought on behalf of Palestinians who live in the United States, who have family in Gaza, who got to testify and tell their story, which is the greatest source, frankly, for any survivors, is to be able to tell your story to an audience, to have that ability to not be muzzled. They told their story. That story is on record in the Ninth Circuit forever. And in the outcome of that, the presiding judge actually found with the Palestinians and said that it's undeniable that this is genocide, and I cannot disagree with the ruling, with this outcome, right? They actually make their case on the same day that the ICJ issued its ruling at the end of January. I think it was January 28th, right? And so he says, I cannot disagree with the outcome of the ICJ. And yet, because of US constitutional law and the separation of powers that prohibits a branch of government from performing a function that's better suited for another branch of government. And here that means that the judiciary shall not impede the work of the executive branch in war making and foreign policy. That the court, even though it sided with the Palestinians, could not compel the executive branch to change course. And at the appellate level, again, it wasn't a rejection of genocide. The rejection was, the conclusion was that we don't have jurisdiction because of constitutional law to get around this. Obviously, there are arguments to be made. You can get around, but that was the outcome. And the outcome here, even in the loss, is this win, which is insufficient, right? Okay, so that's number 2 about the current legal landscape. I'm going to leave it at that. So how can we use the law now? Again, at this point, we need to use the law where we can, very creatively, when it serves us, right? So where are opportunities where we can use it? I think that that's where we get really creative. One of the most important functions that the law is about to serve for us is a defensive function, as we are going to be, most of us, I imagine some of us already have been. Students certainly have been punished and prosecuted, but many of us also will be. Right now, there's 2 cases against the NSJP, National Students for Justice in Palestine, as well as the American Muslims for Palestine, alleging that they are in violation of material support for terrorism because of their support for Palestine and Palestinian resistance, which they're reading broadly as support for a designated terrorist organization, right? Absolutely shameful. But there's other cases that we're all facing in many different functions, and I'm sure you all can tell us your stories. The other way that I think that we can use the law also creatively is, frankly, to weaken our adversary who has been able to basically throw shit at the wall and see if it sticks without any consequence. They can pursue all sorts of litigation against us with absolutely nothing to deter them from doing so because there is no consequence. They can make things up about us and there's no consequence. Often they defame us, and defamation is the hardest suit to win because you actually have to prove material loss, right? And you have to prove that it was a direct connection. And defamation lawyers, unlike other lawyers, have to be paid upfront and have to be paid a lot. So you have to have deep pockets, right?
True.
And so there is another opportunity for us here to think creatively, for the movement lawyers in the room to also think creatively about how is it that we create a deterrence function where we make bringing a lawsuit actually incredibly embarrassing or expensive in order to protect us more. So those are some examples. The other examples I would say, and I think, and I would encourage the ones I think I'm probably the most excited about seeing are going to be continuing to pursue lawsuits of wrongful death and of war crimes against dual citizens who fought in this war and who come back and have total immunity and should be ashamed. And even in those cases, even if, you know, our courts and our political system is not favorable to our argument, I think that even bringing the lawsuit and making it clear and making that moral argument is going to be an opportunity as well, right? It's an opportunity. The law doesn't promise an outcome. It only promises a battle, right? And what can we do using that battle? How do we leverage that opportunity, right? And similarly, short of actually using these tribunals and courts and whatnot, the other thing that I would encourage us to do is to think about, people's courts. People's courts, because this genocide will end. And the next frontier of the genocide will be a narrative battle of how it's remembered and how it's described. And so it's incredibly important to write your stories. It's incredibly important to transcribe and to archive and to record the stories, your stories, the stories you've witnessed, the stories of survivors, the stories of family. It's incredibly important then to also have people's tribunals where those stories are told in a public space and at a large scale, where we're also influencing how that narrative is told, so that, we get to narrate history regardless of this outcome, because that is the next frontier, and that is also, however tangentially, also part of movement lawyering. Thank you.
I mean, there's a lot to this, and they're going to take questions now. Like, the first thing that strikes me is this is the reason they're spending so much time on Israel and Palestine is they need to give the socialist base talking points on Israel and Palestine. This is an issue that probably a lot of these people weren't actually involved in, and now it's the central issue of the far left in the United States. So why are we seeing all these presentations about Israel and Palestine? They need to know what to say. They need to know how to frame the issue. The other thing she just said, and that was like really important at the end, and I know that was a very verbose presentation that had a lot of stuff in it, but the other thing she said is we need to take control of the narrative, write it down, document, archive, etc., etc., etc. They have a sense that this is not just for now, this is for 100 years from now, this is for history, and that's important, and that's why they're going to win.
What you're talking about. But I want to start, I think that it's a factual statement that the attack by Hamas on October 7th was changed everything, or changed the world's response to the events. It changed a lot, woke the world up. But if that's even if we grant that, I want to know, mostly people are judging badly the attack, judging Hamas from a moral point of view. Mm-hmm. But I would like to know your thoughts about the attack from a legal point of view, and then from a strategic point of view. Was it counterproductive, or is it a mixed bag? I would like to know your assessment of the attack.
Okay.
Thank you.
I thought it was great.
Well, okay.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Nora. Very much appreciate your analysis. I wanted to pick up on the question that you had sort of raised about using the courts for instance, for dual citizens to attack, to address dual citizens. And I wondered the feasibility, or what sort of work had been done on the idea of holding, for instance, US weapons manufacturers, other corporations which are complicit in the ongoing genocide in this, current case. In this current case, obviously we can look back through the past in other uses. So just basically what roles or what possibilities exist in that form against corporations. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Nora, thank you so much for the talk. My name's Reed from Boston, from Firebrand.
Firebrand!
I think you really did a good job of talking about the propaganda advances that we can make through
I've
the law,
explained
but I
this
think
already.
also
You'll have to
recognizing that
rewind or
materially
refer to
things
any of my other
won't
content.
change
Maybe you should have
through
been
it.
shouldn't have been mouthing off so much. Should have been listening.
Yeah, okay. Mostly not, though.
Because
But
you've
I
been
think
here when I've
also,
explained
like,
it. You just didn't listen.
I think there's also traps that we can fall into by using international law. And I think, like, concretely, although we can use international law through, like, Palestinian Center for Human Rights documenting the genocide in Gaza and then bringing that case through to the ICJ, it's also a double-edged sword, because if we solely go through that, then we can also pass judgment on movements' actions based on whether they fit within quote-unquote legitimate lawful actions, right?
And now
So
you're
I
not
think we have
listening again
people,
because you want to argue
there
with
was
me,
a
so you're getting a
debate,
timeout.
written debate between
Maybe now you'll listen. You can't talk.
including Dan
So
Labatz
listen.
and Stephen Shalom a few months ago, supposedly on the left, that on the one hand recognize Ukraine's right to resist Russia, even if it causes starvation and devastation to the country, right? But on the same time, they put responsibility on Palestinians for the devastation that's happening in Gaza right now. And like, that is, I think, actually not disconnected from the over-reliance on international law to determine whether or not something is legitimate or not, and thus whether or not there's propaganda, what is the propaganda
Wrap up,
element of that, right? If people are gonna see this and then be like, ooh, that's too much. So yeah, anyways.
100%. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Betsy, and thank you so much for this presentation. It was really fascinating. I have a question for you, but mostly also for the room, maybe mostly for the room. I'm in Evanston, which is about a mile north of the Chicago border, and have been involved in some local organizing. And our next step is to start pushing our local representatives about the state of Illinois' investment in Israel bonds, which we invested another $1 billion on October 9th. But it occurs to me as you talk that there could be a legal element to this challenge and not just a lobbying element. So I guess my question is if there's anyone in the room who has thoughts about that or who is acting on that. I have an audience who's interested in engaging in that question. So this is me. And I'd love to hear about it after the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So mine is a very quick question. Before they started actually doing it, Israeli officials announced that they were going to starve and dehydrate and annihilate Palestinians through disease and so on and so forth. And then they did it. So they are doing it still. Doesn't that prove intent for genocide?
Great.
Hi, my name is Binish. I'm a Kashmiri organizer and writer and academic. I want to just start by recognizing that we're gathering today on the territories of the Peoria people.
Land
the
blessing from the
Potawatomi,
audience?
The Miami.
Seriously?
Kasakaskia, Kickapoo people.
Land blessing from the audience.
And I do this as a practice of resisting erasure, particularly being conscious of what is happening to the Palestinian people today, the erasure they're facing, and for my own community, with that deep respect of continuing to bring them up when I am on their land.
It just keeps going.
My question today is about, you opened with talking about third world approaches to international law as an important place to think about What does it mean when there is a genocide going on? And your talk yesterday was really, really great in addressing different aspects of what is happening. My question is about indigenous legal orders, and as an alternative, as a third world or fourth world alternative, we have Anishinaabe law, we have our own laws, right? And so in this moment, what can we learn about what we need to do as peoples that are bearing witness to a system that is defunct, that does not work, but that also requires us to have an alternative? How do we organize for that? Because I don't want to give that to my daughter. I don't want to have nothing to turn to. And we have things to turn to. We have teachings. We have lessons from elders, from the land. So I'd like to hear your thoughts about that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amir. Thank you for the great talk again. I came in here wondering a lot about the limits of the law, especially domestically. And I really liked the framework that you provide for looking at the law as power and seeing it as using movements to earn, I guess, the right to at least fight our battles in the courtroom. Very good. So this movement here, the Palestinian movement, is gaining a lot of people power, and we're building institutions like Pal Legal, and I'm sort of wondering, I have more long-term questions, like, what do you think are the limits, or like, I guess the legal limits of the movement on challenging things like, I don't know what the process would be like to like get AIPAC registered as a foreign agent, or maybe an application of the Symington Amendment, which bans the United States from providing
They want to abolish the
economic or
Supreme
military
Court.
assistance to foreign countries that don't undergo
They would
international
fundamentally-
atomic energy inspections.
I don't know what this guy's saying. They would fundamentally change the nature of the court. They want the court to be more about civil arbitration of disagreement. But they do not support the court system as we know it. They do not support the criminal justice system. They want all prisons abolished. Therefore, they want all criminal courts abolished. They want the Supreme Court abolished. They probably want the like appellate courts and stuff abolished as well. And they envision changing things to be more about mediation between like aggrieved parties.
Us, and they've done it. So let me start there and say that, yeah, in fact, Law for Palestine has created, you should follow them. Law for Palestine is a great organization that, examines the international legal scene in order to answer this question. And one of the things that they've done is they've created an ongoing database. Like already in early February, they had 500 statements of intent. Of specific intent. So there's so much of it.
Don't even get me started.
ICJ decision cites.
We'll be here all fucking
night.
night.
Of intent from Isaac Herzog, the president, and from
Don't
Netanyahu, as well as from
get me
Israel Katz.
started.
So we do have these
Rationalist,
statements. Why
you and
they
I
may
are
or may
friends
not
again.
be enough.
We may not have been friends
The
earlier. We're friends
argument
now.
that Israel has made is that when we made those statements, we were not talking about the Palestinian people. We were talking about Hamas. And the convention itself does not protect political groups so that you can destroy a political group. And that has been the line that they try to weave and have been trying to protect themselves, even in retrospect, to say that we never meant all the people. We have only meant against this political group. Now, there's arguments to make against this. One, there's the embeddedness in the Genocide Convention that doesn't protect political groups. And here also and this is what I was saying, one of the loopholes in the law is that any national liberation organization's political group will be comprised based on some sort of ethnic, national, religious identity, right? So that should be explicit right there. But the other thing that we should also consider here is arguments like Maryam Jamshidi has made recently, a law professor who has argued that there is ICJ jurisprudence to make the argument that targeting a political group for the sake of destruction of the rest of the group is also tantamount. So there's ways around this. Why is it not enough? Because explicitly Israel says that it's not about the people, it's about this political group. And secondly, because they insist, and here this is building on the legacy that has been built around genocide, specifically associated with the Nazi annihilationist campaign of Jewish people, right? Which is to say genocide only exists if you kill a people because of who they are, and not because of what they did, which one really evacuates also the history
Well,
of the Nazi genocide.
yeah, it
Hate
does.
wasn't the primary reason
True.
of annihilating Jewish people for the Third Reich.
True.
Hate develops as an outcome of a political program and a political ideology.
This is the
Hate
second
doesn't
socialist
need
that's
to
understood this
be
in the recent
the
weeks.
manifesting, right? The catalyzing force. And so here's also the misread and why it's so significant that the court actually found for plausible genocide, which means that Palestinians overcame that gatekeeping
Yo, the socialists
right?
know.
That we overcame that gatekeeping function, and basically the
The
erasure that at
socialists
the
know.
same
They
time
just
that
pretend they don't
Palestine
know.
was being ethnically cleansed. The Genocide Convention was passed and Israel was being recognized as a UN member state.
Bruh.
Right? There's an erasure that happens there. We get stuck out of history in a way where Israel is seen as reparations for the Holocaust, and
Yeah.
and it makes it almost
Everyone is
impossible
watching Hitler's
to
speeches now. Everyone
charge
knows.
this primary object of genocidal reparations with genocide. And the court case is significant also for overcoming that hurdle. So I know propaganda is not enough, but so much of this is happening on that realm, right? So much of it is happening on that realm. In regards, and so then let me go, I'm going to come to the propaganda bun, but let me go to this question about the weapons manufacturers. I think there's a lot of room to sue weapons manufacturers. I also think that we have to be really creative about how we do it. CCR did this as well as a cooperating attorney against Caterpillar bulldozers. I think it was in 2005, sued Caterpillar bulldozer in the United States under US law for wrongful death of Rachel Corrie, who was crushed to death in the Gaza Strip as part of the international solidarity movement, an American citizen, a young white woman from Evergreen, Oregon, right? And so, excuse me, Washington. Am I getting that right? Washington. Yeah.
Was she
Northwest.
Evergreen State? Are you shitting me? That makes sense, though.
And there, again, the lawsuit was
makes
dismissed
sense.
on grounds
It's
of
always
non-justiciability. Meaning what I was talking about, these constitutional grounds of either
Always
saying
something.
that this is better suited for other branch of government. If we ruled on the case of Caterpillar and its role in the occupied territories, right, we would be ruling and interfering in U.S. foreign policy. So we shouldn't do it. So never actually get to the case. So there is that stumbling block. How do we get around that? Other European cases are not similarly stumbled and so might have better chances. And frankly, Nicaragua brought a case against Germany for its transfer of weapons as well. So I think that, again, the more that we build power, the more that these cases will build, will have potential, right? So that's the weapons case. In terms of the question, let me get to the question really quick about Hamas and October 7th. First, if anybody's interested, you mentioned this argument that I made. I make this argument very thoroughly about the law and the history in my book, Justice for Some. So I'll recommend that. And I'm working on a project with my compa John Reynolds, an Irish twailer, in a book that's going to come out with Haymarket. That's basically looking at Zionism, right? Zionism as racism and colonialism. So there will, all of this is also an
Zionism is
How do we win
capitalism.
that narrative battle? By making sure that we capture this moment. So it's going to be there.
Imagine my shock.
What do I think? My position is just really clear that there is no way to, judge or talk about any kind of Palestinian violence that doesn't begin with the condemnation of occupation, apartheid, and settler colonialism. So even if you are to critique, condemn, comment, whatever it is, all of that is vacuous. That doesn't take into account the structure of violence that is shaping Palestinian lives, that is subjecting them, in the words of Ruth Wilson Gilmore, to premature death, that is subjecting them to torture, that is kidnapping children, that is rendering them houseless, that is separating families, that is keeping
have
them
top
in
chat
exile,
selected or
that is
all
placing
chat?
them on a caloric diet, that is disappearing Palestinians, that is taking away from them the right over their air, their sea, their groundwater, right? any kind of commentary on this topic that doesn't take that into account, right, as far as I'm concerned, is basically demanding that Palestinians die quietly, right? And so I think, for what it's worth, the law has a lot to say about this. The law is pretty clear, right? The law would say that you just can't target civilians. And part of Hamas's operation, actually the biggest part of Hamas's operation, was a military operation over an intelligence unit, right? And to the extent that they targeted civilians, the law has condemned that as a war crime. There's nothing around that. You can't get around that in the law. You can then go and say, F the law, because it's the site of colonial domination, right? But in using it, that is clearly what the law would say. Sexual assault, which, all these atrocities that they told us happened haven't been proven. And in fact, we've debunked them thoroughly, right? And yet they keep being repeated because propaganda is controlling, right? When Biden says that there's 40 beheaded babies, takes back that there's no beheaded babies, then repeats that there's beheaded babies anyway, because that's how propaganda works. It doesn't need to be true.
Exactly.
To be compelling. Similarly, when the Democratic candidate, Kamala Harris, goes on television and wants to talk about sexual assault and has the audacity to repeat, right, this also debunked, narrative about mass rape, and doesn't in the same breath say anything about sexual assault that all of us witnessed, that we've all metabolized in our bodies because of its grotesqueness, right? In the testimony and in the images, I think there becomes, an other site. The law has a lot of things to say about these things, regardless of what you believe about it, right? And I might and often do use that law and the language of law, and that's going to get me into your question. Because I'm not talking to you a lot of the times when I'm up on stage. You are not my audience. Not that you're not my audience now, obviously you're my audience, right? But this is a language. And this is a language that I'm speaking to audiences that have not even begun to contemplate what it means to be a Palestinian, right? So they can barely see me or my families or understand that I have flesh that can be harmed, that I bleed, that I mourn, right? That when I watch children being killed, I think of how easy it would be to take any one of us out, and that people would be upset for a day and the world would move on, right? If I could, I would speak in a language of morality all of the time, and when I have the opportunity, I do. And in fact, I have, even in my lawyering, and I'll get that to the question about, that was actually there was a question, the last question about FARA and using the US law. But before a Senate briefing that was about US weapons, when there was an opportunity, when one of the, I can't name any of them, but when one of the senators asked, right, is there a question that we should have asked but didn't ask, right? And I'm the only Palestinian in the room. The whole time I've been using legal language to describe and to basically empower sympathetic senators how to get around Israeli talking points, especially about human shielding, when there are no, they haven't, in all of the cases that we've documented, it wasn't even that it was a disproportionate attack. There were no, even Israel doesn't say who it was attacking. They weren't even targeting anybody. And after we get around that, when I get the opportunity, I explained. Nobody asked me how it feels to be a Palestinian, right? Because I feel that that's far more important, right? But there is something to be said about where we get to speak, how we get to speak, and who we get to speak. Because if people believed, if people already understood that we were human and deserving of life and deserving of the right to resist in order to preserve that life, we wouldn't be here. Again, it's a tactic. It's a tactic. And the more space we get, the less that we have to use that. But it's just a tactic.
Bro,
and it
don't say
depends,
retarded
who
things in
you're
my
speaking
chat.
to. If I walked into a room where people were like, hey, yeah, we love Palestine, I'm not going to talk to you in legal language. Who cares? Right? That's why I was basically teaching here. I was telling you all the bad things about it. Right? But on that, the one thing that I will say is, I will emphasize that the material, again, the propaganda is very important. The material gains have been borne out in sanctions. There needs to be more, and that's our work to do, right? And the other thing is that law I believe that as unjust as it is, the law is inescapable, right? It's like saying, I don't believe in this world because the military powers are so much stronger than us. Yeah, but that's a reality. We can't escape it. It's a military balance of power. It's the political balance of power. It's an economic balance of power. And there's a legal balance of power. And so I believe it's inescapable. Even if we don't want it, it will find you. Right? So just be prepared to fight on that grounds. If it was the only means, then we're doing something wrong. And there was a period, and many of you who basically witnessed Oslo, and this will be a chapter in the book as well, the Haymarket book. Oslo evacuated Palestinian politics and created a fortress around a critique of Zionism, and a fortress around Israel that was almost impossible to overcome.
She is so far in the weeds. Like, we're committed, we're going to finish this, but she's so in the weeds.
And the co-optation and the capture of our political leadership, of our official political leadership, because we don't have one officially, right? Is that they use the language of human rights and international law in a place where they couldn't take up diplomatic space. And during that time, the law took up too much space when politics should have been speaking, right? And I understand that critique, and I support that critique, right? And that's the balance that we have to make. Do not let law and the morality of law, which it doesn't necessarily have, take the place of a political program. But in the absence of a robust political program, because of our absence of leadership, the law ends up taking a disproportionate amount of space. But it doesn't make the law the enemy. The problem is the politics. The problem is the politics. So, I would just, there's a balance always. There's a balance always. And in this instance, for example, even the pivot to genocide, this was a legal strategy. The pivot to genocide is so important because it gets us out of the laws of war. The laws of war want us to evaluate, distinction. Did Israel distinguish between combatants and civilians? Was Israel's operation proportionate or disproportionate? And now we get into this debate on moving grounds in every operation. Was the Hamas operative worth it? Was it not? How many civilians are worth it? You get in these, when you move to the argument of genocide, you get out of that because the whole thing is illegitimate. All of it is wrong. That's a legal move. So again, we can critique all of the ills of it, but that move was necessary because that move also got us back to Nakba. Because there we're saying Israel is not targeting Palestinians in Gaza for what happened on October 7th. They're targeting Palestinians because they threaten their Zionist settler sovereignty. And they have been targeting them even before 1948. And it gets us back to Nakba and the framework of ongoing Nakba to explain this moment. So again, it's just a tactical strategy. And here's the last thing I'll say. If you think that this is all bullshit, right, and that's fair, and I hear that, right, then don't do it. Don't do it. There's enough work to do it, enough spaces to fight. Let the people who want to do it and who know this language do that work. That's all, Ashley Henderson said this earlier on a panel, and I wish I took the notes so I can repeat it to you verbatim, but it's the idea that, all tactics are necessary. All tactics are necessary. Why are we stopping to fight on which tactics are being used? Why don't we just figure out what works and get there, and we can share that victory, unless it's harmful. And in the cases it's harmful, that's when we check ourselves, right? But I think that the move to genocide was necessary. Absolutely necessary, notwithstanding the risk. Question about, I'm almost done, y'all. I'm almost done. Let me just say really quickly, legal limits of law. The problem with bringing any lawsuits in the United States is that they're not going to bear the fruit that we want. So even, you brought up FARA, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, which forces entities, organizations in the United States to register as foreign agents if they're acting on behalf of a foreign state. Well, it was tried before, and that's how we got AIPAC, because the World Zionist Organization was charged with FARA. So then they reorganized themselves into AIPAC. So we could very well win this, and I think that we have enough evidence, but they might reorganize themselves. So then the question isn't, how do we get AIPAC to register as a foreign agent? The question is, what is the gain from getting it? Possibly, what is the propaganda gain, right? Again, how do we have this conversation? Because that's a lot of what's happening. But I'll just say, I have been somebody who's been on the Hill advocating for the, even I traveled to Gaza with the National Lawyers Guild in 2009 in the aftermath of the first large-scale operation. It wasn't the first operation, but it was the first large industrial operation against the besieged population, and came back and worked with the National Lawyers Guild in the State Department and otherwise in order to apply the Arms Export Control Act and the Leahy Law.
Seriously.
And we haven't been able to do that. The closest we got to it was at the height of the movement for Black Lives, which again is telling us a story that the law isn't going to do the work, but people power will. And then the law follows. Even though that's now faded, that discourse, in 2021, members of Congress were out there thinking strategically, right? Should we just sanction certain weapons or apply a full arms embargo or make conditional aid to Israel? In 2021, during the Unity Intifada, in the aftermath of the movement for Black Lives, where now these laws become more compelling. I told you I was recently in this room, we were bringing the National Security Memorandum number 20, where we basically told the the Senate wanted this. And we did the homework for the Senate. I worked with Josh Paul, the State Department official who resigned in late October, as co-chair of this independent task force. And we basically demonstrated.
No, I don't know where she is right now. I can't follow her.
Follow U.S. law.
She's way into the legalese and she's in the weeds. And I keep saying she's going to say something of value that's going to be important to us, but I don't think she will.
That is blocking U.S. humanitarian aid. When the U.S. needs to airdrop.
I doubt the audience understands her too, honestly.
Your aid is being blocked, right? Like, just apply your own law. And the State Department had to say that the findings that Israel was violating these laws were reasonable. They still continue to send it. So there we don't have a legal victory, but we also have, again, the exposure. We have them showing their bleepity bleep. Is that enough? Obviously not. But then what is enough? We've been doing everything. Nothing is enough. Nothing is enough. And the answer to that inadequacy is not surrender, nor is it necessarily to do more of the same.
I mean, I appreciate her passion, but we need to wrap this up.
Differently and smarter and more strategically, right? Anyway, last question, and this is about indigenous legal orders. I don't know anything about indigenous law, so I won't tell you anything about what indigenous legal orders would tell me about justice right now, right? But I do know about morality. And I do know that morality exceeds with whatever law does exist, right? Even though for a lot of people, their religious law is their moral code. But that's not necessarily, those things aren't synonymous, right? And so what I will say, though, in this moment, that I do think that our move to understand this as a moral question is incredibly important, and that is what we should be emphasizing. I will also emphasize that as we move forward, we need to think about
you can find that on my Substack.
How many peoples have endured apocalypse before us, right? Indigenous peoples have endured apocalypse. Enslaved African peoples have endured apocalypse. Bosniak Muslims have endured apocalypse, right? Tamils in Sri Lanka have endured apocalypse. Worlds have been shattered. And our world, Palestinians, our world is shattered. We are in an apocalypse. And here the question is not merely this flaw, blah, 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 right? We really are thinking about how do we recreate life after this moment? What does that look like? And this is like inherently a moral question, a question of relationship, of duty, of responsibility. The one thing I want to pull on, and the last thing I'll say, is that if anything, what Zionist aggression has taught me over and over and over again is that victimhood is not a license to oppress, nor is it a license to harm. It's not up to you. And our victimhood is not a license. May it never be a license to vindicate what we see as wrong. May we always be led by a morality which makes us, in fact, superior because we have held on to our humanity.
Excellent way to end it. We're done. We are done. We are done. All right. All right, who made it? Who made it through from the very beginning? Who made it from the very beginning into everything today? Who did it? Because, guys, we have just finished streaming for 11 hours. We have been streaming for 11 hours. Congratulations to everyone who made it through the most epic socialism Saturday of all time. But guess what? It's not done yet, because we're going to get up tomorrow and we're going to do it all over again. If you head over to the Substack, which is karlyn.substack.com, you will find the streaming schedule for tomorrow. We will be starting at around about 10:45 a.m. Eastern time again. We will be getting started in earnest at 11 a.m. At 11 a.m., we will watch a presentation, Unbuild Walls, Borders, Prisons, Abolition. Then we have a half-hour break at 1 p.m. Eastern time. We will be watching The Political Economy of COVID with Jules Gill Peterson. Jules Gill Peterson is an insane person, also a trans woman, also a Johns Hopkins history professor. And we're going to see what Jules Gill Peterson has to say about COVID, but I expect it's going to be good. Then, if they upload that presentation from today that we started off today with, the presentation about the lesser of two evilisms, then we're going to slot that in 2:30 to 4 p.m. We're going to slot that in there to get that presentation in. So fingers crossed they get their stuff together. If not, we'll watch that this week. At 4 p.m., we're going to watch Lenin and the Politics of Rehearsal with Ruth Wilson Gilmore. We watched Ruth Wilson Gilmore earlier. And then our last presentation for the Socialism 2024 conference is going to be 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Dare to Win, Building on the Mass Protest Decade. And that's going to be pretty great because, of course, this is how they gain political power. We heard today they don't believe in gaining political power through winning elections. They're going to do it through protests. They're going to do it through destabilization, upheaval, things like that. That is how they're going to advance their political agenda. And then, for everyone who signs up as a supporter on my Substack for $8 a month, $80 a year, you can also sign up in my locals. After all that, we will retire to the supporter Discord, where we will kick up our feet. Perhaps we'll light a cigar, or more likely a joint, and we will watch one of the greatest movies of all time, in my personal opinion, Clockwork Orange, just to relax after a full weekend of socialism. How can you join us? You can head over to my Substack, Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Sign up as a member for $8 a month, $80 a year. I am hoping to get 100 new members, and if we don't get it this weekend, I'm going to keep shilling until we get those 100 new members, guys. You are not going to hear me shut up about this until we hit that number, because quite frankly, I'm 100% funded by you. I can't spend all weekend streaming socialism conferences, writing all this stuff down to break down what's going on, making all these clips. I can't do that if you guys don't fund me. I don't have big ticket funders for a reason. My only obligation is to tell you the truth and show you receipts. So if you are financially able to do so, I humbly ask that you support my work, because I am literally the only anti-communist on the internet covering the socialism conference from start to finish. I'm the only one doing it. If you can find someone else doing it, please let me know. I'd love to talk to them. But I'm pretty sure I'm the only one doing it. The reason I'm able to do it is because you guys fund the work I'm doing. I really do appreciate it. I know Substack does take a while to update that when people purchase memberships, so it's not like a real-time thing. So for everyone who has become a member today, a new supporter today, I really do appreciate you. Thanks so much for that. If you have not yet become a supporter, now's the perfect time to do so, because you're going to get to come and join us for movie night tomorrow and every Sunday night in the supporter Discord after that. And that is really all I have, guys. We did it. We made it through the most epic socialism Saturday of all time. Till next year, anyway. And now I'm going to take my leave, and I'm going to go relax, and I'm going to get up again and do it in the morning. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will see you all again tomorrow, and we'll do it all over again. Take care, guys. We'll see you soon. Bye.